Now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Three simple circles, a quarter and two dimes, probably the most universal symbol ever created by man or mouse.
Hi, Megan!
What is it about Mickey Mouse?
Mickey Mouse to me is light. There's like a lot of dark in the world, and he's hope.
It's magical to be able to channel all of our hopes and dreams, the innocence that we eventually lose and would like back.
Never lose sight of one thing, that it was all started by a mouse.
The story of Walt and Mickey wasn't just one continual success after success. It was stumble after stumble.
Mickey Mouse started in the roaring 20s, but almost immediately the Depression fell.
You have groups saying, we want Mickey to help get us through World War II.
The American dream has suffered, but Mickey is able to bring that back.
Just like America splits in the 60s, Mickey Mouse splits as well. And those coexist in this one character. If you have an issue with authority, Mickey Mouse is your guy.
Mickey has taken the world by storm. This is something otherworldly.
He gets so big that he becomes this reflection of who we are. How is that even possible with this little mouse?
What would a culture from another planet think of seeing Mickey on everything? They might say, take me to your leader, and it would be Mickey.
He had become this divine figure that you didn't mess with.
We began a process to bring Mickey forward.
He's everywhere.
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 It's overwhelming. Like, leave me alone.
Oh, no. Okay, let's do that again.
Mickey is a thing we all share. There aren't many of those around.
Almost 100 years later, after all the things that Mickey has been through, he's still here.
We love a mouse. How crazy is that? That's a little absurd.
You've always been my best friend.
Streaming only on Disney+. Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to today's Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media broadcast for NWA Hard Times. I am the Renegade JJ Williams, waiting on my co-host, the play-by-play man extraordinaire, the simple man, Noah Foster. I want to say thank you to the early birds in the chat room. Daniel wants to say a quick RIP to Kevin Conroy, the voice of Batman. Absolutely. Just before we do open mic night, prior to the stream, after the Hard Times show, prior to open mic night, we do have a little in memoriam package we're going to run for him, as well as a couple other people that we lost yesterday. Safet is in the chat room. What's up, everyone? Wants to remind everyone about UFC 281 tonight as well from the Garden in New York City. No doubt. I'm sure UFC is going to have a good card out there. Check that out if you're into that, or stay here with us. Either way, we prefer you are here, obviously, but it is what it is, baby, as the great Dusty Rhodes would say. Give me just a moment here. I'm trying to communicate with my co-host, find out when he's going to be in the room. Give me just a second here. Thank you, Pop, for the love on the shirt. I figured you'd get a kick out of it. Unfortunately, I don't really have any NWA relevant stuff anymore. It's been about a decade since I followed the NWA religiously, so I don't have any current product for them aside from the 10 pounds of gold over my shoulder here. But should be a good show. Like I said, I haven't followed the current product for a while. I have little to no idea who some of these people are that I'm going to be seeing perform for us tonight. What the stories are being told within Billy Corgan's National Wrestling Alliance. But once he gets here, I know Noah Foster will definitely help carry me through all this. It was originally supposed to be him and Jeff this evening. Unfortunately, Jeff got called into the House of Mouse. Again, it is what it is, priorities before desires. But we're here, just biding our time. If you guys have any questions in the meantime, feel free to put them in the chat room, because I don't really know what else to talk about until I get my play-by-play man here. But stream was scheduled to go live at 3 o'clock, so here I am. Like I say, hopefully he'll be here very, very soon. Hello, Matt. How's it going? Thank you for being here. Doing good. Looking forward to the show. See what the National Wrestling Alliance has in store for us. The pre-show for them goes live at 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern on YouTube. And then the main card will be on Fight TV. So just kind of wading in the weeds, as I've been saying here. Like I said, if anyone's got a question or something in the meantime, go ahead and throw it in the chat room and I'll try to answer it to the best of my ability, at least until we get Noah here and we can start previewing the match card. Otherwise, I apologize if there's periods of dead air because, yeah, I don't really know the stories to be able to lead everything. I was called in as a backup for this and kind of just here on my own right now. Okay, I've just received word from Noah. He's going to be here just a couple of moments. Apparently, he didn't realize that we were doing a pre-show an hour prior to the actual NWA pre-show. I told him that, since they actually have a buy-in card of sorts, a pre-show where they actually do run matches, that I started it an hour early so we could actually preview everything prior to their free-for-all matches and whatnot. So he got where I was coming from now. Just needs a couple minutes to get situated. All right, I see a couple of questions popping up. Comment from Pop that he enjoyed the ECW show. Thank you very much, Pop. That was definitely a suggestion from me to Jeff. I felt that in our times doing dads, and even going back to the original 100+ episode run back in 2011, 2012, we never really did much anything on Extreme Championship Wrestling. And since the relaunch, we've covered Survivor Series, we've covered Starrcade. It was about time to show a bit of love to the Tribe of Extreme. In November to Remember being their biggest show of the year, had to give them a little love and do that. The year at the Olympic was 2000. It was July 2000, Heatwave 2000. The only time that the original ECW came out to Southern California. Thoughts on last night's SmackDown and Rampage? I thought both shows were really good. Rampage, I honestly didn't think was as good as SmackDown. I did enjoy the Jungle Boy Luchasaurus Christian segment and the Dante Martin Brian Cage match. But SmackDown was good, and we're definitely going to be talking about the Usos versus New Day thing once we get to open mic night this evening. So make sure you guys tune in after Hard Times so you can check out open mic night. A comment from Daniel: best Kevin Conroy moment of him as Batman was his live action debut in the CW Crisis on Infinite Earths. That's pretty cool. I had never seen any of those. I did used to watch Arrow when it first debuted, saw most of the first season, and then times were what they were back then. We lost our cable and wasn't able to keep watching it. And I just never got back into watching it. I did want to watch the Crisis on Infinite Earths arc that they were doing over all the shows. I just never got to it because I felt like I needed to see everything leading up towards that, and that's a lot to undertake. So I did not see those. But Kevin Conroy, definitely iconic as the voice of Batman. He may not be the greatest Batman of all time, but he's definitely the voice of Batman. Good evening to you, Keen Mike X. Thank you for joining us this evening. Yeah, I'm right there with you in that same boat, man. I haven't seen NWA since it was NWA from Hollywood out here when Jeff, myself, Statboy, Double A, the original Casa crew were going on a monthly basis out there to LA and checking out the TV tapings that Dave Marquez was running. They then broke away from the NWA, just became Championship Wrestling from Hollywood. But yeah, I haven't really followed them since that. You know, I've seen bits and pieces of some of their shows that they've done here in recent years, thanks to being part of the Jeff Meacham Network and the Multiverse of Media. But as far as overall, and if I'm being completely honest with you, Keen Mike X, if Jeff hadn't been called in for work today at the House of Mouse, I probably wouldn't be watching this one right now. I probably wouldn't be joining in until open mic night tonight. But, you know, team player that I am, Jeff wasn't able to do this evening. He asked me if I could tag in. I was like, man, I don't really know what's going on. It's like, just follow Noah. You know, he's got such a grip on things. He'll be able to lead you through it. And said, all right. So, you know, just trying to do what we do here on the Jeff Meacham Multiverse of Media. I did see a couple people here in the matches that I do recognize. And once Noah gets in here and we start previewing the matches, we'll be able to discuss that a little bit. Keen Mike X says, I've only seen the work Trevor Murdoch has done. He's been a good champ. Yeah, I mean, when you saw him in the WWE in the tag team with Garrison Cade, Lance Cade, Caden Murdoch, he was good, but you never would have seen world champion in him. And I think that that's one of the things that the National Wrestling Alliance has done well is they'll take those guys that maybe have had a career in one of the big feds and maybe have a little bit of exposure, but you never really saw them as the guy, and they make them the guy. You know, you think about names like Chris Candido, who was an NWA world champion. You think of names like even Christian in the TNA era. You know, you think about Nick Aldis. You think about Trevor Murdoch. Cody Rhodes was an NWA champion. You know, so there's a lot of those guys that never had the opportunity to really be the guy in their respective companies, but then they get the chance in the NWA and they rise to great heights. Shane Douglas, for Christ's sakes. You know, Raven. Even though Raven was the guy in ECW, you never really thought that he would become the guy for a major company. And when TNA gave him that run with the NWA title, he did solid for a bit. Yeah, Sefet, R-Truth. R-Truth is another great one. You know, he wasn't much of anything prior to his NWA run, I mean, yeah, he was K-Quick tag teaming with the Road Dogg. As soon as Road Dogg got fired, he was dead. And ever since he came back, he's been a joke of a character. Little Jimmy and whatnot. But during that time in TNA, man, when they gave him the ball to be NWA champion, that was a good time for Ron Killings. Yeah, another good one, Daniel. Even Ken Shamrock. You know, he was Intercontinental Tag Team Champion in WWF, but he was never going to be the guy. Not with guys like Austin and Taker and Rocky and Mick Foley. He wasn't going to be the guy. King Mike X says, I've seen rumors of Cardona to the WWE. I wouldn't mind seeing him come back. I don't know if I'd want to see him come back full time, because I don't think he would get the opportunity to shine like he has in the National Wrestling Alliance or any of the other feds that he's been in since leaving WWE as Zack Ryder. You know, I wouldn't mind seeing a one-off appearance, him as a surprise entry in the Rumble or something, kind of like how they did with Mickie James last year. But as far as like a full signing, I don't know. I think Cardona is doing better where he is on the indies and whatnot. Once again, to everyone tuning in right now, thank you very much for joining us here for our coverage of Hard Times, the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media. We're live on the Jeff Meacham Network, the Casa D18 Studios, the Simple Man Studios, across all those brands right now. We will begin a little deeper in the coverage as soon as Noah Foster gets here. The Simple Man with the smooth voice, our main play-by-play man, should be entering the chat room here, the green room, momentarily. He was unaware that we were going live this early, since the actual NWA pre-show doesn't start until 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 Eastern. Explained to him that since they actually have pre-show matches, that we should probably go live early. That way we can actually talk about some of those and give our thoughts prior to the actual pre-show beginning with their matches. And he kind of understood where I was coming from, agreed, said he'd be a few moments. So just need to give him those few minutes to get his final things in order, and he'll be here to help carry me through this show. Nathan Banks says, hello there, looking forward to Hard Times. It's good to see you, Nathan. Thank you guys for coming here. Daniel says he saw Black Panther Wakanda Forever yesterday with his sister for her birthday. Without providing spoilers, Daniel, what did you think of it? Because I haven't gotten to see it just yet. I'm hoping to get to the theater in the next week or so to see that. So just give me a very vague how you enjoyed it in the comments, and I'll throw it up there. But I am very much looking forward to seeing Wakanda Forever. Just saw Black Adam this past week. That was my new released Saturday film that just went up about an hour ago on the Casa D18 Studios channel. So you can always go and check out my review of that. See what I thought about Dwayne Johnson entering the world of superheroes and anti-heroes as Black Adam. Daniel says it was good in his opinion. Good. Very simple, very vague. I like that. Keen Mike X, please don't spoiler that. LOL. If you've ever seen my reviews, Keen Mike X, then you know what I do. I basically take the synopsis that is written on Wikipedia for the world to see. I rearrange it a little bit to kind of fit my own verbiage and my own words, and I give that on the show before giving my thought process. So anything that I talk about in my review is pretty much anything that you can read on the internet on Wikipedia. So you don't have to worry too much about spoilers in that aspect. Exactly. You know what's up. So let me ask you guys this while we wait for Noah to get here. Those of you in the know, those of you guys that have followed the National Wrestling Alliance, the NWA over the years, who is your favorite NWA champion? You know, let's get some names thrown out here. When you think of the NWA championship, who is your favorite? It can be someone that you've done your homework about and you've watched videotape of, guys like Harley Race, Dusty Rhodes, Ric Flair. It can be someone from the TNA era, again, guys like Ron Killings, Jeff Jarrett, Christian, Kurt Angle. It can be more modern names since the decline of the TNA era, guys like Scrap Daddy Adam Pearce, Colt Cabana, you know, Cody Rhodes. There's a bunch others out there that I'm blanking on right now, but who are your favorites? Let's see what we got here. Nathan says Sting, Ric Flair, Dusty Rhodes, and Harley Race. Not bad, not bad. Also throws up AJ Styles. There you go, the phenomenal one. When I got my NWA championship the first time, which I inevitably had to sell because I needed money, I've gotten this one since then. AJ Styles was the first signature I had on my NWA championship. You know, he was easy access, Pro Wrestling Guerrilla, was able to get to him, had him sign it for me. So, yeah. AJ Styles, definitely a big one for me. And then after that, the first legend I had on there was Dusty. And I remember going to RVD's 5-Star Comics, putting the title down in front of Dusty Rhodes. And I kid you not, everybody, this is my interaction with Dusty. He's looking at the belt. He sees the signature on the strap. Whose signature is this? I said, sir, that's AJ Styles. That's a good one to have. That was Dusty Rhodes. So, you know, him giving praise to AJ, that meant a lot right there. You could tell AJ was going to be a made man over the years. Daniel chimes in, says Sting, Raven, Cody Rhodes, and Ric Flair. Okay, got a little bit of love for Raven and Cody. Cool deal. Steen and Flair, I have a feeling those are going to be popular ones. What are people's thoughts on Jeff Jarrett as the NWA champion? You know, he's another one. I remember going to a comic convention at the LA Convention Center, and Jarrett was there to help promote TNA and Spike TV and whatnot. And like, there's a table down here, and then there's a set of stairs that lead up to like a little green room, a waiting room with a window that looked out over the crowd. And Jarrett's up there kind of hanging out before the signing. And I'm there in my Listen Up Slapnuts t-shirt. I've got Stat Boy's guitar and my NWA title. And I kind of raise them up in the air, and Jarrett sees it. And you could kind of see he was up there with either a TNA executive or a Spike TV exec. And you could see he was kind of chuckling, and he's pointing at me. Like he's telling the guy, you see, I may be one of the biggest assholes on television, but people still like me. I'm over. I always thought that was kind of cool. Keen Mike X says Magnus and Double J are the two that he remembers the most. Double J definitely had a stranglehold on that belt during the early years, and a lot of people didn't like that. It was the TNA reign of terror compared to Triple H's over in the WWE. And last message from Noah was that he would be there in 5. It was a couple minutes ago. Should be just another minute or two. Nathan says, I used to not be able to stand Jarrett as champion when I first started, but TNA was good when AJ won it in May. Hard Justice. I don't think JJ gets a lot of appreciation to this day. I completely agree. You know, you hear the people that kind of crap on Jeff Jarrett about how he never drew money, and I'm like, what show were you watching? Like, I'll give you WCW. Jeff Jarrett in WCW probably didn't draw a whole lot. At the same time, WCW was a sinking ship at the time of Jeff Jarrett as champion. So I'm willing to excuse that. But NWA TNA, they were thriving, they were prospering, and every time they were about to make a major move, whoever the champion was always dropped it back to Jeff Jarrett because he was the name that the casual fan would know. The person that hadn't watched wrestling in a while would know the name Jeff Jarrett. They wouldn't know the name AJ Styles, but they would know the name of Jeff Jarrett. So he had that ability, and I don't think he gets the credit he deserves for that. Daniel says, Jeff Jarrett for me was an NWA champion at times. You just want to hate him to lose the title. Someone who can get it off him. Absolutely. Absolutely. People paid money to see Jarrett get his ass beat. It does not matter how good the baby face is. If you don't have a strong heel that people want to see get their ass kicked, it's not going to work. Me and Jeff come back to this all the time. Jeff Meacham, not Jarrett. But me and Meacham come back to this all the time. How successful would WrestleMania have been if people did not want to see Roddy Piper get the crap beat out of him by Hulk Hogan? Yeah, Hulk Hogan was the name draw. He's what sold tickets. He was the guy doing media, Saturday Night Live, etc. But Piper was just as effective as that heel. If people didn't want to see Piper get beat so badly, Mania would have flopped. They had to have a solid heel. Keen Mike X says, Double J has been popular everywhere, like him or not. WWE, NWA, TNA, AAA, and even in 2022, AEW. Absolutely. Daniel says, I hope Jeff Jarrett doesn't get an AEW title shot just yet. One day I hope he gets one more good world championship run. And see, I think if anything, Jarrett needs to be in the tag division. He needs to stay away from the world title completely. Let him and Lethal get a run with the tag straps. Eventually lose to insert team here. Help get them over with the rivalry, the feud. But Jeff Jarrett needs to stay away from the title picture. He's just there to be a backstage guy. He's there to help expand the live event scene and get them on like the house show circuit so that some of these people that still need work performing in front of the crowds, the guys you see on Dark and Dark Elevation, can get more of that exposure so that they can eventually get up there to the Dynamite and the Rampage. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Noah Foster, finally here to join us. Oh my God, man, 30 minutes in, I'm sitting here floundering.
Oh, dude, come on. You faced hotter times than this. I'm sure you just talked wrestling with the great people across the Jeff Meacham Multiverse media. But yes, folks, welcome back once again for This I, the Simple Man, here to bring you more play-by-play coverage and some subtle, simple insight tonight on festivities regarding the National Wrestling Alliance as they bring forward to us on pay-per-view Hot Times Tres from the Big Easy, New Orleans. And nothing is going to be easy tonight, it seems. Good to see you again, JJ.
It's good to be seen, man. You know, you're absolutely right. I've been basically just fielding Q&A right now because I know little to nothing about the stories going into these matches tonight. So it's hard to sit here and like hype up a show when you don't know what you're hyping.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it does seem like there's more storyline implications for the title matches. Then you have some subtle grudge feuds here, particularly Thomas Latimer and EC3, where EC3 is trying to draw out something, it seems, in Latimer by any means necessary. Hashtag control your narrative. And then there's some other showcasing matches. And, well, the Big Easy, New Orleans, they're known for all sorts of things, whether it is spectacle, voodoo, you name it. You're going to get all of that and more tonight.
Absolutely. And you know, you join the feed here, you finally get on the air, and we get a super chat.
Hey, thank you, people.
CJ sent a $5 super chat in. Thank you very much, CJ. Hope all is well. No offense to anyone, but I never liked the NWA Championship shape-wise. It looks like the championship was made out of a license plate.
Interesting take.
I mean, I can kind of see what he means by it. You know, I got the 10 pounds of gold right here behind me. And Charlotte. The center plate does kind of look license plate shaped. But, you know, at the same time, in my personal opinion, you know, despite the fact that the WWF Championship has achieved the status it has,
right.
It's still the most prestigious wrestling championship in history, in my opinion.
Well, you got to consider the history of the championship. Again, the National Wrestling Alliance is the oldest known promotion in the history of professional wrestling before WWF was even conceived a freaking thing. And I definitely agree with CJ because my heart will always belong to Big Gold. But that being said, it's one of those things where a title's subtlety and showcase is not defined by the physical means, but by the people who have held it. And the names the likes of Dusty Rhodes, Harley Race, Ric Flair, Cody Rhodes, and despite the controversy and political nonsense aside, Nick Aldis has made this title prestigious in its name representing the NWA versus its physical presentation. And that's what really defines a championship in a way, especially when it comes to the National Wrestling Alliance.
Absolutely. You know, just before you got here, while I was trying to make filler talk, I asked some of the people. No, you just hit a big point, and I actually was just talking with that to people about who they think of when they think of this championship behind us. And, you know, names like Sting and Flair and Dusty and Harley and Cody, AJ Styles.
List goes on and
all
on.
were mentioned, R-Truth and Raven. You know, it's like
crazy.
Yeah, it really is. You know, you think about the people that have held this championship in the past, and something I was pointing out before you got here was how people that never really got the opportunity to get to that upper echelon in the main companies,
right,
that were given the opportunity to run with this belt. You know, guys like Chris Candido, Shane Douglas. You know, Cody was another one that was mentioned. This is where R-Truth came in.
Yeah, before he was known as R-Truth.
Right. You know, and guys like that. It's crazy to think about how Trevor Murdoch, the current champion,
who was influenced by Harley Race himself, just like Nick Aldis. And what you might say about Trevor Murdoch, you know, you have your own opinion based on his overall physical presentation, but that just goes to show that at the end of the day, the NWA is not defined by necessarily what you make yourself to be. It's what wrestling means to you, it seems. And we're going to see who truly understands and wants to represent what NWA has meant and what they want to be going forward in our main event, along with other stuff, which, of course, I'm very excited for several of these championship matches, particularly the Burke, because at the end of the day, the strongest foundation to make for me is the women's division. And they have three women's matches tonight.
Yeah, I I have 15 matches that I found that are supposed to be part of the show this evening. I don't
And
know how
4 of
accurate
them
that is.
are on the pre-show, and
Yeah,
those are kind of like, giving you a feel for what NWA feels like and who kind of is in it.
absolutely. So we're just going to start running through these. They're in no particular order right now. So
Well, we're going to show you the
here we
match
go
card,
first.
Key Mike, one match at a time.
There we go.
Oh, Lord. Okay, so Hardcore Tag War. We have Mercurial with his lovely assistant, CJ. Y'all might know her as Christy Janes. And, of course, she is the assistant to Magic Mike. And they take on the duo here. Oh, it's actually 3 people. Jack Stane's on their side. Well, that don't surprise me. Jack Stane's always been a crook. Taking on Mayweather, JTG, and the guy who I think should be NWA World Champion for the longest time, the Pope. And honestly, this is just bitter grudges and rivalry. I mean, JTG and the Pope, they've had their fallout with Mercurial and Magic Mike more recently, much to Velvet Sky's chagrin. And Jack Stane and Mayweather, there's no love lost with them. So what you do, you throw the rules out of the window, and they're going to have a nice little hardcore tag war. Not much more to say besides that, besides somebody's finally going to try and shut the other team up. No magic will be involved here.
Yeah, I saw this, and I saw JTG and the Pope, the former Elijah Burke, on the same team together, and I'm like, okay, I know a couple of these guys, but they're on the pre-show.
Yeah, and Pope
like,
on the pre-show. That's a damn crime.
JTG too. I mean, JTG is so underrated. Going back to his days with Crime Time, I'm looking forward to seeing what he has in store for us in this match. This one should be interesting for me.
And of course, you have Mayweather and Jack Stane at the Heart, who feuded more recently. Their fallout all went through a steel cage, and now they come ahead 6-man tag war. I don't think these two are ever going to be done with each other.
All right, so moving on from this one, like I said, nothing is in any particular order, so we're going
except maybe the pre-show matches, but either way, we'll go through it. That is what it's about tonight, folks. That is why JJ has the replica. That is the very championship that has defined not just this incarnation of the NWA, but the professional wrestling industry since the early 1920s, to my knowledge. Sadly learning all about this through good old JM Jeff Meacham. Shout out to, of course, Head Honcho. We have Trevor Murdoch defending Sweet Charlotte, the 10 pounds of gold against Tyrus, who vacated, finally, the NWA World Television Championship. And sneaky, political, but always ready, Matt Cardona. Matt Cardona, of course, previously held the 10 pounds of gold, but had relinquished it due to injury. And Trevor Murdoch regained it for the second time in a 4-way dance with the likes of Vladimir, Aldis, and Samuel Shaw, current Dexter Loomis in WWE. Tyrus, of course, and Murdoch had their one-on-one back at the Chase and WA 74. So now we're going to run it back, but Matt Cardona has politically put himself back into the fold. Why he didn't ask for a singles match after this, I don't know. This one's a little weird for me, but considering where the Cardonas are right now between Impact Wrestling and here, Cardona might be a snake in the grass and literally come out of this tonight from out of nowhere. Is he always ready? We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. This is another one. Obviously, I recognize everybody from their times in WWE. Brodus Clay, Tyrus, the Funkasaurus, Matt Cardona, the former Zack Ryder, Trevor Murdoch as Trevor Murdoch, one half of the tag team champions with Lance Cade.
Lance Cade, that's right. Boy,
this one's another one that I'm really looking forward to because, again, this goes back to the guys that never got the opportunity to shine being given that opportunity. You got the Funkasaurus, woo, 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 it, and a tag team specialist in your main event for the 10 pounds of gold.
That just goes to show again that you can make a name for yourself anywhere in this industry. It's what you do with your career, not where you are, that defines you at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Going on from here, we've got...
This is my match of the night. This is professional wrestling. Damn it. This is one of the most underrated champions in the industry today. Holding the title first held by Mildred Burke, the NWA World Women's Championship. The 1X herself, Camille, with 24 successful title defenses under her tremendous 525-day reign, following the likes of Jazz, Serena Deeb, Thunder Rosa, Allison Kay, you name it. She now defends the gold against 2 former challengers she beat in singles competition. Kylan King and Chelsea Green. Kylan King believes that she has found the mistakes that she made last time. Incredible match, by the way, and is looking to claim the gold tonight. Chelsea Green, though, she's a hot mess. And, of course, we know that Chelsea Green and Camille, they faced each other one-on-one back in NWA and Power. For those of you that don't know, Kylan King is a well-known independent wrestler. She currently holds 3 championships across 3 separate promotions. Been involved in AEW, more recently faced Double-Breaker DMD on Dynamite, was a stand-up through the pandemic on AEW Dark. For those of you that don't know Chelsea Green, she is the wife of Matt Cardona. She is also a former Impact World Champion, and she is also known as the Hot Mess. So that should get you a little bit of light here. But for me, though, Camille is the unknown to probably the entire wrestling world if you don't watch the NWA. But again, she is one of those that didn't say a word for years, spoke her first sentence, and took this very championship off of Serena Deeb, has held it since, defending it everywhere possible. She personifies what it means to be NWA Women's Champion. And I feel like one way or another, she's still going to retain tonight. But I can't wait for this match.
Yeah, this one should be good. You know, this one, I've heard you guys talk about Camille. I'm not super familiar with her. Chelsea Green, I am
She was brought in
familiar
as
with.
the insurance policy for Nick Aldis, and then she finally became basically her own confident self with 2 successful triumphant title defenses against the Lara Loca, Taya Valkyrie, and Max the Imperial most recently at the Chase. Also, 10-minute draw against former NWA World Women's Champion Allison Kay. Sienna, pinkies up, folks, keeping it classy from Detroit, Michigan. But for me, Kylan King, Ohio represent, Painesville, Ohio, Cleveland, Ohio, whatever you hell you want to call it. My heart goes out to her when she's trying to put her name up in the echelons, where you recognize her name and don't take her for granted. I truly feel like this is her match to win, and she should win. But there has not been a more dominant face of NWA Women's World Championship right now than Camille since Jazz. So I'm definitely looking at these 2 more, but in a triple threat, you always figure about like this. You have a buffer, you have a fall person. And with rumors regarding Chelsea Green going home from Impact to maybe who knows where, could that have implications on the result tonight?
Good points. We'll see what happens in a couple of hours here.
Okay. So Scion, the alleged son of Austin Idol, take that for what you will. I'm pretty sure this guy is Robert Henry from AEW Dark. Someone can check his tattoos and verify this for me. Now defending the NWA National Heavyweight Championship for the second time. Currently, the previous champion I know was Chris Adonis. But Dak Draper, he is a new guy on the scenes, actually. So I'm also very unfamiliar with him, as I'm sure all of you are too. But he's brash, he's arrogant, he's confident. He's earned this opportunity to become a #1 contender. He's also called out Scion for being just given everything by his daddy. So we'll see if Daddy's boy can get it done tonight on his own, as it seems like Austin Idol is really trying to make a name for his son. So we'll see what happens in this match. Not much more to say about that. I wish Chris Adonis was actually challenging for this.
Who did you say that you think that Scion is?
Austin Idol's kid. Or Robert Anthony, a well-known independent wrestler that ran along the likes of John Moxley.
You are correct.
I knew it! I freaking knew it! They were supposed to go fishing, by the way, but of course John Moxley couldn't go on vacation.
You are correct.
I thought so. I know my wrestling. Again, I look at all things wrestling. Shout out to the HW family on Twitter.
Of course you do. That's why you are. That's why you're such an integral part of the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media, because you have the knowledge.
I try. The Fixers taking on the Spectaculars. This is not Chippendales. This is not Las Vegas. And you're looking at 2 people that are about as American as it gets when it comes to beer bellies and drinking and fighting. Recently, Billy Corgan actually debuted a new set of NWA Tag Team Championships, but the current champions refused to take them based on their presentation and the presenter. So, straight up, these guys won this title in a 12-team melee at the Chase. Have not had defense since. This is their first title defense. So we'll see how well these 2 work together as a duo for the good old US of A.
There we go. I'm looking at this image and I'm like, what in the holy hell is going on in this match? But okay.
You got beer drinkers versus people that you think will be at Chippendales. That's basically about it. Ooh,
Here we go. Here's a blast from my past. Homicide.
Oh, man. One of the toughest men out of the NYC, represent the NWA Junior Heavyweight Champion. He's been champion now for 238 days with 16 successful defenses. And his most recent successful defense, by any means necessary, was against father and son, the Mortons. And now he goes round 2 with Kerry Morton. Yes, damn right. TNA Gold, LAX represent. Y después. So we're going to see what sort of knowledge Ricky Morton has bestowed upon his son here to see if he can finally pry this title away from Homicide. But Homicide, nobody to take lightly. And he'll damn sure do anything again to make sure he still holds on to this. Even after crooked Colby Carino tried to sneak one with calling his shot, he still came up short. Homicide's on another level right now with this championship. It's hard to bet against him.
Yeah, hearing you talk like that, it definitely sounds like he's in God mode right now. You mentioned LAX. You mentioned LAX, of course, from TNA Impact. I remember him out here from tag teaming with the New Age Punisher, B-Boy. I believe they called themselves the Strong Style Thugs out here on the indie scene. B-Boy and Homicide, such a good tandem out here in SoCal, though. Here, going on from that match, maybe that
hardcore team match right there could yield a new challenger to Homicide or this title. Oh Lord. Okay. Well, these two have been ducking and dodging each other for a one-on-one match since EC3 invaded the NWA scene. Come in. Hey Paul, welcome to the forum. As EC3 looks to control his narrative once again and bring something out that he feels Tom Latimer has, but has yet to showcase. Psychological warfare up to 10, courtesy of the mind of Ethan Carter III. Tom Latimer looks to shut him up. Tom Latimer, in my opinion, he's been a sleeper to challenge for the 10 pounds of gold. This might be the one obstacle he needs to overcome. But again, EC3, I don't know if he's coming alone.
There you go. I like CJ's take here. I love the classic stuff. Wrestling today leaves a lot to be desired, in my opinion.
Well, again, if this industry is not evolving, then what are we doing?
Exactly. I mean, I love going back and watching the classic stuff. I'm enjoying the hell out of the modern day stuff.
Yeah. So this is brand new for me. And again, this will be on the pre-show as they introduce another set of tag team championships here. The Wildcat Sports Tag Team Championships. That represents our promotion, by the way. They take on Fighter James Mitchell's entourage, known as the Miserably Faithful. We're in New Orleans, and they're all about carnies. This is your definition of a carny showcase. I'm not even sure what to say about this, but Slime SSN, for a little bit of work I have seen about them, they're pretty dynamic. I wouldn't put them up there with agile tag teams like Top Flight, for example, but they're young and they definitely show a lot of exuberance. So that's pretty much all you need to know about this. There's a reason why this one's on the pre-show.
Yeah, like you said about the carny stuff, like I'm looking at this image there and I'm like, okay.
Trust me, I see Misery Faithful. I'm like, what the hell is this? All right. La Rebellion, who regained the tag team championships at the Chase against the Hawk Boys, Hawks Airy. We're going to see finally if these two, father and son duo, can become tag team champions. The deciding factor here will be the third part of the champions, Damien. It was he who misted one of the Hawk Boys that allowed his guys to regain the gold. These guys coming straight to us all the way out of Mexico, too. So
yes,
this is going to be a hostile encounter. But these two teams are no strangers to each other.
Yeah, I remember seeing Luke Hawx occasionally on the scene back in the old days. I did not know that this was his son. That's a cool little note there that it's a father-son team.
A lot of generational type father-son builds up here lately in the NWA. You got the Mortons, you got the Hawks. It's a very interesting setup.
And here's another man that I am no stranger to, Davey Richards.
Current MLW National Openweight Champion, still to this day leading his faction Ambition. And of course, he takes on, as I said before, a guy that's always looking to make an opportunity where he can, Colby Carino. He's brash, he's arrogant, but he's young and he's hungry. David Richards, though, former Impact Tag Team Champion with the Wolves as well. He's had this belt for a long time. We'll see if Colby has what it takes.
Yeah, I mean, if Colby is anything like his dad, and I've seen him a little bit, then this should be a really good match.
Yeah,
This should be good because Davey, you know, like I said,
you just figure about the father of Colby Carino. That's all you need to know. Anyone familiar with the name Steve Carino?
yes, the king of old school.
And a former commentator for NJPW. That's all right, CJ. You don't need to know everybody. I don't know everybody. I just know a fair amount of quite a few because I watch NWA. And there's a few new people here that I'm like, who are you? So, you know, you can't know everybody in wrestling, but you certainly can learn from anything in wrestling.
I'm right there in the same boat as you, CJ. There's a few of these names that I know. Davey Richards, JTG, you know, Tyrus, etc.
Yeah, and you figure out the names that have gone through the NWA, even during the Billy Corgan era and where they are now.
Right. And then there's some names where I know the legacy, you know, the Morton, the Carino, those type of names. It's like I may be familiar with their parents more than I'm familiar with the kid.
Right.
And then there's the people that I'm just like, huh?
Then Tim Allen.
Yeah, exactly.
But
CJ also
this
says,
should be a good match.
CJ also says, hopefully someday soon I will love the current product again. Can we at least get some good wrestling until the new Major League Baseball season?
I mean,
there's
promise, you know, you have to wait and see. There's promise.
You got to keep in mind, between now and baseball starting up in late March, early April, you've got the War Games Survivor Series.
AEW
You've got Full Gear. You've got Final Battle. You've got the Rumble, the Chamber, and Mania.
Not to mention Wrestle Kingdom, start of my 2023, the biggest show in New Japan Pro Wrestling's year.
Exactly. So there's quite a bit for you to come up and be excited about.
This is weird.
Talk to me about this, Noah.
Aaron Stevens has lost his damn mind. It's as simple as that. Aaron Stevens, JR Kratos, former NWA Tag Team Champions, now the bitter of rivals. Aaron Stevens said that he was retired, but no, he's not retired. He is rewired. Taking on a manager role, managing his own version of the question mark. And you all see the change. You know that is Jazz's husband. Takes on JR Kratos' own version of the question mark for the right to be called truly the question mark. Punctuation aside, we're going to see who truly deserves that name tonight. This is just one of those weird feuds that's going to have its own form of karate and showcasing. But right now, JR Kratos just wants to beat the living daylights out of Aaron Stevens. And Aaron Stevens right now is just dodging it. We'll see how much longer he can.
You know, I didn't even realize that was Rodney Mack until you pointed the chains out. I was like, God damn it, how did I miss that? And then looking at this and seeing question mark versus question mark 2, you know, I know you're not a big movie guy, but I'm flashing back to the song from Muppets Most Wanted where it's Constantine, the Kermit imposter, and Ricky Gervais, and the song is "I'm number one, you're number two."
I remember
it's like,
that.
Seriously, CJ, you don't have to keep posting your question. I have it starred. We will get to it once we're done going through the card, okay?
But again, if you want to be truly acknowledged, super chats are the way to go, and they help support our friends here too. All right. Again, this is another pre-show match. As I said, Tyrus has finally vacated the NWA World Television Championship, considering he's challenging tonight for the NWA World Championship. So we have to crown a new champion. AJ Kazana is right now taking on Jordan Clearwater. And basically, these two, Jordan Clearwater is trying to get the title back in Tyrus's good graces. Because Tyrus, Jordan Clearwater, they're under the same faction, Austin Idol Enterprises. But AJ Kazana, he's right now trying to make a name for himself. So we'll see what happens here. This is going to be a new champion.
There we go.
And doing well, Matt. Thank you.
I was just going to bring that up there. Matt saying, hey, how's it going tonight? CJ acknowledged my bad. We appreciate that, CJ.
Yeah, it's all good, CJ. We appreciate you. We appreciate all of you. Uh-oh. Well, I did say we're in New Orleans. They're known for Cajun food. They're known for partying. They're known for voodoo. And also idolizing and burying the dead, too. Or bringing them back to life. Next, the Imperator is looking to exploit the greatest fear of Natalia Markova. And that is the dark. It's a casket match, basically.
Hey, all I know is I see Father James Mitchell, the sinister minister there in the background. I'm just glad that man is still working because he was such an amazing character in Extreme Championship Wrestling.
Yes.
You think about him leading Mikey Whipwreck and Yoshihiro Tajiri, and then, of course, his time in TNA.
With Abyss particularly.
Yeah, and the
then
Disciples of the New Church.
And then, of course, you talk about the later generations of Impact and TNA. He ran along the likes of Jessica Havoc, who was a former Knockouts champion, Sue Young, former Knockouts champion, and even the Bunny, Ali, former Knockouts champion. So glad that Ali's back to wrestling. So RJ Mitchell's been around, man, for a long time.
Question for you, Noah. What days of the week is NWA on and what channel?
So they have a Fight Network-based subscription, like most of these smart promotions are becoming. They are on usually every Tuesday night, 6:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or you can catch the replay for free every Friday night at 6:05 p.m. during NWA Power seasons that only go for a certain length of episodes. So Fight TV is your first spot. YouTube Friday evenings is your second.
There you go.
They also have a morning show, well, not morning show, but an afternoon show called NWA USA on Saturdays, all on their YouTube channel. You got to look up National Wrestling Alliance, otherwise NWA search just gives you some weird rapper group. Go figure.
I was joking in my house that I've been so far removed from the NWA, the National Wrestling Alliance, that I'm back to thinking that they're talking about Dr. Dre, Ice Cube, MC Ren, Eazy-E, and DJ Yella.
Hi, my name is... I'm thinking about Eminem all of a sudden for some reason. Anyway. Oh, man. You talk about a championship duo with the definition of dysfunctional. Pretty empowered, still can't decide who truly is the better member, though they did have some weird fallout with their third that's been trying to help counsel them, where now I know Kenzie Page apparently is the leader of the team. Kenzie Page and Ella Envy defend the gold against Maddie Wazowski. You all might remember her from AEW Dark. She also is a protege of La Mera Thunder Rosa. And Mr. Kate, who's been making a name for herself out in the Chicago area, AAW, all over Hell represent. Also with the likes of Sky Blue. She's also been involved in the NWA proprietary too. Maddie and Mr. Kate have brought together some pretty good tag team chemistry, and this is the first defense of the new champion since overcoming the Hex after Kenzie Page found her dark side, per se. When it comes to the gold, it's not about communication, it's about results. And the champs seem to accomplish that. If they can focus on that, they can still come out here on top. But I'm hopeful for Maddie and Mr. Kate to surprise us.
There we go. And I believe that is the last official match that I have. Yep, because there's just the logo. So the only other thing to even briefly talk about, obviously the situation with Nick Aldis.
Yeah.
We'll get into that more in depth in open mic night. I don't really want to get deep in that right now, but Odinson is still supposed to have a match. We don't know as of yet whose opponent's going to be.
Nope.
As somebody who views the TV show on a somewhat regular basis, do you have any idea who they could be throwing in there against Odinson? Who else may make sense from a storyline wise?
There's a couple of possibilities. I know he just recently faced one of his younger proteges, which could honestly be in his corner tonight, depending on Odinson coming out here and maybe, calling out an open challenge. But I think about how Odinson came onto the scene, what matches he's interrupted to a degree. I remember back at the Chase, I believe it was Flip Gordon that he also messed with. I also did say Chris Adonis on the show. Chris Adonis could maybe make a name for himself against this big guy. So that's a couple of my thoughts. It looks like my TV might be finally going into the pre-show, but I don't really know for sure. Odison's in a weird spot because, again, he had a big-time program going with Nick Aldis, and, well, Nick is gone.
Yeah.
So.
And, again, we'll get more in depth with that come open mic night tonight. That'll be technically our second topic because, we're going to do a little bit of a fallout from this and then go straight into that. But it'll be our first major topic that we're discussing.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens tonight, folks. Either way, I don't feel like things are going to be the same in the NWA, especially with everything that's gone on recently. And what Biggie Corrigan's trying to achieve, what he's politicking, that remains to be seen. Take that for what you will. And it looks like Mims is challenging somebody called Adorable Anthony Henry. That's a unique mask and setup there.
I was
Looking
going
at
to
the
say
set here.
that's a match that we didn't even have. So
Well, again, when it comes to the pre-show, they always like to stack the deck. A couple of matches that's like, oh, I don't know, why is this thing happening? Or maybe someone didn't show up. Who knows? Again, the NWA is a very weird background of a roster. Just saying.
that's fair. That's fair. It seems weird that, we would have images for 15 matches and they'd still find a way to give us a match that we didn't know nothing about. It's like, holy hell, Billy.
Well, plans changed, I guess. If y'all haven't already, go check out Steve Fall's recent interview on the 10 count right here on YouTube with Billy Corgan. He talks a lot about the NWA, his vision, Nick Aldis, and much more. Gave a little bit of insight to Billy Corgan's mind, even with bringing in another set of tag team championships that the Fixers like, no, we don't want to represent those. So again, Billy Corgan, he's got his own vision and identity for the NWA. And it just seems like some people aren't agreeing with it. Shout out, of course, to Terrence Terrell, by the way, who is now also retired. Thank you, and once again, take care.
There you go. Yeah, the 4 favorite words of a wrestling promoter: card subject to change.
Yeah, that's why they put it in small print.
So going back to the question that CJ put more than once here.
Yeah, because this pre-show match is just like,
In which opinion, which world championship design is the most underrated? I think it's the Big Eagle, or the Attitude Eagle,
which
as
world
it's also
championship
known.
Is the most underrated. Underrated would mean there's a lack of appreciation. Still to this day, people talk about the freaking winged belts. So to say that's underrated, I feel is misconstrued.
Well, there's 2 of them. There's the Winged Eagle that people like Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels held. And then there's the Big Eagle, or the Attitude Eagle, which is the one that Austin had, that Triple H had.
Right.
So that's what he's talking about, because everyone, I think, has such a reverence for the Winged Eagle that when they did the other one, people were like, where's the other one?
Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to reinvent the wheel? Let's find the way it is. There's some solid truth there to what you're saying, CJ. Again, I was young back then. I was born in 1992, so I rarely remember that belt. So that makes sense.
I would say
there's definitely been some underrated championships, though, in the industry's history. That's for sure.
I would say that's underrated. As far as world championships that don't get the love from like a design perspective.
Keyboard design.
I've always liked the Extreme Championship Wrestling belt, the later years, the Taz era, the one that Rhino had when the company folded, the one that they resurrected for WWE CW.
That silver one?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was the only world championship at WWE at the time that was purely a silver belt on black leather, so it definitely was a standout.
I always liked that one, and I always liked the Ring of Honor Championship, the one that's back, the one that they're using again,
the old
that the
school
Ocho
one
has.
Yes, and of course, Chris Jericho would defend that against 2 former Ring of Honor World Champions and Sammy Guevara.
Yeah.
We'll talk more about that next week.
I always loved how simplistic that is in its design. It's just a silver plate with the red ROH letters. Again, sometimes simpler is better. It doesn't have to be so extreme, which is why I kind of like the 10 pounds of gold back here. Yeah, maybe it does kind of resemble a license plate, but it's simple.
Simple as that. Again, you don't need something over flashy, over hyped, and over presented to be called something prestigious. Yeah. NWA has proven that. And so has Ring of Honor. And I love the old school Ring of Honor belts. Not just the World Championship, but the Tag Team Championships. I kind of wish they would do that some way for the Women's Championship. Mercedes Martinez get well soon. But maybe that's something to come.
There you go. Christopher Rotz says, how many more matches can you see getting added to Full Gear next week?
Well, considering we're up to 10 right now. And I know Tony Khan's a madman who always gives the people what they want. That's professional wrestling. Damn it. But I digress. He probably will have 3 or 4 on the 0 hour. I definitely could see an All-Atlantic Championship match. And meanwhile, Mims just won this opening bout. Good for him. And obviously, we got the finals of the AEW Full Gear Eliminator World Championship Tournament, where the winner of that will face the AEW World Champion for the title at Winter is Coming. So that's 11 on the main show. Trios Championships, maybe. You see that the Bastard Pack is encouraging the Lucha Brothers to go heel. Do whatever means possible to be champion. That's why you won't be a singles champion until you find that dark side of you. And possibly maybe someone with the House of Black, but I'm not sure. So as far as the main pay-per-view, I see at least 2 more matches, maybe 3. Because they also have to add the TNA title too. And I think we got a TNA Triple Threat on our hands. Big, beefy, meaty affair that I'm going to love.
There we go. I mean, well, that's something we're going to be talking about on Open Mic Night as well. If some of you guys that maybe tuned in last week will remember that I had found a proposed or the rumored Full Gear card. I still have that in the queue. I was going to compare it to what's been announced and see how accurate it's become. I think that rumored card had 11 matches on it, and according to Wiki, 9 have been officially announced. So
that's right.
We'll definitely see that, like you said, 11, a couple more being added, that definitely would fit in with the rumored card. We know one of them isn't going to be accurate because it was supposed to be a 6-man tag.
And now
it's a fatal 4-way.
World Championship. The Ultra defends in a fatal 4.
But we'll see how the rest of the card, the rumored card, is holding up to what's actually been announced and see how good we were at breaking news here.
Yeah, no kidding.
They're running through some of the other images here now that we've been talking about already. The matches to come here tonight for hard times, if you will.
Hard times, brother. And right now, it looks like they're going to do a little bit of interpromotional promoting with the Wildcat Tag Team Championship match now. I like the sense of Mardi Gras that the commentary table has with the streamers behind them and stuff like that. So
I'm loving those purple suits. Purple is my color anyway, and to see the commentators there in those purple suits.
The royal purple velvet type blazer. It doesn't get more retro than that.
Nah, I want to get me one of those sport coats, dude. That looks slick on them.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. That's pretty cool, too.
I might have to copy Noah's style, actually start sitting here in a suit and everything.
JJ, you're fine. You do you, brother.
I'm just saying, if I could get me one of those purple suits with the NWA patch,
well, I mean,
have to represent.
You and Jeff definitely can represent that stronger than me. Again, you all grew up in this type of thing.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like these two are taken back to a retro era. All right. A couple of street boys here, looks like. They like to do a little bit of flash of photography. All right. See what they bring in the ring. But yeah, it's crazy how this November is so full of all things wrestling. I mean, we just got done with freaking Christ, what was it? The Crown Jewel.
Yes.
And now we got the NWA Hard Times. Next weekend is AEW Full Gear. And I'm also going to be watching Sunday morning, 3 a.m., the NJPW Stardom crossover pay-per-view, headlined by crowning the first ever IWGP Women's Champion between Miley Iwatani and Kairi. Let's freaking go. And then the following week after that, Survivor Series War Games.
Yeah, we've got a busy...
I think I forgot. And next week, Friday night, is Impact Plus Special Impact Overdrive, headlined by Frankie Kazarian versus Josh Alexander for the Impact World Championship.
You know, I was scrolling through Instagram earlier prior to coming into the room here, and I saw the little hype video that Impact posted on social media for Kazarian and how, 20-year vet, Impact Wrestling original, pioneer of the X Division, how he has to win this match. And I'm like, man.
He hasn't won the big one yet.
I'm saying it right now, Noah. If he wins, I might shed a tear for my boy. I just might, for real, because I've watched him up close and in person since like 2004.
Wow.
On the indie scene out here, doing the wave of the future, the flux capacitor.
Flux capacitor.
Just this far away from me. Like I'm sitting there front row where those people are in the barricade and watching him in the ring. And to see one of those guys that you saw, the before they were stars, if you will, finally get that world championship in his clutches.
It would be the bow on what has been an absolutely incredible career. You figure about this man, a multi-time X Division champion, multi-time Impact Tag Team champion, former AEW World Tag Team champion. He's challenged for the AEW World Championship against Jon Moxley. He's done it all in and out of the industry. Again, he recently came back to Impact Wrestling. He beat Speedball Mike Bailey at Bound for Glory for the X Division Championship and cashed in Option C. This truly could be the last opportunity for Frank Kazarian to finally become Impact World Champion and win what has eluded him his entire career. And it's not his first chance at the title either, but it very well could be his last. And he won't be satisfied with anything less than victory.
They talked about in the video package how he had a shot at AJ Styles and he lost. He had a shot against Kurt Angle and he lost. And, he didn't say this in as many words in the package, but I get the feeling from the way it was produced that either he wins or he's done with wrestling and he retires.
It's hard.
Like if he can't win it this time, he may as well just hang his boots up.
It's really hard to figure about that when you figure about a man that really puts out everything, bets on himself to the highest degree, has that proverbial chip over his shoulder, is never truly content, it seems. It almost makes me wonder, is the championship, the Impact World Championship, the last piece to complete Frank Kazarian? Or will there still be something yet to prove? Yeah, he's got the belt. Can he defend it too? For me, Kazarian is a guy I never feel will be satisfied with this industry, but the Impact World Championship might be the one thing he's been looking for probably for the longest time.
Yeah. We're talking about Frankie Kazarian, CJ.
Yeah, SCU, former member of Bad Influence with Christopher Daniels, back in Impact Wrestling. Now he's back in Impact Wrestling, challenging Josh Alexander, the Walking Weapon, for the Impact World Championship. And that'll be next week, Friday night, on Impact Overdrive, exclusively on YouTube for Impact Insiders, courtesy of an Impact Plus membership. And yes, once again, Scott D'Amore, bloody insane. That is happening during SmackDown.
Hey, you know what? Rampage. If I had a way to see that show, I would miss SmackDown and Rampage to watch that show. Because if I could
YouTube,
see
man,
my boy,
$5, just
$5.
That's all it is. $5, and you can watch it.
Okay, I might actually go ahead and have to shell the $5 out. I didn't know it was that cheap. I didn't know it was that cheap. I'm so used to pay-per-views being, $29.99 minimum.
The funny thing is, it's not a pay-per-view. It's a monthly Impact special. That's what makes it different.
Okay.
And yeah, it's literally like $5 or $10, something like that. Basically, you become an Impact insider, and you can watch these monthly specials through Impact Wrestling's YouTube channel and chat with internal group of the Impact faithful, Impact Wrestling fans just like you, and Impact Wrestling themselves too. I've seen in the chat, Sammy Callahan, Jesse, Cut Time, Siggy Dice. It's just a fun, non-toxic, what a crazy concept, environment for Impact Wrestling fans. What a great episode for Impact Wrestling this week, too.
Yeah, I might have to go ahead and chill out if it's only $5. And I want to say I apologize to the match actually happening on the pre-show right now.
We're talking about Impact Wrestling, which is a whole different promotion. Ironically, we're looking at some inter-promotional showcasing with Wildcat Wrestling here as these boys go up against miserably faithfuls, Father J. Mitchell's, Saviano's, probably if I screw up that name, and that dude that shouldn't be on a TV screen in daylight. But they do want to become champions, so I mean, that's ambitious. There's a tag. Only Aubrey Edwards right now, to my knowledge, can say, oh yeah, I once ref a Gimp. I guess this referee can add his name to that resume too. What a weird gimmick to go with, but I guess your imagination is the only thing that eludes you when it comes to the wrestling industry. What conceives you to try something like that, though, is beyond me. But whatever.
The ability to stand out, that's all I can think of.
There's standing out, and then there's just being out there. And miserably faithful fits that to a T. I guess that's why Forrest J. Mitchell friggin' manages them.
But I don't see him out there ringside. I don't see him out there at ringside, so conspicuous by his absence.
Look, we know what he's doing, okay? He's hyping up his monster, the woman that we thought was going to dethrone Camille for the Burke, and nearly did. Even Camille had to freaking gasp for breath, and she's like, I did it. I survived. We'll see if Natalia Markova avoids the dark.
Ooh, that was a
was
nice maneuver.
Again, the awareness of your partner saving the match. Oh, wait a minute. Got to hold of Sal. Take him to the outside of the ring. Inside cradle, small package, too. Kick out. And Sal, to his credit, has not been a champion in NWA at all. So, I mean, this would be his first championship if he gets it. Well, look at that. The shoulders are down, too. And, oh, busted. Holding down the feet, preventing him from trying to kick out. Got caught red-handed. Great presence by the referee. Perfect position.
Yeah.
Again, what do you expect? Heels cutting corners.
And that was a nice, maneuver there. Oh! The acid drop, the Dudley drop, slice bread number 2, whatever you want to call it.
It's got many names to it. This got a name in itself. It's called a backslide. Cover on Sal, 2, and the champs retain. And that's just fundamental wrestling.
Yeah, you're ahead of me by like a couple seconds on the YouTube feed.
Yeah,
but that doesn't really matter until we get to the main card.
Yeah, no big. Well, I don't know much about Wildcat wrestling, but all right, Paul. But good for them. They retained their championships.
Absolutely. Christopher asked a little bit ago, what do we guys think of Shotzi getting a SmackDown Women's Championship match at War Games?
Is that War Games? I thought it was next week.
No, it's at the pay-per-view.
Okay, well, Shotzi Blackheart finally with the first big opportunity since coming across the main roster. She's out of catering. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we're sitting here, Cece and I, watching this morning, and they're having the whole 6-woman match. And all she could say is, I hope to God it's not Liv. Anybody other than Liv. And then Shotzi gets the victory, and she's like, there we go.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm right there with her. I'm a big Shotzi guy. I got to see her perform out here in Pomona just before she got called up to the main roster in 2019. So
Shotzi Blackheart has promise. It's just a matter of the booking. But against Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler now together, the ultimate dangerous duo in WWE, good luck. But hopefully this match goes longer than a minute because in case Shotzi forgot, Ronda Rousey beat her in a beat the clock challenge in less than a minute.
There you go. I mean, she does face Shayna next week, so maybe that's where you were getting confused.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. That makes more sense.
But facing her as the stepping stone before she gets to Ronda at Survivor Series.
That's a unique setup for these two. Now is it going to end in a DQ?
More than likely. And then CJ says, "What did we think of the 6-sided ring in Impact?"
It was one of those things that made Impact stand out among anything else in the industry, but it was so difficult to navigate for wrestlers that they had to adapt on the fly. Even AJ Styles talked about how much more dangerous and difficult it was to do what he normally does when you have 4 other corners, per se. It was different. But again, 6 sides is meant for, UFC, and that's why Octagon now has 8. So, I mean, but kudos to Impact being truly an alternative.
Exactly. That's you took the words out of my mouth. I loved the fact that it was different. I loved the fact that it stood out. Without the 6 sides, we wouldn't have 6 sides of steel.
No.
Without 6 sides of steel, I wouldn't have that image permanently etched into my brain of Elix Skipper walking the cage and giving the Hurricane Rana to, I want to say it was Wildcat Chris Harris.
It was Chris
off
Harris.
The top of the cage to the floor. Shit. Holy hell.
You got to be kidding me.
I loved Don West.
I missed that guy. Don West might today. My favorite duo outside, Jerry the King Lawler and Jim Ross in wrestling.
Absolutely. Now they're talking about Homicide, Kerry Morton once again. The Junior Heavyweight Championship match.
Yeah, we'll see if Kerry Morton has what it takes tonight. Rock and roll never dies, but Homicide's looking to make sure Kerry Morton doesn't rise. And, of course, we have the NWA United States Tag Team Championship match with the Fixers taking on the Spectaculars with Rolando Freeman. And the only thing that really just stand out there is Rolando Freeman has a pinfall victory. 2 pinfall victories over Matt Cardona. The Fixers have never faced the Spectaculars, so that should be something.
There we go.
NWA National Heavyweight Championship on the line. Scion defending against Dat Draper. Maybe he wants to go fishing after this. I don't know. But Dat Draper, he's a big athlete. And it looks like we're going to be going to the hardcore team war. Mercurio, Magic Jake with Jack Stain taking on Mayweather, JTG, and the Pope. And honestly, you might get some future championship challengers out of this for the tag titles or the national championship.
No, you misunderstood, CJ. Don West is not with AEW. We're just talking about when he would do commentary with Tenay back in the Impact days.
And as far as Don West goes, I think he's still trying to get through what ails him as well. So again, I wish him all the best.
James is in the chat room saying, "Hey, Bretta, hope that intro made it in. Glad to see the new intro insignia for the Multiverse Media is in." Yes, James, I went back. I re-edited the intro for Open Mic Night. I put your little intro in there because it literally had to be doubled over in tears over here. I was watching it with my headset on, Cece sitting next to me, and I am just cracking up, crying at the way he edited this video up. And she's like, "What is going on? What is wrong?" I'm like, hold on, let it finish. I took the headset out and played it back so that she could see it and hear it, because he actually cut her into a piece of it too. It is so good. So those of you that want to know what I'm talking about, make sure you tune in for at least the introduction to Open Mic Night. If it's too late for you to stay up and watch it, we understand. People got work, bed, church in the morning. But at least make sure you stay here for the premiere of the brand new intro video for Open Mic Night as soon as Hard Times is over.
James Hebert's been busy, folks. He also has some new intros for my channel. They'll be making their debut some point this week, too, during Simply Predicting, and maybe my first AEW Simple Take on my YouTube channel following Full Gear. But stay tuned for more on that. Again, follow TW Productions, follow Jay Hebert, Side 95. Very creative fella. Respect.
Yes.
And it looks like we got a substitute here, as the Magic Man is apparently not cleared, allegedly, to compete. So we'll see what this means. Again, this is just a hodgepodge of people. At the end of the day, this match is more so about Jack Stain and Mayweather at the forefront. What's this? Vader Full Gear preview next Saturday, and MJF going to win the AEW Championship. Who can see MJF defend the championship at AEW Revolution? Personally, after his promo, again, keep within AEW, 2 generational titles in their own right, one of a kind, generational versus absolute. I want to see MJF versus Rick Starks.
Not bad, not bad. I mean, I have a feeling whoever wins the tournament match.
That's a big if.
I'm curious to see who wins the tournament match. Get their match at Winter is Coming. Could always have a rematch at Revolution.
And also, we know that the AEW World Champion will be defended shortly after Full Gear at Winter is Coming in December on Dynamite.
Yeah, I actually had to time it, James, because of Jeff's concern about the F-bomb that you left in the intro.
That's right.
Because if you say the F-bomb before the first 5 minutes, you're immediately demonetized. Thankfully, with Open Mic Night already being a carryover from this, we don't have to worry about that.
That's good.
But for regular broadcasts, it comes at about 9 minutes and 28 seconds. Once you figure, we have trailers and everything that run prior
and stuff
to it.
Like that,
So
it's a production here,
perfectly
folks.
timed.
All right.
Again.
Well, now we got Team Mayweather coming down to the ring. We got the Pope, JTG,
Brooklyn.
Again, hardcore team war. Anything goes. First pinfall submission wins.
It's funny. I heard that theme song earlier this year, just prior to the Hall of Fame, knowing Shad was going in. And I never thought that goofy song would reduce me to tears. But hearing that song play over my speakers, just started thinking about Shad and everything that he did up to losing his life.
Yeah.
It's like, man, god damn it, that stupid, goofy song has got me crying in my car.
It's just one of those things that hits you when you think about when it happens.
Exactly. And JTG, the God, starting off the match.
Nice boot right there, just driving his opponent to the corner while the lovely CJ, Christy James, is presenting everything. she's a few fries short of a Happy Meal, but I like her elegance and her modeling.
Shades of Vanna White there.
Yeah.
Showing off the board on the wheel.
Or one of the most famous models in Price is Right history. Oh, and dragging him to the outside. Got a confrontation with Jack Dane now. Mercurio's right there. I feel like Velvet Sky's not out here for a reason.
Probably.
She has eyes for Mercurio, but I feel like she has more of a sight for Dirty Dango.
There you go.
Well, anyway, it looks like everyone's trying to protect Dax Dane. Meanwhile, up on the shoulders. Oh! That's a nice move. Hooks the leg. 2. Kick out by JTG. It's one of those things when you look at tag team affairs, wars, over the top rope scenarios, alliances forming, common ground being made with the most unlikely of allies. You wonder if that's all you need to get the advantage, considering that tag team wrestling really requires a chemistry.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. You think about the greats in the tag team division, the Hart Foundation, Demolition, the British Bulldogs, the Hardys,
Shield.
the Dudleys,
Yeah.
Edge and Christian.
Oh, the Hardys.
The New Day, the
1,
Usos.
2, got him. And there's our first elimination. Well, the magician guy was injured, and his substitute didn't last long. Now eliminated. So it's an elimination match, basically.
Okay.
JTG and Mercurio now in the ring. And right now, Team Mayweather with a one-man advantage, like a reverse form of Survivor Series. It's funny. Survivor Series War Games, it does make me wonder, is there going to be a traditional Survivor Series match this year at all? Of any sort?
I hope there's at least one. I know we've got the War Games aspect for it this year. 2 War Games matches.
And we know both War Games matches now at this point. We just got to know our field. It will be the Bloodline versus Brawling Brutes with Drew McIntyre. Oh, wait a minute. Mercurio rolled through. JG rolled through. And also we have Damage Control versus Team Bianca Belair. But again, not both fields have been fully filled. There's a mean net breaker. And there's a kick out by JTG. So I understand Drew McIntyre. That makes sense. The history of Roman Reigns. But they said there's going to be 5-on-5 affairs. So the only other possible person I could see join the team, but had to be a surprise, it's got to be Kevin Owens.
That's what I'm saying too.
Boot.
Then over on the female side, it's Damage Control and Nikki Cross now. And based off of the backstage interactions that I saw on Raw, possibly maybe Rhea Ripley siding with them. And then you've got Bianca, Asuka, and Alexa. And I hate to say it, I know we keep talking about these two, but I think this might be finally the return of Sasha and Naomi.
And I think that might be the end of JTG's night with that steel chain to the back of the head. Mercurio pins JTG. We are back to even numbers. Jack Dane with a hit and run.
Yeah. That was vicious there. And you got the Pope in there checking on him.
I understand feeding knowledge, but you don't do that by being somebody with a book to the back of the head. Not even Kenta does that. And Kenta right now just literally wrote his own autobiography. Mercurio taking advantage now of Mayweather, the former Crimson, for those that don't know, formerly involved in TNA Impact Wrestling.
Okay, he was looking familiar to me, but I couldn't place him. Thank you.
No problem. Nice to see him still going about, too.
Yeah, I always liked Crimson.
Uh-oh. Well, we know this guy. Post had enough. Here comes the hardware. It's called hardcore for a reason.
I always liked Crimson.
Oh! And there's just a tray, a serving tray, I think, to the top of the head. And a trash can for added measure. I was wondering if this is going to get hardcore. You don't even have Tommy Dreamer. By the way, Tommy Dreamer will be in action one-on-one against Steve Macklin in Impact Wrestling. So, take that for what you will.
Nice.
Got a 2x4 in hand.
Oh,
the midsection. Where's Hacksaw Jim Duggan? Whoop, rope through.
You figure during his days as Elijah Burke, he was one of the new breed of ECW, if you will. So,
and how fitting that the old breed of ECW faces the new breed of Impact Wrestling. Steve Macklin, in my opinion, an uncrowned Impact World Champion, yet to challenge for the title in his career so far. And he has victories over Jay White and Chris Sabin. And meanwhile, Mercurial just gets tripped up on a chair. What's Pope looking for here? Yeah, Elijah Burke has really made a name for himself adopting this Pope gimmick ever since Impact Wrestling. Again, pimping ain't easy, as he always says.
Nope.
Preaching his own gospel at times.
Tying him up to the tree of woe.
Nowhere to go. Uh-oh. Got a chair right in the front of the face. Oh, this is going to be bad. Oh, the drop kick!
Ooh.
Just bury the man's face. Here's the cover to eliminate Mercurial. He is out. And now we just have Jax Dane. Oh, and just takes Pope's head off. With the chain as well. The cover, we are down to 1-on-1. And again, what I said this match was about, how fitting it comes down to these two men. The bitter feud between Anthony Mayweather and Jax Dane. Oh, wait a minute. And once again, outside interference. Oof.
Mayweather's got to shake it off here.
Well, again, rocking your head on steel ring poles is not going to be easy to get the cobwebs out of your head. Neither is this guy in the sequin jacket. Disrespect to Rod Roddy. Legendary announcer, man. Again, I'm old school. Price is Right, Bob Barker, Johnny Olsen, Rod Roddy, Peter Tamakin. For me, it's all about the classics. I don't understand half the damn people that host the show nowadays. And Drew Carey is just meh to me.
What about Wink Martindale?
Wink Martindale, Bob Eubanks, they're all legendary hosts. Are you kidding me? They trailblazed the game show genre and television media.
Peter Tamarkin, that was Pressure Luck, right?
Yeah, I got him right. The original Pressure Luck, hosted now by Melissa. Insert last name here. Don't know.
No whammies, stop.
I've always wanted to be on that show, but
right.
It's one of those fates where it's like, I feel I would press my luck too hard and end up getting big whammied. Even with the new concept, you still, only one person leaves with money at the end of the day. Yep. And you could leave with nothing. And right now, Jax Dane looking to leave Mayweather with nothing but a bitter memory here at Hard Times. Anthony needs to get up off the mat. But I also feel like Jax Dane is underestimating him, like usual, just taking his time. And there's a neck crank and a nerve hold.
Yeah, I was going to say, Crimson is not the guy that you want to give an opportunity to regroup. You want to stay on top of him. He is a beast.
Mayweather after gets to his feet. There's another clubbing blow, though, that drops into a knee. And meanwhile, Sendichu blocks the internal lariat to the chair in the corner. And meanwhile, Jax Dane. Oh! And now Mayweather picking up some momentum, dropping Jax Dane. Oh, Jax Dane doesn't do clothesline, though. The pop-up. Spinebuster! Spine on the pine.
What a gorgeous spine buster that was, too.
AA approved, most likely. Even CJ is like, bravo. Again, CJ, she's just out here to present. That's all she's out here to do. Keep the camera on her, cameraman. You're doing a good job.
That's right.
And looking for that pile driver. Oh!
Cup check.
And there's the dreaded low blow. And again, perfectly legal in this hardcore war. Well, clearly Jax Dane had a strategy. Exploit his opponents when he can and use the steel chain to his advantage. There's that steel chain wrap fist once again. Got the chain and oh! And he leveled Crimson with that. That's gotta be it. Cover the man. This is over. Team Jazz, what is he doing? Seriously. Okay, I don't know how wise this is. Okay. Oh, he's just going to take the count. He's going to take a KO count out. I mean, technically, that's legal here. Pinfall, submission, or KO. If he doesn't make the 10 count, he's done. Jax Dane wins. I'm not sure what Gerald Fritz is up to, but either way, Crimson gets up to his feet. Anthony Mayweather, excuse me. Again, name conventions. Look at that clothesline. Oh, that's what I need. Takes him around. Oh, into the steel chair in the corner. Mayweather right now. Jack Stain up on the shoulders. Fireman carry. Death Valley driver! Even with that fur vest, I don't think that cushioned the impact.
Yeah, no.
And now he's looking for that big elbow drop. Wait a minute. Oh, and there goes the manager with a trash can. Up on the top rope. There's the elbow drop. Cover the man. Cover the man. 1, 2. Team Mayweather with the win.
Nice. Well done by the former Crimson, JTG, and the Pope.
Long sought redemption for Crimson, aka Anthony Mayweather, tonight against Jax Dane. Maybe now he can finally put the past behind him. Focus on bigger things. Big win for Anthony Mayweather tonight. NWA Hard Times pre-show. It's a pretty good affair right there. Hopefully, Pope and JTD, maybe they can go on to like tag team opportunity. And meanwhile, the Magic Man, Magic Jake, is leading his lovely assistant out of the arena. I guess her work's done. Uh-oh. They power couple, get your track straight.
Woo, woo, woo.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. Matt Cardona chose the green. They have made a name for themselves outside the WWE. And they're just like, up yours to everybody else. Why do you disagree?
Not going to lie. I like his shirt.
The NWA needs the Cardonas. What if Douglas disagrees? Desperate man do desperate things. We'll see what Matt Cardona does tonight to get what he believes is his. I'm surprised how calm Chelsea Green is, considering maybe this is her last chance against for the Burke. But Matt Cardona, it almost feels like he has to win tonight, JJ.
It does. Definitely does. You know, there's a lot on the line here in the main event.
I hope that the women's title is the semi-main event, because it should be. It could be a great night for the Cardonas. It could be the worst night of their lives. And again, we have a lot of other action coming up. And like I said, NWA Women World Tag Team Championships. Pretty empowered. Kenzie Page and Ella Envy defend against Maddie Wazowski and Missa Kate. We'll see if this dysfunctional duo can bring it together where it counts. EC3 looking to control the narrative of Tom Latimer. Tom Latimer looking to shut up this man once and for all. All these head games is not going to matter when that bell rings. Guarantee you that. And then NWA World Tag Team Championships on the line. La Rebellion with Davian Triple CS taking on Hawks Airy. The Airy boys, father and son duo, round 2. And the NWA World Television Champion will be crowned. Once again, a new champion has to be crowned. AJ Kazana takes on Jordan Clearwater. And it looks like we're going to find out who that new champ will be. And the beauty of the NWA World Television Championship, if you can defend this title 7 times, that automatically gives you a shot at the NWA World Championship. So we'll see who starts that path tonight as the new champion. Jordan Clearwater definitely has raised his ego since leaving NJPW Strong, being part of Austin Idol Enterprises. Calls himself the Golden Boy. You think about television championships and what they represent. It's like you represent the network, but also you kind of like, you know, are the standard of what people should see in your company. how do you like elevate your own identity along with everyone else around you? That's what I think about when it comes to things like the TNT, the TBS, the NWA World Television Championship. Even one time, I think Impact or TNA had like a television championship, and that was held by Eric Young.
Yeah, that was when they couldn't figure out what they wanted to do with it. It was the TNA television title. It was the Legends title.
And they couldn't come up with a freaking... And Booker T first introduced that title back when. It was called the Legends title.
Yeah, that title went through a few different phases.
Yeah. It's like a title can't find an identity. Why do you exist in the first place? Well, Jordan Clearwater, you need to be focused right now and quit trying to channel inner or Rick Rude because you're not him. The hip gyration, seriously, we don't need that.
Yeah, no. I do like his jacket cape combo there. Definitely a throwback to the old school type of thing you'd expect to see in the National Wrestling Alliance.
Oh, look at that. Boy from Knoxville made his way to hard times. Bit of a cowboy vibe.
Yep. And again, this is straight up NWA type of gimmick here. You got pretty much the solid black trunks. You got the cowboy hat and the black shirt.
Subtle and simple.
Yep.
But Jordan Clearwater, he's got a lot of agility behind him that could help him here. Again, I've seen this guy, more of his work in NJPW Strong. He hasn't really done a whole lot since being part of the NWA. So Jordan Clearwater needs to really impress tonight if he's going to become NWA World Television Champion.
And Kazana definitely looks like he's got a target on himself with that shoulder brace there.
Yeah, as you alluded to, and Jordan Clearwater clearly sees that. Again, one of the biggest risks you take when trying to hold your body up in this industry, you expose a very vulnerable target. And yeah, that target is plain as day, and you see Jordan Clearwater immediately going after it. Again, this match, 20-minute time limit, already working the arm in the ropes. It's one of those things, though. Look at Jordan Clearwater. He's wearing a knee brace on his left knee. Now, here's the thing. Is that actually an injured knee, or is he trying to throw his opponent up, be like, oh, okay, this is my bad knee, but it's actually the right knee, but they don't need to know that. It's one of those things where it's like you expose, maybe you're injured, but do you actually expose the injured component of your body?
Yeah.
And is that more beneficial, or is that just more like, okay, I'll just target this and just try and hurt you here?
I'm not sure that that's a knee brace, Noah. It looks like it's just a different colored knee pad. You look at his trunks and he's got the gold and black. He's wearing one gold knee pad and the black one.
I was actually referring to what he once did recently.
Oh,
he
okay.
once threw his opponent off. And I don't know many people in the industry that do that per se. Like, why would you literally expose a fake injury? That's still a target regardless. That could become an injury.
Accurate. I mean, I guess you figure if you're that good of a performer, then you try to rope them into a fake injury and then you take advantage of the situation. But you're right. You're definitely setting yourself up to get that target injured for real by doing that.
The false sense of security, definition of that sentence per se. And meanwhile, AJ feeling it, runs into a boot in the corner. And Jordan Clearwater looks to follow up. This is the running kick. Caught in a suplex. Oh! Big German. But again, you see the shoulder. I just hope he doesn't pop that shoulder out of its socket. We've seen how many times of that done this year where people have popped it back in place. Hello, Shayna Baszler.
That's right.
And Eddie Kingston. And of course, we know Eddie Kingston, he'll be involved in a big-time tag bout this coming Friday on AEW Rampage with the returning Konosuke Takeshita. I cannot wait for that. Again, folks, coming up after this, we have open mic night tonight, and then it's still going to be very busy, especially for wrestling across the Championship Network Multiverse Media, as we go into Full Gear Week. And we are also minutes away from going live on pay-per-view and NWA Hot Times for the Big Easy New Orleans. Seriously, you can do more with the lighting here, though. And right now, once again, Shoulder over the top rope. I like that they go with the black and gold versus the cerulean blue they usually go with on the television product. There's the cover. That'll press. It's a 1 count. And now Jordan Clearwater looking at what? Wait, is he trying to take the brace off? No, he's just working the arm. Oh, no, he is trying to take that brace off. And there's the kinesio tape. And even then, that's not really support. That's more like cushion. That's more like just massaging those muscles. Doesn't really add anything when it comes to protection. Just allows you to go a little further. Ask Cesaro, Claudio Castagnoli. He wore that stuff probably his whole life. I think he still does.
Yeah.
Anthony Bowens, I think he wears it over his knee or shoulder. And Anthony Bowens will be taking on Sneaky Swerve Strickland this coming Wednesday on AEW Dynamite. And I have not scissored anybody, so don't ask me. Oy vey, scissoring. That's going to become the word 2022 before long. Well, I mean, there's not much of 2022 left, so maybe not. I don't know. It's either going to be scissoring or yeet. That's going to be the word 2022, probably. If I had to guess.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think you're accurate there.
Again, Jordan's got to admire the ref's 5 count. He can get disqualified. Disqualification, he doesn't become the champion. There has to be a winner here. And right now, Jordan Clearwater focusing on the arm. The arm wringer, snapmare, take over. Back to the arm again, and just slams it on the mat. There's a bit of anger coming out of Jordan tonight, but you see the pain that AJ's in as well. He's literally trying to take that shoulder out of its socket. My brother has dislocated like his collarbone too on 2 occasions, so doesn't feel great. I think Allie literally has a metal blade in her shoulder due to the extent of her work in the industry. So, again, arm injuries, shoulder injuries, they're no joke.
Yeah, definitely not.
And
Figure
right now,
there's so much you've got to use those arms for in the ring, whether it's throwing a punch or executing a maneuver.
Well, he really used one arm to try and put Jordan Clearwater's shoulders down for a 3, got a 2 count. The crowd getting under the skin of Jordan Clearwater here. Again, in this industry, you got to fight through pain. You got to fight through adversity. You got to keep pushing through in this industry, no matter what the cost it may seem. But even you have to understand your own limits. Malachi Black. It'll be awesome to see how the House of Black rises once again. And once again, driving the elbows into the upper pectoral. Wearing down his opponent. Oh, man. Might be going to go for a ref stoppage. The only way a title change hands. Well, here's the thing. It's not changing hands. It's vacated. So there has to be a winner. So either way, disqualification, the other person wins because this is a vacant title. Nobody's defending it. Tyrus relinquished this championship, finally, considering he's challenging for the NWA World Championship again in the main event. He just has to deal also with Matt Cardona. I feel like there's a certain percentage of the internet that's actually rooting for Matt Cardona.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think there's people out there that probably don't know everything that's going on, like myself, and they just think of Zack Ryder, and they want to see him on top of the mountain.
Except Jeff Meacham, and Aaron Rip, who lost a bet back at WrestleMania 32. Poor No DQ. That was hilarious. Oh! And a shoulder again, second turnbuckle. Jordan Clearwater, very aware. Preventing the attempted submission. Pulls away from the ropes. Very lackadaisical cover. Adding pressure to the arm, but gets a kick out somehow. I mean, again, how good is a one-armed man in a fight? Let alone a wrestling match.
Not that good.
But even you got to carry all your weight on that, too. All your force. Jordan Clearwater right now, Golden Boy just being a showboat here, might be getting a bit too ahead of himself. I meant to say all the times that I was like, well, yes, they're during the pay-per-view. You're right. You're absolutely right. This is the one title here that, again, is not held by a champion. Big belly to belly. Didn't get all of it, though. And immediately Jordan gets the shoulder up. There was barely any pin attempt there. He had no pressure. And again, notice what he was trying to have pressure with. The injured shoulder. There was no lift. There was no weight down. That was just desperation. That was instinct. And we'll see who gets to their feet first here in this contest. Oof. Still trying to deliver some offense with that injured shoulder, JJ.
You got to give him credit for some heart there. You know, he's
But
still
again,
in there
whoa!
doing everything he can as television champion to retain his gold.
But again, neither person has the gold. There has to be a winner here. Neither person is the champion. This title
Oh,
is vacated.
okay. That's right. It's vacated.
Yeah, it's all right. It's a rare thing to actually hear a vacated title and not interim following it, Tony Khan. Stop
Right.
that shit.
So vacant is actually going to lose a championship tonight.
And he's not even in the ring as far as I know. Oh,
Right?
man, Spinebuster! But
Ooh,
again, he can't make the cover.
I know. What did that take out of him? You see him favoring that shoulder
He
there.
finally rolls over, shoulders down two, and Jordan gets the shoulder up. Kazana's been victorious before with that spine buster. That's one of his aces in the hole, but it's going to take a little bit more than that tonight to become the new NWA World Television Champion. Jordan Clearwater rocked off that, just trying to find his bearings. And meanwhile, good takedown there. Picks the ankle, targeting the leg. A knee bar. In the middle of the ring. Single leg knee bar, by the way. He doesn't have the other leg grapevine, so Clearwater's actually got some options here to probably break this up. If the pain's not too much. Crawl to the ropes, try and get to his opponent. I don't think he's going to tap here.
No. He's too close to the ropes.
There it is. And that was definitely due to height and reach. But again, you figure about how long you're in that, though. How does that affect your leg? We also saw that crazy spear tackle pinpoint to that right leg earlier. Jordan Clearwater might be a one-leg man for the moment.
Yeah, you can definitely see him holding his knee, trying to get some blood back from there.
Good shoulder into the ring post, though. And Kazan right now out on his feet. Jordan Clearwater falling up. There's the boot to the face. Target the shoulder, two. And Jordan Clearwater is the new NWA World Television Champion. And the crowd boos heavily. Don't have to like it, but the Golden Boy finally has some gold around his waist. It was smart. It was resourceful. He went after the shoulder every time he could. I think that boot even was at the shoulder, not the face. And you saw him have all his weight down on that arm, too. There was no way for Kazan to kick out of there. Well, good for him. About time he finally gets a title. As he makes Kyle Davis say it again. And we'll see if he makes his way through the Lucky Seven at some point. But good for him. And that was a good effort by Kazan coming in here not 100%. The fans jaw-jacking. All right, seriously, that's enough. Kyle Davis is going to have 15 other names to announce tonight. He doesn't need to announce Jordan Clearwater's name 3 times. And also Jordan Clearwater, he did it on his own. I thought he was going to have that manager guy with him tonight. He didn't. So, well, that was a solid pre-show, but now the real fun will begin soon enough.
Yes.
Again, we got Homicide, we got Camille, Trevor Murdoch, Matt Cardona, Chelsea Green, Kylan King, Kerry Morton, Mr. Kate, Maddie Wazowski, Thomas Latimer, EC3, good Lord almighty.
Odinson, who is going to face him this evening?
Yeah, Odinson with an open challenge. I have no idea who could face him, but Chris Adonis would be my first bet. And again, they're talking about, once again, the NWA World Championship will be on the line. Triple threat. Camille defends against Kylan King and Chelsea Green. And we'll see tonight if Macadona is always ready. And if he tries to regain the NWA World Heavyweight Championship against Tyrus and Trevor Murdoch. They're gunning for the 10 pounds of gold. Oh, and look at that. NWA Power is going to be live. Keyword live. Tuesday, January 31st, 2023 in Knoxville, Tennessee. I tell you, Tennessee sure is a home for professional wrestling.
Damn it.
But I digress.
Buy the t-shirt.
I think they recently used Skyway Studios actually for their tapings, similar to how Impact Wrestling used theirs during the pandemic.
There you go.
Not a bad venue at all. And we are just a few minutes away going to pay-per-view.
Once again, thank you to all 9 of you that are watching right now here on the Jeff Meacham Network, across the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse Media, whether it's on the network itself, the Casa Guillotine Studios, the Simple Man Studios, wherever it is that you're watching us this evening. Thank you so much for joining us. As we go to black here on the YouTube show, time to go over to Fight TV.
Oh, boy. All right. Let's go ahead and get this thing ready to go. We are going live in just a couple of minutes. I wonder what match is going to open up the show, if you will.
Let me see here. Based off of what we have here and knowing little to nothing about current storylines, I would say let's either start with Davey Richards and Colby Carino or Dax Draper and Scion.
I feel like Dax Draper and Scion
just looking at the images, those would be great. Come out the gate, curtain jerk, get the crowd hot matches.
Right. And again, we got 3 minutes. We got NWA United States. We got three tag team championship matches here. One of them being the women, 2 being men's. We got the National Championship, World Championship, Women's World Championship. I like how they have Women's World and then World Women kind of like transposed. It's not Women's World, it's World Women's, the NWA World Women's Championship, but I digress. NWA World Junior Heavyweight. And again, EC3, Tom Lambert. What is EC3 trying to expose or ping out of Tom Lambert? What is EC3 trying to prove here?
No idea. But I do have one question, Noah. Did I hear you say 3 minutes?
Yes. Someone's going to be left in the dark in a casket. Good luck with that, Natalia Markova. You might be shipped off to Russia in a whole different form of a box.
I will be right back, sir. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick before the main show starts.
You're good. We got 2 minutes. So, people, if you have any questions, any thoughts, or anything on your mind, speak now, forever hold your peace, as we'll be going live here shortly on pay-per-view. Again, we thank all of you for tuning into this fun, simple, engaging reactions, watch-along feedback to NWA Hot Times 3 as well, too. And, of course, following this, we'll all be back here to bring you our takes on all things wrestling with Open Mic Night. So please like, subscribe, comment, tell a friend. Again, we do not showcase the pay-per-view because, again, that would be copyright and power streaming. If you want the show yourself, you have to buy it from your local provider or Fight TV app too. And looks like you got the pizza. All right, yeah, I mean, about to say, I had well, I mean, this is not brought to you by Vito's, but my brother from Church Paul has me covered. Pizza. I wonder what the best pizza is in New Orleans. I have to one day go to New Orleans and see what they're about when it comes to pizza. A whole Cajun food thing. I'm not big on spicy or seafood. That's just me. So New Orleans has never been one of those spots I've always considered visiting. I'm a mild guy. I'm mild and simple in this family, but I also love Italian food. Marinara sauce Alfredo. I tell you, Grubhead sucks. Anyway, Final by Design, love the shirt. So you didn't watch Impact Wrestling this week, dude?
I watched Black Panther.
Oh, Black Panther, that's right. That did come out this week, didn't it? Wakanda. Yes. As for Sasha Banks, apparently was also at that showing, or first showing. So we'll see what that's about. That's probably gonna be the #1 box office movie in the world right now, at least for the next few weeks till the next big movie comes out, whatever the hell that is. I don't know what's going on in the movie industry. Seems like they come out with some new movie every week, and only like 1 out of 5 of them is actually worth anything on Rotten Tomatoes. But what do I know? If you wanted to hear more about movies, follow Cassidy 18 Studios and the Renegade J.J. Williams and all of his takes and that stuff. That's his world, not mine. All right, here we go. NWA Hot Times for the Big Easy. As we go live right now. I got black screen. I really am rooting for my home state girl, Kylan King, Ohio represent. I really want to see Kylan King win this thing. But that's just me. Oh, Kylan King, let my tweet. Good luck, King. All right, we still got black screen, so we're just waiting it out, folks. And again, CT, I agree. In traditional championship matches, titles can only change hands via pinfall or submission. Disqualification means nothing. But in triple threat, you can throw that rule out the window because that rule doesn't matter. There we go. Little video package here. Seriously, if EC3 was any more freaking ab buff, he would be an abnormal specimen of humanity. And UFC 281 is live tonight at Madison Square Garden in New York City on ESPN Plus and pay-per-view. Good luck, NWA. That was a rough card to build.
I know. I read that earlier when he posted it. I wasn't going to acknowledge it again because I didn't want a chance driving our viewers away.
Here's the thing, JJ. The viewers would already know that's on because if there's one thing that's more known than the NWA, it's the UFC.
True. I saw somebody post a comment on Twitter saying, congratulations, something about Sarah Logan debuting looking like
Something out of Ragnarok, Max the Impaler.
No, Max, yeah, looking like Max the Impaler did more for promoting this than the actual NWA did.
Well, that's a take. I skipped work for NWA Hard Times. Oh, you are a bloody fool. You're going to get fired. I can appreciate the dedication of fans, but at the end of the day, priorities for passions. There's a reason why I don't go to more wrestling shows, and I really want to. Unless you want to follow even under more hot times. As Joe Gallery, Tim Storm, and
Hello, Nurse.
The lovely Velvet Sky.
Looking even lovelier with that purple blazer of her own.
The purple blazer definitely works best on Velvet Sky. Velvet can make purple work, okay? That's just a natural thing. But JJ, looks like everyone's ready. Everyone's excited. This should be a fun night.
Definitely. The pre-show definitely got me interested, got my hopes up a little bit for the type of matches we'll be seeing tonight. I'm still wrapping my head around the fact that Mayweather was Crimson because, like I said, there was something about him that looked familiar. I just couldn't put my finger on the pulse until you said it, and then the light bulb went off in my head. It was like, okay. So, that whole side of people was people that I knew. Crimson, JTG, and the Pope, the former Elijah Burke. It's kind of cool to see that
names, including David Richards, who defends the MLW National Weight Championship tonight
Aaron
against Kobe
Stevens. Aaron Stevens in the corner of question mark. As you pointed out, the former Rodney Mack, Jazz's husband.
Yes.
Homicide against Kerry Morton with his father, Ricky Morton, in his corner.
Rock and roll forever. Kerry Morton looking for redemption and his first championship in the NWA. But again, Homicide, nobody to sleep on. The Fixers defend the NWA United Stated, okay, that's a weird name, Tag Team Championships against the Spectaculars with Orlando Freeman. NWA National Heavyweight Championship on the line. Dak Draper takes on Scion. Robert Anthony, for those that don't know. Again, Austin Adams' baby boy, allegedly, in Storytown. And the dysfunctional NWA World Women's Tag Team Champions, Pretty Empower, defend the gold against Maddie Wazowski and Missa Kate.
And then we got Tom Latimer and EC3, the man who you could not stop talking about there between the pre-show and the live show.
Control your narrative, indeed. La Rebellion takes on Hawks and Aries. Round 2, defend the NWA World Tag Team Championships. Have they found a way to neutralize Damien? Or once again, will they be misted and miss the opportunity? And Camille defends the NWA World Women's Championship in triple threat against Kylan King, another protege under Bully Ray, and Chelsea Green. And in the main event, 10 pounds of gold. Trevor Murdoch defends against Tyrus and Matt Cardona. Matt Cardona says he's always ready, but honestly, he might be desperate. But first, we're going to see somebody go out of the light and into the dark, 6 feet under. Natalia Markova goes up against Max the Impaler in a Voodoo Queen casket match with Forrest J. Mitchell in the corner.
It's an interesting take and way to start this off with a gimmick casket match.
Well, considering
you would think you would
be...
save that for mid-show.
I wonder how far the nearest cemetery is from the arena. Maybe that's why they're doing it. There's a lot of... And of course, you see that crown also. She is the queen bee of the NWA after winning that in a six-pack elimination challenge. Natalia Markova is always about putting herself in the spotlight, making it about her. But I feel like she might have picked the wrong fight tonight. It's going to take more than posing to beat Max the Impaler, let alone avoid what apparently Father J. Mitchell exploited is Natalia's greatest fear, the dark.
And speaking of Father James Mitchell.
Oh, boy. Click. Doomsday.
Again, you think about all the people that have been led to the ring by Father James Mitchell, the sinister minister over his illustrious career. We went through it a little bit on the pre-show, but for those that have just joined us, names like Abyss, the Disciples of the New Church, Yoshihiro Tajiri, Mikey Whipwreck.
That's a voodoo crown. That just screams bad spirits. You don't mess with that type of stuff in New Orleans. Just saying.
Yeah, no. Where's Dr. Facilier when you need him?
I don't know, but you're going to need more than... You're going to need something tonight to beat Max the Impaler.
Well, he's the guy to go to. He's got friends on the other side.
No kidding. And Max the Impaler, again, recently involved, taking on Jordan Grace in Impact Wrestling, a Pick Your Poison match, nearly breaking the champ in half and nearly taking the Burke from Camille back at the chase. But now we're looking to seal the deal on this bit of rivalry that's been slowly developed during weekly television, NWA Power, as one of these two is about to go preferably 6 feet under. It's a casket match. The only way to win, put your opponent inside the casket and close the lid. And the casket's all the way up on the stage. There are no rules. There are no disqualifications. Anything goes. And the bell is rung, and we are underway, and Natalia's already asking for her to wait a moment. All right. Not very smart, Markova. Ooh.
Trying to Irish whip her in the corner, and Max the Impaler just too strong.
That ain't going to work against her. I'll tell you that right now.
At least not this early in the contest. Got to break her down a little bit first.
Well, the thing about Natalia... Oh! What the hell, the leg there? Uh-oh, got caught. Oh, God.
You know, size-wise, Max the Impaler kind of gives me Awesome Kong vibes. You got to think about what it would take to break someone like Kong down, and you got to implement those strategies on Max the Impaler.
That's a fair point. Awesome Kong, definitely one of the all-time great big women. And there's the Sinister Minister coming into play. And meanwhile, ripped down hard to the mat. Oh, my word. Again, there is no remorse. There is no feeling of sympathy for Max the Impaler here. Natalia Markova, she may seem very confident, but I feel like she needs to realize who she's in the ring with. A force unlike anything she's faced before.
Absolutely.
But Natalia, when it comes to exploiting her opponent, she does usually seem to know how to do that and take advantage. But I'm not sure how you exploit a weakness on Max the Impaler.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna take her a minute because Max is way too strong. You can just tell looking at her, she's an imposing figure.
She was an imposing figure in the rebirth of the Ring of Honor Women's Division. Wherever she goes, destruction follows. That's just a clubbing shot to the side of the head of Markova. The rest right now, just again, what can the ref do? Nothing. Nothing. Just
I know
watch.
he's just standing there, arms by his side, like,
why am I here?
So I can't count to 3, and you're just getting your ass handed to you by Max.
Oh gosh. Max clearly has the power advantage, but Markova, she's a very mean striker. If she can pull off some of those like actual mean kicks, she might be able to at least garner some sort of leverage against Max. But the first thing she needs to do is get up on her feet and take Max off hers.
I was gonna say she's got to get to her feet first, and Max just isn't letting her get to a vertical base.
At this point, she's just punching her. Okay, that wasn't smart. Oof. At this point, I feel like Max is just playing with her, okay? Max does not care about winning. Max just cares about hurting her opponent.
Yeah, exactly.
And once again, blocks the boot. Markova pushes her off, and now Natalya to the top rope. What you looking for here? Cross. Oh! Missile drop kick. And actually takes Max off her feet for a second. You're going to have to do something that Max isn't expecting. You're going to have to push yourself further up. Well, then you usually do. Well, that got snuffed out in a hurry. You think about opposing women in the industry. There really aren't many of them left. Max the Imperator is like one left of a unique break. Oh my gosh, look at this. Oh! Just over the knee to the gut. You talk about Awesome Khan, who of course retired. I mean, her and Gail Kim had a legendary rivalry that spanned decades in TNA Impact Wrestling.
Yeah, and if Khan had lasted longer in the WWE, as Karma during Gail's second run there, I always wanted the storyline to end up being that Gail is who brought Karma to the WWE.
Yeah, how Karma goes full circle. And meanwhile, literally, Natalya might become half a circle, being literally wrenched around the ring post midsection first. And Forrest J. Mitchell right now, trying to guide his monster. I'm just wondering how long Forrest J. Mitchell can actually control this force. You talk about Forrest J. Mitchell's past. How many of those forces that Forrest J. Mitchell, basically summon or try to control, manipulate, turn their back on him?
Pretty much all of them at some point.
That's what I thought.
I think the only ones that I can think of that really didn't were Mikey and Tajiri.
They were probably figured it at some point.
Tajiri might have, but I think at that point, Mikey just stayed with him.
And oh my gosh, body is not meant to bend like that.
Yeah, no.
Markova still fighting back, though. I gotta admire the spirit. Oh my gosh! Literally dragging her back up against the ring post, choking the life out of her. Markova nowhere to go. Finally breaks Max's hold for a moment. Again, there is no disqualification. There's no count out, no pinfall, no submissions. The only way to win is send your opponent inside the coffin and close the lid shut. Markova up on the shoulders. Oh, and Max sent back first into the ring post. Natalya just trying to get her breath, do anything possible for any sort of leverage here against this behemoth. And now trying to get up on the back of Max, maybe trying to render her to sleeper hold. And
yeah, good luck with that.
Mitchell guiding her. Forrest J. Mitchell's like, finish it.
I mean, she's strong enough. She can probably walk her to the basket.
Good grief. And Joe Galli nearly had a Russian beauty in his lap. I'm sure his wife would have been jealous. As literally Max the Imperator ripped her off. It just threw her down on the floor. I think her leg caught the table, too. That was a bad landing for her. And now they're finally crawling towards the casket. Seriously, you guys couldn't get the casket close to the ringside?
there's not that much space at ringside.
I guess that's true.
I mean, you look at how small the venue is here, no disrespect to the National Wrestling Alliance, but you want to pack as many seats in there as you can.
Meanwhile, scoop slam on the stage. That's a concrete floor. That's gotta be it, right? There she is inside. Gotta get her feet in all the way, though. Interesting, only open up the upper portion of the casket. Natalya, though, realizing it, fighting back. Again, Father J. Mitchell said the biggest fear that Natalya has is the dark. Talking about her babushka being soulless dead inside the coffin as it closed the lid on her. Thinking about what that's like. Never wanting to face someone like that. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Don't choke slam her. And meanwhile, what the hell is this? Natalya. Oh, no. DDT! On the stage. But she still has to drag her body inside the casket. Great tenacity, great wherewithal. What the hell? Oh, powder in the face. The numbers game, and Natalya is now blinded. Again, there are no rules. Uh-oh. Oh, God! Into the wasteland. That's gotta be it. Inside. R.I.P. Natalya Makova. Max the Imperator wins. And now Natalya faces her greatest fear, the dark, as Max is crowned tonight by Father's James Mitchell. Well, that was ridiculous, as expected. But again, with Father's James Mitchell, is anything ever clean and pure and sane with him? The answer is no. Uh-oh. And now we're going to hear from EC3, a wordsmith of his own right. What do you mean?
Every time I see this girl, I think she's ready to teleprompter.
It might be.
Look at the thing. She keeps looking below the camera.
To be who he's supposed to be, he needs to find what is inside him from the past. EC3, are you crazy? Wait, don't answer that question. Control your narrative. There it is again. Ding. All right. Well, that was cryptic as hell. Again, JJ, what is there to say? EC3, he's on a whole nother realm of reality when it comes to controlling your narrative and the idea in exploiting that sentence, looking to bring it out of Tom Latimer tonight in what he says is not going to be a one and done deal.
Yeah. I don't know. Like EC3 sounded like a loon there. And, you know, control your narrative. Braun Strowman controlled his narrative straight back to the WWE.
That's and Sarah Logan for that matter, too.
So, you know.
Okay, well, as we wonder what Tom Latimer needs to do according to EC3, let's see if Kobe Carino knows what he needs to do to beat David Richards. The MLW National Weight Championship is on the line next. According to Kobe Carino, this is a dream match. You think about Kobe Carino and the path of his father, of course. Kobe Carino, again, very young, brash, arrogant. He calls himself the last bastion of wrestling. But kudos to MLW. I guess Dario Cueto allowed this match. So we'll see how he handles this opportunity.
I think you're a little bit ahead of me, Noah. Pause your screen when Davey comes out, and I'll let you know when he comes out on mine.
Oh, I got you. Again, David Richards, he's held his MLW Openweight Championship for quite a period of time, leading his own team. There's David, leading his own team, Team Ambition, for quite a period of time. He's really made a name for himself in MLW, and you can check out MLW Fusion, I believe, on Vice TV
there's Davey.
and on YouTube. Okay, here we go.
I was ahead of you for a bit during that last match, and I tried to pause to sync up, and I ended up falling behind you.
You're fine. Well, I got David Richards now, as he just literally has made his way to ringside. Now, again,
he just got up on the ring there, going through the ropes.
And he's inside. Leading Team Ambition. He's been the Openweight champion now for quite a few months. But again, we're talking about a former Impact Tag Team champion with the Wolves, of course, with Eddie Edwards. He's been all over the world.
Yep. Saw him cut his teeth and make his name out here in Pro Wrestling Guerrilla, Tag Team Champions with Super Dragon. You know, he's definitely got that Dynamite Kid, Chris Benoit style to him, and that always endeared himself to myself and the faithful that would come to the sweat box there out in the Jewish Community Center.
It's a fair point. Bell has rung, and this match is underway. The MLW Openweight Championship in an NWA ring. How's that for promotion?
Hey, both men trying to feel each other out as we start out the test of strength.
Rubber knuckle. Whoa, nice takeover there. Trying to bring his shoulders down the mat, press his weight down on him.
Someone's got to do a takeover these days now that NXT isn't, but I digress.
Well, a takeover is as traditional wrestling move as it is. As MJF, the last bastion right now, trying to get the better of this test of strength against David Richards. And these two still are locked up.
Yep.
Oh, finally, David Richards breaks the hold of one. Hammerlock. Carino, though, back elbow. And meanwhile, goes down. Oh, bends him over with that knee. Slav intensity behind that shot. Again, David Richards, he's always focused. Kobe Carino, he's a guy that kind of just, bets on himself and shows a bit of confidence, but he still is highly underexperienced.
Yeah, not for as brash as he may be, not near as brash as his dad when he first started out as the king of old school.
Right? Talk about Brad, talk about Scrap Daddy Adam Pierce, who had a very interesting two-minute message once again on his Twitter.
Loved it.
That goob.
He got me so good. I'm sitting there watching it, and then he just totally got me.
Once again. I wonder what he faces the NWA nowadays in Billy Corgan. There's a crossface type cover. Gets a 1 count.
I know there's a small part of Pierce that wishes he could get out there and go toe-to-toe with someone like Reigns.
Off. I don't think Kobe Carino wish he went toe-to-toe with that kick that just dropped him and collapsed his chest cavity.
Oh, no. But Davey Richards is somebody you do not want to have kicks from.
Him, Bobby Fish, Kyle O'Reilly.
Bryan Danielson.
Bryan Danielson, thank you. Oh, look, Kobe, though, back up on his feet. Just eating it now. Might be actually welcoming it. He's out to prove something tonight. He said this is a dream match for him. Oh, again. Immediately back up.
Let me ask you, Noah, as a professional wrestling fan, would you rather take a kick from Davey Richards or a chop from the Big Show?
It depends on which one prevents my chest cavity from being collapsed longer. I'll say the kick because that's just sudden impact. The chop is going to permeate my skin and probably leave me stinging. I'll say the kick. I'll get my breath eventually. And meanwhile,
nice reversal.
Oh, That was a good transition there. Double stomp. Follow up.
That was some professional wrestling, Noah.
That was some great wherewithal right there, too. And again, Colby right now has a chance. Second generation wrestler here we're looking at. Follows up with a clothesline in the corner. Builds up some space. Another forearm shiver. Rocking the champion. Takes him over. Oh! Inside out. Almost like a Revolution suplex. And Colby looking for something off the high-risk district. And he flies with a flying forearm to cover. High step matchbook. Oh!
Only two, somehow.
Whew. Good offense shown, though, here by young Colby Carino. Holding up with David Richards. And, of course, this guy, he recently challenged Homicide for his championship that we will see later tonight, the NWA Junior Championship. Oh, man. And that's just a roundhouse kick to the back of the neck. Suplex follow, Colby back on his feet, a drop kick.
How did he just get right back up from that German, though? Like, holy hell, Colby.
And explodes with a flying knee strike. Both men are down, but you do see Colby grasping his neck, to your point. This is definitely so far our most competitive match of the night. New fans had to pick up eventually. And with the likes of David Richards, you have to be ambitious and you have to be hungry.
That's why I said this would have been a great match to actually kick the show off.
Well,
you know, I'm still curious as to why they picked the gimmicky casket match to start things off instead of this.
Probably because of frequent flyer miles. I mean, how much does it cost to bury a Russian, let alone ship him back to Russia in a box?
Fair point.
Natasha. Or excuse me, Natalia. Oh, my. Good grief. Oh, the spinning Soba. There's a super kick off the ropes. Catches him. The Saigino suplex. And Colby Carino right now picking up speed and momentum. Drops him with a clothesline. Here's the cover. Hooks the leg. Two. No.
Not enough. Not enough.
Wow.
Colby Carino with a hell of a flurry of offense there, move after move. You thought for a second there he was going to dethrone Davey Richards, but alas, it was not meant to be at this point in the match.
Looking for that sunset, but look at David Richards counters, ankle lock. And again, that is in the middle of the ring. Can he get to the ropes? Can he roll through? Can he turn his body? Break the hold? Looks like he does. There's an up kick. Big kick. Follow up by Davey Richards.
Davey going to the top rope.
And there might be a full moon out tonight in New Orleans. The Big Easy. Up the top rope. Double stop. He nailed it. The cover. Two. And what? What?
Shades of Finn Balor and the coup de grace, but Colby kicks out.
Ray Buster! No, he's not getting out of that. Guarantee you that. 1, 2, and then, are you kidding me? He kicked out again, but right back to the ankle lock. The sheer will, the fighting spirit of Colby Carino looking to be a champion here. Oh, but that ankle, he's going to snap it if he's not careful.
And Colby Carino tapped.
There's nothing else he could do.
Davey Richards retaining his championship. Way to go, Davey.
But what an effort by Colby Carino. Say what you will about the brash, young, arrogant upstart. He handed there with David Richards, nearly had him. That was a fight. Colby Carino was that close to being the new MLW Openweight champion. But again, that ankle, you saw how much he was twisting it. Colby had no choice but to tap. At the end of the day, perseverance has to overcome your heart. David Richards, though, he's got the belt. Oh, look at that. Well, looks like, if nothing else, Colby Carino has earned the respect of David Richards. I don't think this dream match was so much of a nightmare for him, even to coming out of the losing end. He's only going to take this and get better from here. That was a tremendous effort. Colby Carino makes the best of another opportunity that's been presented in front of him.
Davey Richards offering his hand.
Will he shake it? Will the last Bastion actually shake his hand? This would be very unlike him, but you have to admire the fighting spirit. Oh, come on.
Damn.
Again, a Carino to the end, classless, disrespectful act, still making sure that it's all about him. You're going to remember his effort, but Regardless, facts are facts. David Richards still MLW champ. I'm kind of surprised he didn't shake the hand, JJ, personally.
I am a little bit too. I mean, even for as cocky and arrogant as his dad was, he would occasionally break that to show some respect after a match of that magnitude. I thought he would have picked that up from his old man, but alas, it looks like he did not.
Well, I guess, like father, like son doesn't always hold up true.
It looks like we're going to get a battle of the question marks here coming up next.
Punctually intended, indeed. We will see who truly has the right to this form of Grammarly. As Aaron Stevens' question mark takes on Kratos' question mark. It's mask versus mask. And Josephus is either up in heaven right now, laughing, crying, or shaking his head.
Or a combination of all three.
Probably. How fitting that Aaron Stevens comes out with the theatrical mask set pieces. This guy himself is a walk-in theatrical showcase with his emotions.
Yep. The former Damien Mizdow.
You're welcome. And there is Aaron Stevens' question mark. They've asked themselves who indeed is the question mark. Well, that question's going to be answered tonight. And even then, you still might not fully know, but at least I know who one of them actually is. Jazz, where are you? Are you in the audience? Anyway. Rodney Mack. Oh, sorry. Did I spoil it? Rodney Mack and Aaron Stevens.
Even the commentary team is saying, even if it is Rodney Mack, it's like they're totally giving away who that is.
The bottom line, Aaron Stevens, you can't fool us, all right? But this is the game that Aaron Stevens is playing against his former tag team partner, JR Kratos. Just some sort of contract in hand and a single black glove. This freaking guy. Again, you don't need to see Aaron Stevens wrestle. He just makes it about himself and just being in the ring. Again, he said he was retired. Now he's saying he's just rewired. Oh. And the question mark 2, I kid you not, now makes his way out to the ring. He actually looks much more in better shape. With JR Kratos. JR Kratos,
Question
a member
mark
of Team
2 looks
Filthy.
like a hefty gentleman.
Yeah, he does kind of. And there is a bitter feud between these two, JR Kratos and Aaron Stevens. JR Kratos already called out Aaron Stevens for a one-on-one fight. Aaron Stevens so far denying that. Looking to embarrass his question mark here tonight. Uh-oh, Aaron Stevens got a mic.
At least we know there's one person who's not behind that mask, and that's John Tenta.
That's true. Shut up.
Stat Boy dressed up as Damien Sandow one year for Halloween.
Did he say, silence? Oh, he's got a manager's license. What does that mean? You gotta be kidding me. When were you required to have a license to be a manager?
Depends where you are. Certain territories, certain cities require certain things.
Well, I guess Louisiana is one of them, and JR Kratos doesn't have the proper documentation. I guess he can't be at ringside. Aaron Stevens might be intimidated, but he is also very intelligent.
Absolutely. Great heel tactics there. Something that you wouldn't generally think of to pull out. Very slick by him.
Well, the bell rings. We're now underway. Rodney Mack, question mark, what? Fuck this. Rodney Mack right now attacking the question mark. I ain't playing this gimmick, all right? There was one question mark and he's dead. R.I.P., okay? This is ridiculous. And Rodney Mack, literally the husband of the former, to my knowledge, longest reigning modern day holder of the Burke Jazz. Put that in perspective. But again, this match is about mask versus mask. Tim Storm apparently is having a sense of identity crisis. Can't tell who's who. Well, it's easy. One's wearing yellow pants. The other one is Rodney Mack. There you go. Meanwhile, Irish Whip. It's going to take more than some Mongrovian karate, if that the hell is called, to win this fight. Or this spectacle. And there's blocking the chops. I don't think that's karate legal, but whatever. Oh, a hip toss. That's a wrestling move. All right. And immediately, Aaron Stevens is calling for a timeout as Rodney Mack goes to the outside. Might be talking strategy. Again, Aaron Stevens, very resourceful. There's a reason why he's been in the industry for as long as he has. Former Impact Grand Champion, wearing a knuckle duster underneath his fingers at the time. Former WWE Tag Team Champion with The Miz. And yes, Mizdow was more over than The Miz, and I still stand by that to this day.
Mikey T, what is going on, man?
Hey,
we
Mikey
hope to
T.
see you later on for open mic night.
Good to see you. Oh, shoulder first into the ring post.
So, Noah, I did a little bit of investigative digging. I put !2 wrestler into my Google search engine, and do you know what I came up with?
What did you come up with?
Bill DeMott.
Really?
Now, I don't know if that's
Undercover.
accurate. You know, there's always false information on the internet, fake news, if you will.
Yeah, are you
But
getting trolled or Rick rolled? I mean, Bill DeMott, that's a name we have not heard in a long time.
But Bill DeMott is also a heftier guy. Probably going to be a little bit more out of shape. Hasn't really been competing for a number of years.
The Aaron Stevens taking advantage.
So it's not out of the realm of possibility. But that's the name that comes up when I searched !2 was Bill DeMott.
Well,
we will see what happens here.
He almost got it. Well, if that is Bill DeMott, he almost got demasked as Rodney Mack had him down for a 2 count thanks to a distraction by Aaron Stevens.
We'll see if he goes for no laughing matter.
Yeah, that'll definitely be a turning point and a tell-all.
However, considering the announcers are giving away that !1 is Rodney Mack, and
everybody who knows the other race knows that Rodney Mack.
It's Rodney Mack. I would almost be willing to wager that Rodney Mack is going to be the one to lose his mask.
About to say, I mean, he did not go to a tattoo removal artist. There's a very lackadaisical cover.
Keep the mystery alive for !2, at least for now.
Look, they're selling it. They're portraying it. As far as Aaron Stevens go, he's doing both versus everybody else inside the building and us watching. I'm just saying. Trying to get that separation there from this chokehold here, the sleeper hold. And you see right now him trying to fight back. Oh, but he holds on. I just reined his neck. There's a cover, too, and again, a kick out. And Rodney Mack looks like he's put on a few pounds too, by the way. You see that midsection there. He's been in the business for a long time, though.
I still wouldn't tell him that to his face. He's in better shape than I am.
Well, I agree. I'm not gonna lie there. I'm not. What do I know about fitness? I'm 140 pounds.
And I've got almost that much on top of you, sir. I'm definitely around 250. So.
Look, if I was ever to get involved in the wrestling industry, it would not be inside the squared circle. Guarantee you that. Nor be as boisterous as Aaron Stevens on the outside. I prefer being the guy at the booth, proverbially speaking. And meanwhile, counter. Oh, chop. There you go. Chop. Combination. Push him off in the corner. There's an uppercut. Running uppercut. There's a forearm shiver. And once again, realigning his mask. Let's go over here off the ropes. Oh, big splash! But he's got to go for the cover. Aaron Stevens a bit apoplectic, and he just threw something inside the ring. Wait a minute. What's Aaron Stevens doing? He's got that glove. I bet that glove's loaded. Watch it, ref. Oh, Jared Kratos, wait a minute. Jared Kratos is back out. Aaron Stevens right now trying to run away. And there goes Stevens and Kratos out of the arena. And I don't think they're going to go to Bourbon Street. And we are down to the two men in the ring. Oh, that's the need for Club Roddy Mac. The spike! The spike! The cover! 1, 2, Roddy Mac gets demasked. Well, that was something. And the winner of this match is question mark number 2. So, as far as that being Bill DeMar or not, we're not going to know who it is tonight. He keeps his mask on. As far as the other one, yeah, you got no choice, Roddy Mac. Back home to Jazz. There you go. You heard Kyle Davis say it on for the announce table. Let's go ahead and confirm what we all figured it, what we all know it is, shall we? You gotta do it. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Yeah, he has to take it off. Aaron Stevens.
What's going on, Hassan?
Hey, Hassan,
thank you for joining us this evening. He's got to take it off. He's got to do it. Aaron Stevens is apoplectic, but he's got to do it. Again, it's the rules. Aaron Stevens, what are you going to do? You can't hit a ref. Aaron Stevens is pissed. The mask has to come off. Come on, we got more matches. Just take the mask off, Rodney Mack, and go home. It's all right. Again, the loser has to be demasked. Aaron Stevens has to do it. Oh, jeez. Kudos to Scott Wheeler, keeping law and order in play after the bout. And towel immediately on the head. Well, he did demask, to be fair. Come on. Seriously? You're really going to continue this? We know who it is. Oh, J.R. Kratos! And Kratos and Aaron Stevens getting the heck out of the building for the audience. He's hightailing out of here. Well, there won't be no partying tonight for Aaron Stevens and his question mark. And that's an exclamation point on that. Well, great win for J.R. Kratos, but again, he still needs to, eventually get his hands on Aaron Stevens. Still to come. Veterans Day was all right. That was yesterday. Yes. I got new glasses. I'm waiting for them to be made, and prescription glasses. And I beat Sonic Frontiers, and then I slept. There you go. I did some filming for Renegade's reviews. Filmed all the content I needed for this weekend. Watched. What else did I do last night? Oh, me, Cece, and Jeff filmed an episode of Dads that will be airing in December. We brought her on to be a special guest for one of our Disney episodes, the top 10 Disney songs of all time that we've broken down into 3 shows. She'll be on the first era, 1928 to 1970, essentially the Walt era. You think about things like Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, The Jungle Book, The Mickey Mouse Club, etc. All things from that. Mary Poppins.
Mary Poppins. That's a throwback.
So filmed that, and then this morning I got to watch SmackDown and then Rampage just before we went on the air. So
that was a freaking awesome episode of Rampage. Man, that was great. But good stuff. This is going to be great. Well, maybe for one person. From Brooklyn, New York, one of the meanest men still in the game, the NWA World Junior Heavyweight Champion, Homicide, has arrived and defends the gold again against Kerry Morton, round 2. It was at the Chase where literally Kerry Morton came this close, dethroning this man of this title. But Homicide, being the OG he is, fighting dirty on the streets, brought that into the ring and did anything possible to make sure he still came out with this title. Homicide has now held this championship through 16 successful defenses and has been the junior heavyweight champion for 238 days.
Wow. That's a feat this day and age. I mean, yeah, you think about Roman Reigns with his 800 plus reign. You think about the Usos on the verge of eclipsing the New Day. They just have to get through the house show circuit this weekend. To have something 200 something days like that, that's a feat. So much props to Homicide for that.
Also, Homicide comes in with 8 more years of wrestling experience in the industry. Kerry Morton, born in this business, son of the legendary Ricky Morton, one half of the Rock and Roll Express. And here we go. Bell rings. And right now, Carly up top in the corner. We've had Peter Avalon. We've had Kobe Carino. We've had a who's who of people challenge Homicide for this title. Oh! Again, Homicide, one of the most prestigious styles right now in the NWA. Homicide, keeping it as gritty, as dirty as possible. Oh! And meanwhile, oh, nice scoop slam. Joe Galley with the fat chat there. As the cover. Kick out by Kerry. And meanwhile, Irish whip. The thing about Kerry Morton, though, he's still very young. He's only got that cover. Kick out. He's only recently got his first singles win in the NWA. Besides that, he's only been mostly involved in tag team matches, a handful of them with his father. Drop kick.
I mean, but what a way to come up in the business, teaming alongside your legendary dad, for real.
And the fact that the Rock and Roll Express not only still teaches but wrestles says a lot with their age.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, there's a drop down by Homicide. Kerry Morton, prevents the hip toss and pulls off one of his own. And
you know, I gotta say, I'm impressed with the way the show is moving. You know, we had 15 matches booked, plus the one that they threw on to kind of start things off. We weren't aware of the one with Mims or whatever.
Nowhere, might I add.
So 16 matches booked. There's still 8 to go. So this is the 8th match they've done in under 2 hours.
Well, the thing about the NWA, again, it focuses more on traditional, practical wrestling. You know, back to the roots, basically. Oh, nice sunset flip. Takeover. Shoulders down. Did not have the legs over, though, for added pressure. Homicide able to kick out. Now, and that just goes to the inexperience, but also probably the reach of Kerry Morton. And now he's grabbing that leg. Kerry Morton is focused here tonight.
Is that supposed to be Michael Myers on Homicide's shirt, but with like tattoos and stuff?
I think so. I can't tell.
That's crazy looking. Yeah, it is Michael Myers.
Yeah, that is Michael Myers. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Uh-oh.
That is awesome.
Oh, man! Exploder!
I might have to see if I can find that shirt.
And mocking, of course, the Rock and Roll Express.
And then Ricky Morton has a Rick and Morty inspired shirt.
Oy. Well, again, generations, right? You keep up with all things generational. And that includes pop culture. Know,
what better way to get a kid today to buy one of your shirts? Freaking throw something they're going to know, man. You tie it into Rick and Morty, people are going to want that shirt because that show is so damn popular. I don't watch it personally.
I don't either.
But that's a great way to get the youth of America to know who you are and maybe watch some of that old Rock and Roll Express stuff.
Well, he just got fish hooked there, and there's the reg to the back. Homicide playing dirty, as always. Irish whip off the ropes. Oh, Kerry Morton, though. Okay, there's a inside cradle. Small pair. Oh, it's a 2 count. Going for it again. Wakanda roll. Oh, nope. Couldn't hold him down. And meanwhile, Homicide. Oh, arm ringer. What's this? DDT! This could be at the cover. No, not enough weight down there. Only a 1 count. But I like how Kerry Morton is following up on quick, constant move-for-move offense. He's not letting Homicide breathe. Oh, that was a shot right to the throat. Again, Homicide, though, he's fought this whole life, man. And meanwhile, up in the ropes, Homicide set over the top to the floor on his feet. But again, Homicide right now getting a chance to a bit of a reprieve. What's Kerry looking for here? Over the top, plunger. Uh-oh, got caught. Oh, no. Into the hardest part of the ring. Lower spine first. Homicide catches Kerry Morton and is now working him and literally trapping him inside the apron. Can't even see, can't breathe. And Ricky Morton's having none of it. But again, Ricky can't get involved here. He'll get disqualified. He will have his son disqualified. You know Homicide's going to try and exploit that.
Oh, absolutely. All the great heels do it.
But notice Homicide's got that kinesio tape on his... Oh! What the hell? Well, forget exploiting. How about just beating the daylights out of him, right?
Stomping the proverbial mud hole into Ricky Morton and walking it dry.
And the ground and pound. Homicide just went rabid. And Kerry Morton realizes again, might as well let a fire inside him. Oh, but gets caught with an uppercut.
Trying to come out and save his dad and walked right into the danger zone.
And that was just Homicide luring him in. Again, Homicide doing anything possible to come out of this still as the junior heavyweight champion. Oh, come on. Leave Ricky alone. Seriously. He's not even involved in the match. And fish hook in the face of Ricky Morton.
Looks like he wants to draw some blood there.
Ooh. I'm not sure if he had a pin in his hand trying to draw blood from Ricky Morton's head. Again, gritty, dirty, street savage.
Chants of rock and roll echoing out from the crowd there in Louisiana.
Well, again, rock and roll never dies, right? But Homicide's looking to kill that mood tonight. Then meanwhile, Homicide taking Kerry up to the top rope. Uh-oh. It feels like Kerry Morton has brought a new level of anger out of Homicide lately. With how close Kerry Morton came last time taking this championship.
Ooh,
meanwhile,
superplex.
Oh, man! Bouncing off the mat. Neither man able to capitalize. And you see Kerry Morton bent over backwards, rinsing in pain, while his father's trying to encourage him. I mean, how do you recover from that? How do you make that feel softer than it actually is? There's no good way of taking that. Whether you're delivering it or whether you're the one that's being delivered to. Good grief.
Hassan, we already addressed your question. Please don't spam the chat.
Yeah, again, I played game. He recorded stuff. Banks were closed. Grocery shopping, glasses, sleeping. As simple as that. And he watched SmackDown. I watched Rampage because I don't have Fox. And Rampage is awesome. Oh, no. Oh, what? Kerry taking a pin on Homicide's book, binding a piece on New York.
And a bulldog off the top there. Nice move. Kerry getting a little bit of momentum here.
But look at Homicide rolling through the ropes. It was almost like Kerry Morton did what he had to do out of instinct there. But right now, he is in the driver's seat. But can he stay on this? Uh-oh. Hung up. Again, Homicide using the environment to his advantage. And Kerry Morton falling up. Ooh, nice knee strike. Got him up with the shoulders. Steamroller.
It's taking too much time going to the top. You don't want to give a guy like Homicide time to breathe.
But sometimes you need to ascend higher than Empire State Building if you're going to try and dethrone somebody from New York. There's the splash! The cover! 1, 2, no!
No. Took too much time. I think if he had ascended the top rope there a lot quicker, he might have had that.
That was a hell of a near fall, though, but he needs to stay on this. He's got to go for the kill now. Homicide is in a very dangerous spot. Drops the knee. Might be looking for an exposed knee strike. Can he hit it? Oh, Homicide gets out of the way.
The diamond cutter out of nowhere.
Cover, 1, 2, no! Koji cutter, not enough for the 3. Homicide can't believe it. Woo. He's put away many a men in and out of town defenses with that move. Again, Homicide maybe doing a bit more showboating than he needs to. But Homicide knows he needs to more. Uh-oh.
Trying to set up the vertebraker.
Looking for Cop Killer. Cop Killer, the vertebraker, as you call it. Up on the show. Oh, Carey rolls out of the back door. Waist lock. Homicide's just laughing. Oh, back elbow strike. On the temple. Literally.
Carey looks like he's out on his feet.
Like routes his equilibrium. Can you blame the guy? He doesn't know where he is right now. But Homicide with these just shots might be making him aware where he is. Yep, doesn't need the clothesline. Carey Morton. Ooh, another knee. And that was with the knee pad down. Meanwhile, Irish whip off the ropes. Carey Morton follows up.
Cutter of his own.
The cover, 1,
He got it.
Carey Morton did it. He did it. Rock and roll doesn't die, and Carey Morton rises to the occasion tonight. Carey Morton, the new NWA World Junior Heavyweight Champion. Like father, like son. An incredible moment for young Carey Morton. And another piece of history added on to the rock and roll legacy. What a match. Good job, Carey Morton. Showing respect for this championship that he believes Homicide has disrespected for quite a long period of time. You figure about the history with that title, Carey Morton now adds his name to that legacy and makes history tonight at Hard Times. Congratulations. Good stuff, JJ.
Yeah, way to go for young Carey Morton there. And what a veteran to defeat for his first championship.
Yeah, and Homicide, like him or not, a champion does what a champion has to remain on top with the gold. He did that for 238 days. So Homicide, great fighting champion, but Carey Morton rises to the occasion tonight.
At the end of the day, you don't have to like him, but I'll be damned if you don't respect him.
Well, now we're going to talk about Otis, because again, as we will talk about Open Mic Night, there have been some solid changes, it seems, lately to the NWA. But let's see what we got going on in the ring. Kyle Davis. And speed of which, here comes Odinson. Looks like we're going to hear from the man himself. Get his thoughts maybe on what he thinks he should be doing tonight.
Yes.
That's a behemoth right there. Why is it that everything in video games and wrestling right now has to be related to Ragnarok and Nordic mythology and freaking Valhalla? Good grief.
You know, you go for what's popular.
Well, God of War Ragnarok right now is the most popular video game in the world.
I was going to say, and ever since 2011, when Thor hit the movie screens, you know, that's been popular again. There was a long time there where it wasn't cool. It wasn't hip. It wasn't trendy. But Chris Hemsworth and company took it to the mainstream again. Everyone's trying to capitalize on it.
All right, well, let's hear what Olsen has to say here, because he looks like he's ready to fight tonight.
Just again, let me apologize. The graphic still has Nick Aldis on it because that was the original match. There was never a updated image released. So obviously it won't be Aldis, but we're going to find out what's happening here.
Oh, it is blood ready for your veins. That's a lot of meat if that's the case. Wait a minute. What? This song sounds familiar. Who is this? Oh, Frillbilly Silent. I mean, well, Otis today was ready to fight. Philbilly Cyrus, who made his debut at the Chase, looks like he wants a piece of Odinson tonight. We know Philbilly Cyrus, he was David Richards' last challenger here in the NWA for the MLWA Championship. It was a good bout, too. So, all right. A little different, impromptu, but I like the gumption here. I mean, he's got a ref. He said, ref, get in the ring. I'll fight this man. I'll shut him up. I'll make a name for myself. Why not? So apparently his assistant, Paula DeMar, is off doing a photo shoot somewhere. So it's just him by himself tonight. Oh, and there's the shove to Odinson. Might get a face full of the purpose, though, if he's not careful. That unique foreign object that Odinson likes to use. So we'll see what happens here.
And there's the bell. The match is official.
I just got the bell, too. Whoa, boot. And meanwhile, there's the running lariat in the corner. And another. Yeah, and I agree. It's interesting that a live NWA show was announced during the pre-show. It tells me that the NWA are trying to do things a little differently. And the fact they'll be live with their NWA Power product, that has not happened in a long time. I'm very curious, and that will be the first NWA Power show, I imagine, 2023, how that changes the presentation in any way. Oh, man, clubbing shots.
Chris, thank you for joining us. We haven't seen your comment yet, so if you just joined us this evening, welcome. Thank you.
Drop kick!
Tied up in the ropes there.
Uh-oh, yeah, he is. That's not good. That is not good. The ref's trying to pull those ropes, but those ropes are steel cables. Not very easy to unfold. And meanwhile, oh, man, running uppercut. And still trapped.
I was going to say, Odinson, to his credit there, looked like he was giving him an opportunity to try to get out, but at some point you just got to say F it and move on.
I mean, he was making a fig about it, in my opinion, JJ.
Ooh,
meanwhile, this
belly to belly.
Oh! And now he's going to go for the cover. Yes, he does the cover. One. It's a 1 count. Again, Philbilly is a tough guy, though. I'll give him credit due. He hanged for quite a bit against David Richards at the Chase. Oh, wow. All the way up on the shoulder. And snake eyes for Odinson. And the top turnbuckle off the ropes. Follows up with a boot. That was just a big, mean boot. Big cowboy boot. There's a cover. 1, 2, and no. Odinson gets the shoulder up. Odinson taking a bit off guard here. He said he was ready for a fight, right? But originally he was supposed to face National Treasure. Instead, he's facing Philbilly Silas. There's a cover again. Kick out. Oh, drops the elbow again.
A nice, like, little whirly bird motion there to get that momentum come down with the elbow.
And meanwhile, up on the second rope. Oh, well, that didn't work.
Went to the well once too many times there.
Odinson now looking to follow up here. Running, sliding lariats. Just running through his opponent, but not going for the cover. Might be trying to get his breath back after those elbows from earlier. I will say this, at least Philbilly didn't freaking dab. Brandon Cutler stopped that. I still can't believe Peter Avalon beat Brandon Cutler on Dark. That's a shame. And meanwhile, oh! Jumping elbow strike.
Not for me, because Pretty Peter Avalon, PPA, if you will, is another one of those guys I saw out here on the come up. So,
yeah, he's made a name for himself. I'll give North Burnham all the credit in the world. And meanwhile, up the second, what's this? Oh, corkscrew uppercut. And Odinson is feeling it right now.
Trying to get the crowd into it. The crowd seems like they're dead out there for this one.
Well, Odison's still very alien. Off! Swing a net breaker. Still very new to the NWA. Here's the cover. 2, no. And also after you just had the Rock and Roll Express's son, Kerry Morton of Ricky Morton, win the NWA Junior Heavyweight Championship, that was a big moment. So the crowd's probably got to recover, you know?
Fair point there.
Again,
that is why you are the lead play-by-play man, good sir.
I just try and I just have fun with this, and I just love it. And I just love professional wrestling, and I don't think Odinson loved that boot to the midsection, up out, looking for the power bomb.
Folding him up like an accordion for the pinfall.
Cover. Oh, just stats him up. Nearly had his legs over his head. Odinson grasping the back of his head right now. High impact, but only a 2 count. Again, these are big, big dudes. And he's got the purpose. That spray. I would not use that if I were you. You're messing with a force that. What the hell? I'm not sure it works like that, but okay, you do you. Feeling something that Odinson apparently uses before his matches. Oh, and just went head first into the turnbuckle. Odinson got him hooked. And just got slammed down. Irish whip off the ropes in the corner. Misdirection.
Ooh.
What the hell? Black hole slam! What a ride! The cover, 2.
And he takes it.
Philbilly Cyrus with the frill ride on Odinson sends him back to Valhalla and gets the win. I did not see that coming. That's a big win for this guy. Well done. And whatever that device had in it apparently was what he needed. I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. I mean, Odinson used that against his opponents for his advantage. I mean, but either way, Philbilly Cyrus with the win. Good for him. Big win. Good grief. Well, we'll see how Odinson bounces back from that. And again, Odinson wasn't prepared for this, but he kind of was his own victim of his own hubris. He wanted to fight. He got to fight. Well, we'll see how that energy moves forward as we have the Fixers taking us. Wait a second. Is that Tyler Breeze? That can't be Tyler Breeze. Anyway, NWA United States Tag Team Championships. The Fixers taking on the Spectaculars. This is going to be weird. Well, the Spectaculars are out to make a show tonight and become the NWA United States Tag Team Championships. Yep, dude, that is Tyler Breeze right there. It's Tyler. That is Tyler Breeze, part of the Spectaculars, contending for the NWA United States Tag Team Championships. And yes, he has a beard. I have seen everything now. And Rolando, also the third member of this unique flashy duel here, as referee Gerald Fritz is in the ring and we wait for the champions. These guys eat, sleep, live, and breathe the red, white, and blue. And they are the Fixers in your current NWA United States Tag Team Championships too. After denying a set of new titles presented by Billy Corgan. Apparently they had to freaking tape their name to their titles. Okay. I mean, they are still Tag Team Championships, I suppose, but I don't know if Billy Corgan approves of them. So, I mean. Okay. It was like just some sort of bizarre, like, showcase. Like, why would you give us these? We already got these sets right here. They represent America. We're America. We're beer drinkers. We're fighters. Oh, and we're just going right into it. Here we go. Again, folks, this is the NWA Hard Times 3. We hope you're having fun. Please like, subscribe, comment, tell a friend. We're here to bring you all the play-by-play coverage for tonight's sensitivities. And we still haven't got to the biggest matches of the night yet. Kerry Martin, though, has already made history becoming the new NWA World Junior Heavyweight Champion. And meanwhile, Tyler Breeze, part of the Spectaculars, is looking to become NWA United States Tag Team Champion. And I kid you not, that is what the graphic says. That is what the titles are called. What the hell is Rolando? And they're strutting. All right. They're just strutting away. This is ridiculous. And Bradley, anything but pretty. That's for damn sure. And meanwhile, Off the ropes. Off the ropes.
That's gotta be fake. He's been
Tag.
up, down this week without any facial hair.
I mean, you get stuff done before time. Who knows? There's a tag.
He's literally clean shaven this week.
Oof. And right now, defending the championships, there's Irish Whip. Or excuse me, no, arm wringer. Excuse me, folks. A little bit distracted by my friend here talking about Tyler Breeze and up, down, down. And New Day, Usos, 287 Usos retained. Big shocker. Not really. Good for the Usos, though. Cementing themselves the longest rating tag team champions in WWE history. Well, not tag team history, but, the modern era. Oh, what a boot. And meanwhile, we're seeing right here, Fixers clubbing the Spectaculars in spectacular fashion in their own way, not necessarily the way the word is just defined as. Oh, just dropped his head. It's one of the biggest tag teams I've seen in NWA. They remind me of the Bouncers from Ring of Honor to a degree. I wonder if that's actually who they are. They got a similar girth. And meanwhile, there's some right hands. Oof. Oh, no. Caught in the clutches. Oh, man. Just set down hard. That was just, get off me. That's all that was. The Fixers looking to fix the NWA Tag Team Division in the name of the United States Tag Team Championships. Surprisingly, they aren't going after La Rebellion and their titles. I mean, do you really need a set of titles dedicated just to the United States versus the world? I mean, it just seems a little odd to me, but what do I know? Cover 2? No. Okay, so it's not. It's what? Okay, so it's not. It looks like him, doesn't it? It almost looks like Tyler Breeze, but it's not. That's hilarious. Maybe he's a fan of Tyler Breeze. Oh, maybe wonder when Tyler Breeze will show up again. Wherever. Okay, that's a lot of weight on your back. The cover, 2. That was not a spectacular landing by the Fixers, but nearly allowed them to retain the championships. Well, if nothing else, if you're going to face the Fixers, you got to have endurance. You may have better cardio, but if they drop that weight on you, you're in trouble. And Bradley right now. Irish whip into the corner. Bradley follows up, misses the boot, hangs himself up on the top rope. And there's a tad of Brady Pierce. Apologies, folks. It's Brady Pierce, not Tyler Breeze. But it doesn't look like a Cave Stone version of Tyler Breeze. All he's missing is the selfie stick. I don't think the Spectaculars use that type of stuff, though. Good for them. And meanwhile, oh, man. Just long dart into the corner. Right now. Oh, scoop slam. With all the other matches left tonight, I'm kind of glad this one was next. This is one of those matches I'm like, okay, why is this a thing? And meanwhile, might be looking for a catapult. What the hell is this? Uh-oh. No. Oh, what? That was just a bad destination for the Spectaculars. Anything but spectacular there. Of all the places you could end up in the rear view, that's one you don't want to be. And what the hell is Alonzo doing here? Alonzo on the top rope. Why Brad's got that turn. Axe handle and no effect. All hearts, no brains. Well, I guess you can mess with a little man when it comes to a mullet, right? Oh! That was a field goal right there to the Fixers Huevos. The cover by Brady Pierce. 1, 2, no. Well, I mean, hey, little man has the advantage when it comes to height stature. He's got better accuracy when it comes to that target. There's the tag. Oh, the double team. Got toe hold. Elbow drop to the spine of Bradley. Cover 2, not enough. He hooked the arm, he hooked the leg, he leaned back quite a way, but just not enough body weight on the fall. And meanwhile, tag. Pierce, meanwhile, not Adam Pierce, by the way, folks. Ooh, double team maybe. What are they going for here? Double Russian leg sweep? Taking too long, and we got more hip swiveling. Something worse than fandangoing, Paul. Oh! Drop toe hold. Hooks the near leg. 2. No. Well, at this point, I'm just wondering how the fixers are going to fix this. Because right now, Bradley needs to make a tag to his partner. There's the tag. Chance for USA. I mean, every American can relate to two things, right? Wrestling and beer drinking. So that's about as America as it gets, next to apple pie and mac and cheese. And if you don't like those things, get deported. Meanwhile, unless you have allergies, then I'm sorry. Working the arm. Bradley, once again, back up to his feet, trying to reach out to make a tag to his partner. Oh! All right, well, that's one way to break the hold. And Bradley's saying, hit me. All right, well, hit him. I said apologies if you have allergies, Paul. Don't you dare try and make me the bad guy here. Who do you think I am? Bobby the Brain Heenan? Tag. And he criticized every possible demographic ecosystem on the planet. It's part of his charm. R.I.P. And meanwhile, Legursky now in the ring, throwing that girth every which way possible to his opponent. Big splash in the corner. Up on the shoulder. Nope. Out of the back. Blind tag. Oof. It's going to be hard to take that big man off his feet. And meanwhile, what's this? Oh, what a peel. Legursky right now just throwing people every which way possible. Oh, big back body drop. And he has not finished yet. And the fireman's carry. Oh, man, what a power slam. 1, 2, and broken up by his partner. Saving the match. Oh, good grief. And there's a short arm lariat. And right now, Bradley and Legursky in control. Legursky is the legal man. Tag is made. This match not brought to you by Don McClain. Oh, what the hell are they looking for here? Oh, no, 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 no. That's a whole different version of what's up. Oh, man. Well, that's just one way to long dart a spectacular partner. And Rolando up on the top rope. This little man's about to, uh-oh. Oh, my gosh, come on. Oh, no. Well, what the hell are they going to do here? Whoa. Oh! Well, that was just a bad landing for the little dude. And meanwhile, got him goozled. Bradley with the tag to Legursky. Tag was made. And Freeman, good night. Oh! Choke slam. R.I.P. That's it. Fixers retained. Well, it wasn't spectacular, but it was effective enough that the Fixers fixed their opponents enough to retain the tag team championships. At one point, though, I think about these two, like, you know, just fun beer drinking guys here. They got a little serious here, which I kind of can appreciate. The guys may not like it, but I mean, at the end of the day, you got to keep going forward as champs. We got to keep the show moving too. As we look towards the NWA World Heavyweight Championship, let's hear from the man himself, Trevor Murdoch. See what he's got to say here. Two people he's very aware of that he's now going to face for the second time in the same match. No more talking. No more videos. All right. That's true. But also, they could just beat each other. Guy that you don't think you should ever see as a champion. Gonna do what he needs to do. All right, Trevor. We'll see. I mean, again, odds are against a champion, and any time you're in a triple threat affair because you do not have to be involved in the decision to lose your championship. So, I'm curious how Trevor Murdoch handles this affair. Although he did win the title back in a four-way dance when it was vacated by Matt Cardona. So we'll see how this goes. Trevor Murdoch, he holds Harley Race near and dear to his heart. We'll see if he rises to the occasion. Don't remind me, Paul. And meanwhile, the NWA National Heavyweight Championship now is underway as Dak Draper looks to take it away from Scion, who will have Austin Idol in his corner. Oh, he's from the Rocky Mountains. I wonder if he knows Abaddon from Rocky Mountain Pro Wrestling. Dak Draper right now, just recently coming on the NWA scene with a big opportunity. Looking to claim the NWA National Heavyweight Championship. He's got quite a physique. I'll give him that. Apparently Velvet Sky is a fan. Go figure. Well, here comes the unknown. That's right. Former Ring of Honor alumni. And here comes Scion, accompanied by his father, allegedly, Austin Idol, the NWA National Heavyweight Champion, as he successfully prying that title away against Jack Stain. So far has 2 defenses under his belt, Joe Alonzo and Anthony Mayweather. Now he's looking for his first successful defense tonight. This title, of course, held previously by the likes of Chris Adonis and Cook Cabana, just to name a couple. Yep, Willie Mack as well. Thank you for that. Willie Mack, take care wherever you are. I think he's right now wrestling in AAA, if I remember correctly, Paul. No idea. I don't know either. Again, Austin Idol seems very excited for his baby boy, if you can call it that. Although I do wonder one day, will he actually take off that mask? Scion looks very confident. Literally wearing a shroud of confidence with this getup. All right. Again, with the mask, I guess you can't tell if there's any sort of doubt or any sort of hesitation from the champion. Bell rings were underway. This is going to be fun. Nice even test of strength here, looks like. Both men, similar body build here, similar height differential. This could be a very even match here. Even playing ground, possibly. JJ, welcome back.
Hello.
So the fixers fix the spectaculars. Besides that, you missed nothing else. Trevor Murdoch, he's aware that the odds are against him, but he's the guy that has overcome the odds before and looks to do it again. Oh!
Yeah, I saw the whole match there. I had my headset on listening to your commentary too. Masterful job as always, sir, carrying it single-handedly.
I try. The beauty of the NWA, you let the wrestling brave, you let the commentary brave. It's not going 0 to 200 like Excalibur or robotic repetitiveness like Michael Cole.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then meanwhile, oh man. And that was just a nasty landing for that Draper right there on the ropes. And Scion with a mean forearm. That was definitely Austin Idol inspired for sure. Shots to the midsection. Oh, takes his arm down hard, brings him down to the mat.
It's nice to see a luchador come out to the ring and keep his mask on.
Right.
Cece was watching SmackDown with me earlier, and when Santos Escobar came out and then took his mask off, she immediately lost interest in him.
Yes. The self-proclaimed emperor of Lucha Libre believes that he does not need a mask to still show that he is the emperor of wrestling. It's a weird dynamic, but at the end of the day, it's a heritage thing. As necessarily as a Lucha Libre, you don't need to wear the mask. That's basically, cheap shot by Austin Idol. That's basically what that probably is the philosophy of Legado del Fantasma. And a hammerlock and shoulder first in the steel ring post. And Velvet Sky right now, she is, I think her blood's boiling a little bit. We all know how she feels about Austin Idol. Not a fan. But Austin Idol also will do anything possible to make sure that his son, allegedly, retains the championship. There's a scoop slam there. There's a cover. 2. And you
So
see,
Scion is related to Austin Idol the same way Dominic was related to Eddie Guerrero?
yes, except it wasn't decided with a ladder match. That's as far as I know.
A could always end up there. Dax Draper versus Austin Idol.
Oh! If Dax Draper becomes the NWA National Heavyweight Championship, he might literally try and adopt him. And meanwhile, Kimura, not quite. Lock it in. Double wrist lock. It's like $1 Million Dream, actually. And right now, it's got the arm and the shoulder. Compromised here. Holding down his opponent. Uh-oh. Oh, no, not that. Oh, man! The pressure with that vicious stomp used by the likes of Shayna Baszler to the arm.
We still have 6 matches here this evening, folks, including the triple threat for the women's and the NWA World Heavyweight Championship.
And both NWA Women and NWA Men's main tag team championships, as well as EC3 versus Tom Latimer.
Yeah, absolutely.
And right now,
then there'll be probably about a 15-minute intermission, and then open mic night will kick off. Just a little bit of a break for the others to join us in the room here, Noah and myself, to grab some tasty beverages, run to the restroom, and then get buckled in for the topics this evening.
Yeah,
so
right
make
now,
sure that you stay tuned for the multiverse of media for all of that.
Back elbow strike right now by Scion here. Working on that Draper. Oh, sending him again. Injured shoulder into the ring post. Excuse me. And right now, Scion's just playing with his opponent. There's definitely a new level of confidence since Scion has reunited with his father, Austin Idol, become the national champion, holding up to the family name of championship leniency, I guess. And Dak off the second rope. Nice drop kick. And a kip up. That Draper trying to get back into this. There's a short arm clothesline. Boot. Taking Scion off of his feet. Falls up. The elbow strike. Even with that bad arm off the slope. Whoa! Nice.
Nice axe hammer off the top there.
With a bit of rotation for added momentum, as you alluded to earlier with that elbow drop. And meanwhile, up at the shoulder. Power slam, but again, bad arm impacted. Can't follow up on the cover. That did a lot more damage, it looked like, to Dak Draper than Scion. You see him wincing in pain. That could have been his moment there, JJ. But again, how strong is a one-armed man in a fight?
Not that strong.
Oh, box the boot. Whoa, and the good arm, good right hand, excuse me, dropped Scion. He's trying.
Just ask Stat Boy.
Yeah, good point.
Stat Boy broke his arm once in one of our matches that we had back in the day. Like a goob.
Oh, Death Valley Driver, this is over. Scion retains.
Like a goob, he accidentally tucked his arm behind his back when he was coming down for a slam and snap.
Yeah, again, it's all about that awareness. It's all about how your body impacts. If you're not careful, you could cause some serious injury to yourself. And your opponent could be unaware of it. Well, Austin Idol definitely came into play here. Working the arm definitely came into play towards the end. You saw that Dak Draper was going for that gut wrench, but he couldn't. And then Scion able to capitalize the Death Valley Driver. Scion still retains NWA National Heavyweight Championship. Austin Idol looks very proud. Tough loss over Dak Draper, but good attempt. I hope his arm's okay. Yeesh. At least the ref didn't stop it. Dak hung out till the very end, till the match was over. Oh. The Velvet Sky subtly telling Austin Idol to go away as he messes up the announce table. Well, that's one less burden for Velvet Sky tonight. Speaking of burdens, they're burdens to each other, but when it matters, when the gold matters, they are the effective of partners. As Pretty Empowered, Kenzie Page and Ella Envy defend the NWA Women's World Tag Team Championships now against Maddie Wazowski and Missa Kate. National Wrestling League. Yeah, he was, Wesley. I like the look of this duo here. Maddie and Missa Kate, of course, came together in a tag team match, getting a non-title win, by the way, and that's where it matters to make a name for yourself and get an opportunity against the tag team champions, which allowed them this opportunity here tonight. It was on NWA USA. And so far, this team in the short span, they have been pretty effective. There's a lot of great talent there. Maddie Wazowski again, protege of Thunder Rosa. Missa Kate out of the Chicago area. She's been around NWA and AEW Dark. And here comes the dysfunctional duo. Pretty Empowered. At the end of the day, if you don't trust your own tag team partner, how can you get anything done? Ask these two that, where they still argue about everything, except the fact that when it comes to the gold, they are the tag team champions, and they will do anything possible to make sure they still hold on to it. Of course, we know these two came together somehow, some way, to actually claim this at the Chase against the former tag champs, the Hex, Allison Kay and Marty Bell, after Kenzie Page found her dark side. But since then, Kenzie Page and Ella Envy have been arguing about, okay, who is the leader of this team? And it still feels like it hasn't been settled. It's not going to matter who leads the team. It matters how they communicate together tonight. Kenzie Page and Ella Envy right now. They've done what they needed to make sure that you know that they are the NWA Women's Tag Team Champions. Kenzie Page was once the voice of reason with a bit of a lighter side to her, but since embracing her dark side, courtesy of Ella Envy, they've been more effective when it comes to actually claiming and holding the gold. They know how important this match is. The challengers know how important this match is to them as well. You definitely have a united front on both sides, though, when it comes to the attire, at least. But we'll see how well Missa Kate and Maddie come together once again when it matters. They've been champs now for over 150 days, looking for 152, I believe, if they successfully retain here tonight. Again, tag team match, one person each side. The reigns were underway, and Ella Envy, by the way, is already coming here with a bad mood after losing a singles match against Angelina Love recently on NWA USA. So Ella Envy is not in a good mood tonight, folks. And that might play to the challenger's advantage. Or the discouragement, depending on how that's channeled. Irish whip. Oh! Nice takeover there with the arm. Another hip toss there. By
Some
Missa
deep
Kate.
arm drags there.
And Kenzie Page trying to come in now, and you see Maddie and Missa taking advantage of both the champs. And so far, the ref has already lost control. It's supposed to be one-on-one. We got all four women in the ring. There's a double Irish whip by the champs, Maddie and Miss. Oh, double boots. A lot of synergy I'm seeing so far here.
Definitely.
Kenzie Page dumped to the outside. Ella dumped to the outside as well. And the challengers control the ring. What are they looking for here? And Maddie right now sending out. Oh! Nice drop kick in between the ropes. And Missa, Kate, and Maddie, they are fired up. Into the cover, hooks the near leg, gets a 2 count on Ella Envy. Again, it's one of those things where I think about tag teams in wrestling, JD, especially women's tag teams. It's not so much that you throw them together. It's how you build a bond, a likely alliance towards a similar goal. Clearly, Maddie and Missa Kate, they want the tag straps, and they've had some mutual respect and some mutual bouts with each other along the way, too, outside the NWA. So that sort of chemistry and synergy definitely builds over time and could definitely come together. Oh, there's a knee to the face of Ella Envy. Tell you right now, Mr. Kata and Maddie, they seem more focused and on point than Nikita Lyons and Zoe Stark were.
Oh, don't get me started about that.
Oh, would you like to start around on women's tag team wrestling in WWE? I have time.
I know you have time. I was not really sold on Zoe Stark when she came back. There was something about her that rubbed me the wrong way from the jump. I was willing to accept her with Nikita because I liked Nikita. And then to have the heel turn this past week on not Noah's NXT, damn it.
But I digress.
Just like, see, that gut instinct. I always knew something was up with Zoe.
2, no. I mean, we could talk about Zoe Stark's history probably after this match, or if this match just has a slowdown point, because right now Maddie and Miss are in control of Ella Envy. No, wait a minute. I don't think the ref saw that tag because Ella was distracting him. Again, the referee has to be aware if the tag happens. Oh, and Ella takes advantage with a knee to the midsection of Maddie. Bringing her to a corner. There's a tag to Kenzie Page. I'm so glad Kenzie Page finally got a singles championship in NWA. But I never thought she would get a championship like this, let alone just freaking come apart at the seams. And right now, Kenzie Page is trying to show off against a fashionista of her own right, Maddie Wazowski, known as The Reality in the CCW with, what's her name? Jason Nell, I believe. And there's a certain level of egotisticalness, not Mean Girl style, but definitely some very, very high egos on hand here. We're pretty empowered. Pretty empowered by their own selves. I mean, the name implies what they are, but there's a different type of empower that comes with these two that I don't think is welcomed by a lot of the NWA fan base. Oh, man, dropped face first in the mat. And look at that. Rose through, Maestro Cradle. Oh, only got one leg hook, though, there. There's a boot again, just turning Maddie the other way. That dropped Maddie. Got a rest hold here. Sleeper, chin lock, whatever you want to call it. Again, Ella Envy trying to wear down her opponent. And Missa Kate, she is hyped up in the corner, waiting for the tag, holding the tag rope as she's supposed to be. Referee, be sure you actually see the tag this time.
That's right.
Tag to make to Kenzie. Oh, and again, stiff shot to the midsection. Oh my gosh, she's like choking her nearly in the corner. And again, you see Ella trying to take advantage. Shoulder block. With how much dissension I've seen among these two, they definitely seem to be on point tonight. I'm actually quite impressed.
Yeah, I wouldn't know any different, but yeah, they look to be a very cohesive unit this evening.
It has not been that way the last few weeks on NWA television. I will tell you that much. Attitude-wise, butting heads is an understatement. Oh, rips her hair down. Maddie ripped down hard to the mat by Kenzie Page. Again, Kenzie Page of old, this was not like her. Nowadays, it's commonplace. And that all was encouraged by Ella Envy. And again, you might not like it, but if it's effective, that's what matters. Again, you have to do what it takes to become, let alone remain as champs. And this is their first title defense. And right now, Ella Envy wearing down Maddie once again. Oh, I forgot. They only call her Maddie. They don't call her Maddie Wazowski for whatever reason. Again, what happened to last names? I don't know. You tell me.
Hey, same reason they don't call her Shotzi Blackheart anymore.
Again, what happened to last names? You tell me. And meanwhile,
back
elbow strike. Ripcord. Again, pulling her back by the gear, keeping her away from her corner. Tag to Kenzie. Oh! The knee strike.
Be careful with something like that. Woman, her power will give a wardrobe malfunction.
And there's a double choke slam in the cover to the retain. Kick out by Maddie. Mr. Kate wants in this match badly, and she needs to get into this for the sake of Maddie. Again, this is for the titles. You don't know when you're going to get an opportunity like this. And meanwhile, Ella Envy back in the ring. We're back to the two that started off this thing practically, nearly. And Ella Envy with a bit of jaw-jacking. Oh, it slapped the taste out of her mouth. Cross underneath her. And there's the tag to Mr. Kate. And the tag to Kenzie Page. Two fresher women right now in the ring. Mr. Kate, big uppercut, forearm shiver. Sends Kenzie. Oh, reversal, counter. Oh, nice agility out of the corner. Oh, meanwhile, hooks her up. Oh, sends her face first. But Kenzie eats a super kick. That might be it. She's out. High stack. And Ella with the sense of urgency with the save. That was a perfect kick on the button to Kenzie Page's jaw. And Maddie sends Ella face first into the corner. And meanwhile, Kenzie, set into her partner. And I don't think Missa realizes what happens there. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Here we go. Dissension. Dysfunction. The champs might look to exploit this. Kenzie Page right now wearing down Missa Kate. Again, that comes down to experience. That comes down to wherewithal. Oh, what the hell is this? Oh. Missa Kate now 2-on-1. Oh, man, just rock Kenzie Page backwards. LMV right there. And Missa Kate off the ropes. Both the champs up. Missed the clothesline. Takes both down.
Nice job there.
Missa Kate looking for the tag. And Maddie
backing up from the tag.
Maddie, what the hell? Come on, Maddie. Leave your ego in the back.
3D.
And there's a 3D for the 1, 2, 3. Pretty Empire retain. I did call it, didn't I, Paul? I did call it. Yeah, I called it. So I guess this wasn't the only team betrayal we saw, but this one happened during the match. Either way, dysfunction at the junction. Tag champs took advantage. Kenzie Page, Ella Envy retained. And Missa Kate got screwed. But again, it's one of those things where I'm like, I always knew Maddie had an ego, but was that action brought on by the misdirection caused by the tag champs? Or was this her game plan in the end? I'm not sure here. Either way, tag champs retain, and so much for another potential tag team in the NWA. Tough break. Jeez. Guess Maddie is pretty much in it for herself. Uh-oh. Well, JJ, we go from women's tag team action to heated singles encounter.
Yes, Raymond, open mic night will be tonight. Immediately following Hard Times, there'll be about a 15, maybe a 20-minute intermission, and then we'll go straight into open mic night. The intro video alone with previews and everything is almost 10 minutes. So give us enough time to grab a tasty beverage for the evening, go to the bathroom, you know, maybe pop a cough drop to help clear up the throat from calling the action tonight. And then get right into it. We've got a few different topics, nothing major this week newsworthy, except for obviously the Nick Aldis NWA thing, which will be one of the first things we discuss. You know, nothing major, nothing overly depressing, which is always good in the world of professional wrestling. So
yeah, I know, right?
Part of that video package will be an in memoriam. We lost 3 people yesterday.
Grief.
Including Kevin Conroy, best known for being the voice of Batman on the animated series. So there'll be a memoriam package as part of the 10-minute almost video. The premiere of James's edited together open mic night introduction
that boy
video.
Be busy.
You know what? He stepping away from broadcasting about pro wrestling like he is, he's got time on his hands. And I talked to James privately last week before we went on the air.
Oh, nice.
Because I know that I've gathered about him that he's the type of person that needs to be busy. That's why he always did so many broadcasts.
Yeah, he's burning himself out. He was stretching himself too thin. And as far as stretching something too thin, I feel like this control your narrative exploit by EC3 is at its wit's end with Tom Latimer.
So, you know, him making all these videos is just his way of trying to keep busy, keep focused so that he doesn't sit still too much. It's a great great projects for him, and we appreciate everything he's done for Open Mic Night, the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, and you'll see some of those videos in that almost 10-minute opening prior to Open Mic Night. So we got EC3 taunting.
It's one of those things where EC3 right now, he's trying to exploit the past demons, per se, of Tom Latimer, the former Bram, if you all remember that from Impact Wrestling. And yeah, Tom Latimer, he's talked about how, he's had some hard times of his own that he's faced, but he's overcome them. He's become a better man. He's a married man now. And yeah, he might literally be part of the power couple, it seems, in the NWA anyway. But EC3 is looking to use that past against him to make him better, to awaken him in a way. As he talks about his tattoos also, you see the 3 mark on his back now and the subtle rings around his arms. Talks about how EC3 now has been awakened, and he looks to do the same thing tonight with Tom Latimer, open his eyes so he controls his narrative. And you see EC3 once again egging Latimer on.
You look at EC3, and it's hard to believe that man was once Derek Bateman, part of the
I know, right?
New Nexus. Is like, what the hell?
Oh, hit toss. Tom Latimer right now, so far, he's staying very composed, which he needs to. But again, EC3, he's saying hit him. He wants more. Is he just playing in the EC3's game, though, here, JJ? Oh. With EC3, it's a match that's more psychological than physical. And if you can exploit that enough, EC3 can make an example out of Tom Latimer.
Absolutely. And that's one of the things that I think is a lost art in professional wrestling, is the psychology of it. And EC3 is definitely trying to utilize that psychology on Latimer here.
You think about all these underhanded tactics, all these backstage attacks, all these simple but cryptic messages that EC3's been directing personally to Tom Latimer. At one point, literally speaking to the man without even looking at him. And right now, Tom Latimer is in a pretty unique predicament. Another sleeper hold being applied here. Wearing down Latimer. But Latimer, again, you see his head's turning color almost, it seems. Trying to maintain his composure, trying to get back up to his feet. Oh, inverted atomic drop. Takes him down with a short arm clothesline. You see Free driven into the corner. Ooh, the hip attack. Followed splash. Latimer right now taking control of the match. Reverse the Irish whip. Big black hole slam. Latimer is feeling it right now. And meanwhile, Irish whip off the ropes, and EC3 just stops it. And goes to the outside.
Smart move by the heel vet.
Oh, no, he's got a mic. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Again, what the hell is he talking about? What is he talking about? Is it really about him? Clearly, personal. Okay. Tom's being egged on. This is sick. This is weird. It's perverse here. EC3 is asking for punishment, JJ. How much more can Latimer take? How much more can Latimer keep himself composed here?
I don't know, but this goes back to what we were talking about a minute ago, Noah, with that psychology. EC3 in that microphone is trying to get into Latimer's head.
Oh, and there's the past demon exploit there. Talking about the alcoholism. Really, AC3, really. Vladimir is not gonna. Vladimir gotta be too smart to fall for this. It's gotta be wiser than this. What? No. All right. EC3 once again trying to really get under the skin of Vladimir. Vladimir's just laughing it off. Again, blatant disrespectful act here. Childish antics, I would say, being showcased here by EC3.
But you got to commend Vladimir for not giving in the urges to hit him.
Yeah. All right. What's he got now? Oh, really?
Oh.
Exploit.
Below the belt there.
Yeah, literally speaking, as far as, personal attack. But again, Lamar's like, Again, Lamar. So, yeah, I feel like Lamar has to. Looks like he has. Yeah. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Don't say it. Don't say it. I think I know where he's going here, JJ. Uh-oh. This is the... Don't attack it. Don't find that card. Yeah, that's true. Be wise. Don't talk about a man's wife. You don't have to be in a relationship to understand that. Oh, boy. Vladimir, calm yourself. Seriously. Someone cut his mic off. Really? Oh, that did it! Okay, that did it. That was enough jaw jacking. Now Vladimir explodes. Again, you don't friggin' talk about another man's wife. And there it is. He's got a crossface in the ring, JJ. Again, how far do you push a man when it comes to personal boundaries besides talking about the very person they're spending the rest of their life with? Now, Vladimir, wait, you gotta let go, Vladimir. You gotta let go. 3. Vladimir, you gotta let go. EC3's fading, but Vladimir's not letting go. He's gonna get disqualified.
That's what EC3 wants.
Oh, no, wait. Don't put your hands on the official. Don't do it. Oh,
Vladimir
man!
gets DQ'd. EC3 wins.
Vladimir's lost it. EC3 wins via disqualification. But Vladimir has snapped. It's the disqualification. It's over. And again, JJ, as I said, did EC3 get what he wanted tonight out of Vladimir? I talk about being a masochist. And again, Vladimir still is not letting it go. Get some officials out there. Oh, man. Talk about preying on men's psyches. And Vladimir, I think, just realized what he did. Just snapped back into reality. Vladimir snapped when EC3 took it to a point of no return. Talk about the man's wife. And once again, EC3 has made an example out of Vladimir in controlling his narrative. EC3 wins. Then Vladimir is ticked and furious, disappointed. The sick and twisted world of EC3 comes out with EC3 victorious as he awakens and has a thumbs up. What a sick, twisted individual. This is not Joaquin Phoenix Joker. This is a man that is more delusional than Hannibal Lecter. Dadgum, man. That was rough. I want Latimer to eventually be the NWA World Champion, but he can't get there if he can't get past this, JJ. Jeez.
Yeah. I have a feeling we haven't seen the last of EC3 and Tom Latimer.
As much as I want to disagree with you, I think you're right, but I feel like for Tom Latimer's sake, he probably wants this to end. EC3 is going to continue to exploit this as long as he can. And once again, he did it tonight. Well, that was rough. All right, well, moving on. We're going to go on now to our next match. As again, we still have a ton of golden opportunities here as La Rebellion defends the NWA World Tag Team Championships for the second time with Damien Says in the corner against Hawks and Airy. Can they finally get the gold here? Can father and son duo finally overcome La Rebellion? We're going to find out. Jeez, though. Tom Latimer, good grief. Oh, the crowd's fired up with this duo. Hometown boy. Luke and PJ Hawks, father and son. Hawks Airy, local boys from New Orleans, JJ. Can they finally get the goal tonight? We've already seen one title change hands with a generation. Looks like they got a lot of people that came just from their local promotion to see these guys actually get victorious tonight. They definitely got the home field advantage. It might be a sign of good things to come. Oh, nice. Look at that. The ribbon welcome. I guess we're one of the only ones that did that. But again, if they're going to beat the champs, they got to figure out a way to neutralize Damien CSCSS. It was the miss from him last time that allowed La Rebellion to regain these titles, relinquished by the Commonwealth, Doug Williams. Yeah, boy. La Rebellion, two-time NWA World Heavyweight Tag Team Champions. Don't let their look fool you. These guys can go. They are very agile. They demonstrate what Lucha Libre is about.
Legends in the field.
Yeah. As you hear, Joe Galley again reminding you of what happened. Again, it was NWA 74. These titles were relinquished by Doug Williams due to his tag team partner being injured. And it was Hawks Aries and La Rebellion to crown the new vacant champions. And thanks to Damien CSCSCS, La Rebellion regained these titles, which is ironic because La Rebellion lost the titles to the Commonwealth connection in the first place. Yo, Fritz, our official. Yo, Fritz has been busy tonight. Master of the Mist, indeed. Again, one person at a time in the ring. Crowd is hyped up for this one, though, JJ. Looks like the mood has definitely changed. Some good energy going into this match here.
Oh, yeah. This should be balls to the wall, spot fest, so to speak.
I feel you're going to be right to a degree. Again, this would be a huge moment for Hawk Series to get the win here. Bell rings are underway. Be the first ever father and son tag team champions here if they win tonight. PJ Hawks in the ring right now. Whoop. I know, right? It was our local at one point. Meanwhile, we got a couple of time here. Oh, working the arm. The Enterprise, America's Most Wanted. Talk about a lot of great tag teams that have been through the ranks here. Ooh, look at this. Nice bridge with the cover. Gets a 2 count. PJ is very dynamic for his youth here. Of course, that comes from his father, no doubt. There's a cover again. Gets a 2. Front headlock. Trying to go for the lateral press. Just trying to hold down his opponent. Finally goes to his corner. Tag. Ooh. And meanwhile, traps the arm. Does the tag to his father. Now we got Luke in the ring. Oh! Again, big overhead shot. The overhead shot. It's one of those things, though, where I think about father and son. How much does it mean for them to try and finally become tag team champions? It's a very rare thing you see nowadays in this industry.
Yeah, absolutely.
Usually it's like the son wants to just follow in the father's steps, make a legacy of their own, or the father just wants the son to be proud of them. Here you have two coming together. Oh! And I don't think there's better chemistry you could have in wrestling than literally family.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why teams like the Usos work so well.
Big back body drop. Here's the cover. And a kick out there at 2. One of those guys remind me of Skeletor from He-Man. That's a fair point. Classic cartoon. Also, that stupid version of the Hey song by the Four Blondes, or What's Up, the Four Blondes. Why they had to turn that into a dumb YouTube video? Good grief. Oh, thank you. And that was enough to allow the champs to take advantage here, dropping him jaw first on the top. Ringpost, they've got a 2-on-1 assault here. Again, only one person can be legal at a time, though. They're using that 5 count as much as they can to their advantage without getting disqualified. And that's what Laura Rebellion does. They exploit the rules as far as they can without breaking them. Oh, man, that's just open palm strikes to the chest.
Well, one wise luchador used to say, if you're not cheating, you're not trying.
Orale, Holmes. I know exactly who you're talking about. Latino Yeet. Snapmare. And again, a lot of wrestlers tonight we see here, as we got a wrestler right now for young PJ Hawks. Crowd is not a fan of this. Joe Fritz in perfect position. Needs to make a tag back to his father if he can. Quick tags. That is definitely key strategy here against La Rebellion. Bringing him down little by little, back down to a knee, holding him in place, it seems. Again, shots to the midsection, breaks the hold, falls on the ropes, and he hits a freaking uppercut. Or back elbow strike, couldn't tell. There's a tag now. What they're looking for here? Double Irish whip, maybe? Off the ropes. Uh-oh. Oh! Oh, man. Meeting in the middle after the freaking rewind suplex. A little bit of showboating here by the tag champs. But again, that's just how resourceful and confident they are. Damien says on the outside. The X Factor taking some cheap shots. Again, that's what they do. They are an effective trio. There's the tag. Telling their father to watch this.
You're dating yourself no more than we are, Raymond, because we understood that comment.
To be fair, with any streaming service nowadays, you can watch any cartoon from any era. And I'm very well aware of He-Man, even before the reboot on Cartoon Network. Oh, they both hit their knees, and there's the tag to his father. Daddy Luke in the house right now. Luke Hawks. Big drop kick, back elbow strike follow up there. 2-on-1, taking on the world. Ooh. Lyle Billion might want to retreat after this. Ooh. Oh, man, as I say that big right, just snuffs out that rally. And both men off the ropes, and PJ. Double flapjack. And right now, up on the shoulders. Ooh, BCI right now. What's this? Oh, shoulder breaker again. Running power slam. Just getting his breath after that. Good grief. A little bit of show behind there, but finally hooks the leg. Cover for the two. No, I guess a 2 count. Wildcat Sports, a local promotion appearing in the New Orleans area. That explains the interpromotional showcase in the pre-show, and that is the previous home, particularly for Harks Airy. So there's probably a lot of that fan attendance in there tonight.
No
Nice
doubt.
time of drop in the leg lariat. Here's the cover. Shoulders are down, 2. Partner comes in for the save. Says no. Damien insists right now. No sense of urgency, it seems, for the moment. What are we looking for here? Standing switch. Oh, runs right into a forearm. Tag again. Oh, mega whoop. It's a great knee strike. Clothesline. Tag team combination by La Rebellion. Good grief. There's the tag. Quick tag so far by the tag champs. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Neckbreaker splash combination. That was like skull and bone motion machine guns. Here's the cover, 2, and immediately his fighter comes in for the save.
That was a little too close for comfort there, Noah.
And no kidding. And right now, Luke's sending Mecha Wolf to the outside. There's a net breaker. Straight jacket net breaker. But again, what the world is he looking for here? Off the top rope. Uh-oh. What the hell is this? Respective corners. 450 splashes! What the hell? Talk about causing the win, just sacrificing your own partner. Respective corners, all 4 men are down after that collision, JJ. Jeez.
Looks like a car wreck there.
I agree.
And we have the gratuitous "This is awesome" chant that echoes out at every professional wrestling event.
Well, only when it matters, unless you have a filtered voice box computer board, but I digress. Meanwhile, wait, what am I talking about? Meanwhile, we go back to here. Overhead shots. Hey, don't make your company sound like a cheap-end video game that's worse than what 2K made in 2020. Just saying. Uppercut. And actually give me music I understand. And meanwhile, off the ropes, I'll talk for another day. Pop up. No,
Jesus.
Man,
what was that?
Not coming in. One. New champions. What the hell?
You called it earlier, Noah. Damien getting involved here.
Damien, yes, crawling into the ring, preventing the decision. Gerald Fritz ejecting him, thankfully.
But is it too little too late? Has the damage been done? There's the mist.
He has got the mist. Oh, no, not like this. Not like this. Whoa, he kicked out.
Wow.
2 counts. And it's father with a bottle of water. Oh, my gosh. How he survived the mist, I don't know. But thankfully, his father's got a bottle of water to try and fix his vision. Oh, there's a kick to PJ. Or Luke, excuse me. And meanwhile, off the ropes, pop up. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Wait, reversal. Rana, into his own partner. Bad landing. And the beast, and meanwhile, suplex.
Strong-armed that German, too. Didn't look like he jumped much at all.
Damien has not been ejected, by the way, though he nearly was. And meanwhile, all men are down again. He needs to make a tag to his father more than ever.
Yeah, PJ crawling, looking like he's swimming across the ring trying to get to his dad.
And there's Luke in the ring after PJ crossed what felt like a border to get to his father.
Did some research. Luke Hawx, of course, the originally known as Altar Boy Luke in the original XPW out here in Southern California, the extreme company that tried to rival and take over ECW back in the day.
And nice springboard moonsault from the outside to the inside. The second rope cover too. Oh, the missed again.
This time to Luke, But
and the ref didn't
PJ,
see it. Where's the roll up? Deep 1-2 champs retained. Damien, sis, master of the mist, passing it on to his tag team brethren. Both men utilizing it here tonight, aiding them to victory. La Rebellion retained the tag team championships. And a big bunch of boos raining out here tonight. Regardless, La Rebellion are still your NWA World Tag Team Champions. Tough loss for the hometown boys tonight, JJ. Jeez. Oh, and Gerald Fritz is getting a lot of admonishment from the crowd. I mean, again, the ref didn't see the mist. I mean, he was in position. The ref's key focus to count the shoulders that are down. You couldn't see off to the side that missed literally from the outside of the ropes. But unfortunately, heartbreaking loss for Hawksbury. PJ's got more water now for his father, trying to spray the mist out of his eyes. Ah, man, this is not what we want to see tonight. Tough night. There won't be no celebrating on Bourbon Street for Hawksbury or for Wildcat Promotions here. La Rebellion retains. Sheesh. Well, gotta see what happens next as far as the NWA World Tag Team Championships go. Both set champs retain successfully tonight, and La Rebellion, masters of the mist indeed. That is their ace in the hole. It's one of those things where that mist just hits you out of nowhere. You never see it coming. Ref didn't see it from either men tonight either. And right now, the ring left alone to Hawks and Aries, father and son, embracing each other. Aw, that's definitely respectful. We have not seen the last of these two, and that will not be the last time those two go after those tag titles. I guarantee you. PJ endorsing his father, Luke endorsing his son. Tough loss. It's tough to lose in your hometown. You can ask WWE a lot about that. Well, as we keep moving on, JJ, time for my match of the night that I've been looking forward to the most, as Painesville, Ohio's own Kylie King and Chelsea Green, the hot mess herself, they take on Camille for the NWA World Women's Championship. It is our semi-main event, as the World Women's Championship triple threat match is now. I'm going to remain unbiased, but everyone knows I'm just going to say this. Ohio represent. Kylie King has exploded on the NWA scene, making a name for herself across the entire independent wrestling scene, currently holding 3 championships, including an all-women's promotion, Capital Championship Wrestling. She recently faced Camille at the Chase, and of course, Kylie King and Camille, they both share training regimen and endorsement from one Bully Ray.
It's a hell of an endorsement these days, man. Mark LaMonica, Bubba Ray Dudley, Bully Ray, whatever you want to call him, it's a hell of a presence in the world of professional wrestling. And did you see the picture on social media this week? Him, Devon, and Spike together for the first time in 7 years?
How's that for a callback? All right.
Bubba and Devon still look good. Spike looks like he's aged 30 years.
How about somebody who hasn't aged at all, it seems, and that is the hot mess Chelsea Green. Chelsea Green, who found her way into this match, calling her shot based on her team winning that NWA Tournament Affair of Teams and inserting herself into this match. Originally, this was going to be a rematch of Aware Loca, Taya Valkyrie, and Camille, but Taya Valkyrie faced Kylie King in number one contendership on mutual respect, and Kylie King came out victorious. But now you have the X factor of Chelsea Green involved in this, and of course, Chelsea Green challenged Camille also for this title back at NWA Empower and lost after Camille already retained success in the previous night against Legit Layla Hirsch.
Okay.
So neither of these two women are strangers to what Camille brings.
Granted, I don't know much about any of these ladies, but Chelsea Green is giving off Britt Baker vibes to me.
The only woman you need to know anything about in this match more than anything else is the NWA World Women's Champion, built like a gladiator, and that is the Brick House Camille. For 525 days,
Wow.
this dominant female athlete has held this title 1X around her waist with 24 successful title defenses. Not just against Kylan King, Taya Valkyrie, Max the Impaler, Chelsea Green. We're talking about legit Layla Hirsch. We are talking about Allison Kay. We're talking about the very woman she beat for this title, Serena Deeb. Countless others have all fallen to the Brick House. There has not been a more dominant women's champion in the industry right now, underknown, than Camille. And she has held this title for combined reigns longer than several other champions of the past. In my opinion, she's the one woman right now that could surpass what Jazz did, and Jazz had it for 900 days. The only difference is Jazz wasn't constantly defending it. Camille is. Kylan King, the king of crazy, looking to make a name for herself tonight. Former Knockouts champion, former Knockouts tag team champion, and the wife of Matt Cardona, who will be in the main event.
You want to talk about a power couple? How many power couples have had the semi and the main event?
Yeah, I know. 1X right there. Camille, the NWA World Women's Champion, and that's what it's all about tonight. Yes, she was for a short stint. Then she got injured. Then they dropped the ball on her. Then she was released.
Sounds like some McMahonisms there.
The better off forgotten in the past. All three of these women have endured hard times their entire lives, looking for the richest prize and celebrating the Big Easy. Chelsea Green, Kylan King, Camille, bell rings. We are underway. Again, Camille and Kylan King, they recently were involved in a tag team match on NWA against the Hex, and they showed great tag team chemistry. But tonight, it's all about the prize, and these two are more so focused on each other, not the X Factor. Again, Chelsea Green decided to make herself a part of this. Oh, and Kylan King and Camille will have none of it. And off the ropes, and Chelsea Green looking for a bit of reprieve. Oh, my Kylan King! Boom, backdoor. Oh, look for their leg lariat. Again, for how young Kylan King has been involved in the industry, for what she has done and what she has tried to do with her name across Mission Pro, CCW, CCWFL, AEW, goes to her credit. Whoa, there's a boot. Missed, though. The forearm shiver, though, at Chelsea Green. Camille, spears Kylan King in the corner. Uh-oh.
Chelsea Green capitalizing.
Well, again, in a triple threat match, it's all about opportunity. It's all about awareness. You pick your spot. The monkey flip to Kylan King. Chelsea, hyperextending the right arm in the cover, gets a 1 count.
Trying to tear the ligaments there on Kylan King.
And this is also the worst chance for the champion. This is worst case scenario. She is not involved right now in the ring. She is not involved in the decision. Title can change hands, be put on submission. Champion does not be involved in the decision. Kylan King off the ropes. Chelsea Green looking to follow up, and Chelsea and Kylan. Oh, Kylan off the second. Big missile drop kick. And Camille has to get back inside the ring right now. This is not wise. Ooh, running clothesline right now by Kylan King. Kylan King, though, trying to take advantage of opportunity. Back elbow strike. Congrats, by the way, to Genocide, Mission Pro Women's Champion. Now that Kylan King and Genocide, they've also butted heads against each other and fought. Oh, nice trip up by Kylan. Great awareness. Sending Camille into Chelsea. And now we're back to the Burke and the King. Oh, man, rocked him with a head kick. And meanwhile, Camille looking for crossface, trying to make her submit, but Chelsea Green breaks it up. Almost like a snapmare, like neckbreaker type move almost.
Just pie facing the opposition. Get out of here. This is my championship.
Camille is one of those that's not easily throttled, though. But if you can exploit her strength where that is almost a non-factor, you almost render the champ useless. And right now, both the stronger adversaries in this match are on their knees. Chelsea Green taking advantage. I don't know if Chelsea's game is going to work, though. Oh, there's a chop. Sitting up in the ropes. And meanwhile, uh-oh.
Nice double Hurricane Rana.
Taking both women over into respective corners. Chelsea Green saying that looked easy.
Well, no, if it was doing a pool here, this was part of the predictions league. I'd say I'm taking the girl in purple.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Now, which color of purple? Are we talking about? We got the Sherman-Williams scale here. Okay.
Oh.
Directly sent first into the bottom turnbuckle, face first. Chelsea Green with the cover. There's two. And Kylan, senton. Didn't break it up. Lands of the champ, but Kylan immediately into the cover. Chelsea aware of it. It's Chelsea now with the crucifix. Trying to sneak away with the victory. And there's a high stack by Kylan. Reversal. Chelsea with the cover again. Two. And again, quick near falls. No one's got it yet. Inside cradle. Small package. One. There's a kick out again. Whee. Oh, and a boot to the face. And meanwhile, Cazadora, Kylan, and Chelsea. Oh, no way. Camille's got both.
Wow.
What the hell?
Yeah. Triple freaking German suplex. What the hell was that?
Double suplex executed by Camille with a smile on her face, once again exploiting and showing why she is the brick house of the NWA. All three women are down.
I'm glad you mentioned that smile. I was about to comment on that. You just beat me to the punch there. You can tell that she is happy with her handiwork.
She's also proud to be NWA Women's World Champion. Or World Women's Champion, excuse me. And meanwhile, Armbringer brings it down hard to the mat, working on Chelsea Green. In the top turnbuckle, kicks to the midsection. Yeah, Camille is not in a good mood right now. You piss off the brick house, you're gonna pay. Sends her in the corner. Nice running power slam into the cover, center of the ring, and kick out by Chelsea Green. And Matt Cardona talked about how tonight feels like a must-win situation. You could almost say the same thing about Chelsea Green, considering this is her second chance. And meanwhile, Camille looking to send Kylan King inside the ring. Shots in the midsection, preventing the attempted superplex over the top rope to the inside from the apron. Kylan King, there's a shoulder block to the midsection. Over the top, sunset flip, roll through, back up on her feet. Kicks the midsection again. Fireman's carry, up on the shoulders. What you looking for here? Death Valley driver. Cover, two, no. And back into the submission hold. Into that crossface. It's one of those feints where we rarely see Camille in a submission-based predicament. This is smart strategy, but meanwhile, Chelsea Green brings outside to the ring, and Camille is aware of the situation, sense of urgency, taps to encourage Kylan King to break the hold. Kylan King realizes though what Chelsea Green did. And she's pissed. I don't blame Kylan King. Oh, like Camille looking to take advantage. There's the roll up. 1, 2. Ooh. And once again, we're back to the striking affair. And Kylan King, I mean, technically that was a match win, but Gerald Fritz wasn't there to see the tap out. Great awareness by the champion. And both these two just slugging it out. Training bombs. Oh, there's an open palm strike to that tender area. Again, Camille falling in, pushing forward. Whoop. That's the clothesline. Shot to the back. Camille. Uh-oh. The torture rack. The power of the brick house. And wait a minute. Camille, turn around. Chelsea Green on the top rope. Missile drop kick.
Can she capitalize, though?
Here's the cover on the chin. 2 get it. No. 2 count. Chelsea sees Kylan, though. Goes for her. And 2 count again. Back on top of Camille, and a 1 count that time. And Kylan in the ropes. Chelsea again trying to take advantage where the opportunity lies. And right now, Chelsea Green trying to, headbutt to Camille. Oh, there's an uppercut. The cutter!
Out of nowhere.
Wait, I kind of kindle off the camera. 1, 2, double splash!
Kylan King feeling
And
froggy.
the cover bump too! No! That would have been an incredible statement. Not only pinning the champion, but Chelsea Green in the process. So close for Kylan King. Kylan King seats her target, picks up Chelsea Green. Might be looking for that pump handle. The Excalibur Buster takes her arm over. Nope. And now Chelsea Green looking for the unprettier. And Kylan King breaks it up. Brings her in. Ooh, leg lariat. Up, pump handle
Going for it again.
Excalibur Buster! Excalibur Buster!
But Camille is right there. Can she get over?
The cover, 1, 2, count it. Oh!
Last
Camille
possible second.
Camille saving her championship. Whew. And right now, Kylan King unleashing her fury, doing anything possible to lead tonight as NWA World Women's Champion. Chelsea Green back up to her feet. There's a super kick. And hooks Kylan King up. Got it out prettier. She got it. But doesn't go for the cover. Kylan King is all the way. And a spear. The spear by Camille. The cover. 1, 2. Camille retains the title. 526 days, 25 successful defenses. 1X still remains on top of NWA Women's Division. The Burke is still Brickhouse. Camille is still your NWA World Women's Champion. Boy. Again, though, Kylan King had Camille in the crossface. She tapped out. Chelsea Green, though, made sure the rep was not there. I got to think, again, champ aware, but still, sense of urgency, was she truly in a place that point no return? If Chelsea Green was not there, would Kylan King have been the champion? All one is, but regardless, Camille is still the NWA World Women's Champion. Again, who can take this title off the Brick House? Who? My word. Great match. 2 years practically. 2 freaking years. Camille, that is the champion of the NWA in my opinion. Respect the Brick House. 1X for a reason. 1X. Not many people in this industry can say that. And look at Kylan King. She knows once again that close, yet so far. Keep fighting, Kylan. Your day will come. And if nothing else, people should definitely still recognize and remember your name. That was a hell of an effort. And she wasn't even involved in the decision. That's a whole nother thing, too. So it still leaves a lot to be desired. Kylan King can be the one to maybe dethrone the Brick House, but that's all what is and what's to come. All right, let's see what Kyle Davis has here. Bobby Fulton, huh? It's always cool to see these like legends show up during these NWA pay-per-views. Bigger nods to the past. That's pretty cool. And who says bow ties still can't be in style in wrestling? Well, anyway. My heart goes out to Kylan King, but this is kind of cool. A little bit of a legend spotlight.
Yeah. The National Wrestling Alliance has always been about legacy and heritage until Shane Douglas threw the title down on the ground. But I digress.
I mean, you're not wrong. Even I understood that reference.
Congratulations to Bobby Fulton. Just announced he's a throat cancer survivor.
Respect. That's true. To someone yell Cardona. So my sentiments were accurate. There are some people that want Cardona to actually win the title. Where history lives and the future is forged. I like that tagline. I like that tagline, JJ.
That was good.
Well, it's been a fun night, but only one match remains.
It's time for the main event.
But first, we got May Valentine backstage with Scion for some reason. Oh, that's right. Austin Allen Enterprise now also has the television championship. Since Tyrus actually becomes NWA World Television Champion, Austin Allen will practically own the NWA. Lord help us. Your father, allegedly. Mm.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a look at Bobby Fulton back in his younger days when he was actually wrestling.
Boy, what a difference.
Just thought I'd give the legend that little moment there. Show of respect.
Velvet Sky, I don't know if she's disgusted or shocked that someone thanked Austin Idol. But I guess if someone's going to thank that man, it's going to be his son, allegedly, before anybody else. So, well, as Bobby Fulton alluded to, talking about forging the future, tonight, the future of the NWA will be defined by who holds the 10 pounds of gold. And again, they will be there live with the belt on NWA Power Live Tuesday, January 31st, 2023. Next year, folks, from the Knoxville Convention Center in Knoxville, Tennessee. Tennessee, the home of professional wrestling. On many fronts, it seems.
That's gonna be Raymond, unique. I saw your comment.
Can't believe they're actually going to be live with Power.
That's awesome. That just shows that the National Wrestling Alliance is back moving in the right direction.
I like to think so. Or they saved a lot of money. Well, main event time. We're going to find out if Max truly is always ready, or if it's Tyrus this time, or Turner Murdoch overcomes the odd once again. NWA World Heavyweight Championship on the line. Here we go. I worry, though, if Matt Cardona wins, what will Velvet Sky say or do?
We'll find out here momentarily. We got about 25 minutes left here before the top of the hour. The way that the match has been rolling, you got to figure this will be done right about 8 o'clock, 11 o'clock for the East Coast folks. Like I said earlier, as soon as the main event is over and we sign off from Hard Times, we will take about a 15 to 20-minute intermission, just long enough for me and Noah to be able to grab some drinks, go to the bathroom, get resituated for open mic night. The introduction video leading into open mic night's approximately 10 minutes with trailers. The brand new hype video, intro video that James Hebert made for us. Thank you again, James. We've got an in memoriam that's going to run as part of it. So you got to make sure that you're still here for that as soon as we're done with Hard Times coverage. The 9 people still watching us here this evening, thank you so much for tuning in and joining us for this wild ride.
Hope y'all having fun.
And to all those that have been here since I originally came on solo, thank you for surviving with me through that 30 minutes roughly where I was going through it on my own until our lovely Noah Foster here joined us to break out the wrestling commentary. Really helped steer the ship.
I just have fun. I just try.
Got to give yourself a little bit more credit than that, Noah. I know it's hard sometimes. I know you're a humble man.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just need to Barry Horowitz yourself and pat yourself on the back. There's a reason that you are our lead play-by-play
I'll just do the
man.
chop and clap and just pat myself on the shoulder. How about that? Man, I can't remember the last time I saw Tyrus without the NWA World Television Championship. Kind of weird. Second time now Tyrus has a chance to become the NWA World Heavyweight Champion.
We'll find out tonight if Tyrus can capture the 10 pounds in gold, and if he does, will Funk be on a roll?
Well, I mean, when you think about last time he was this close to capturing the gold, there was a moment of consciousness that cost him the title. Again, he actually decided to try and do the right thing, win the match the right way, and he ended up falling short in the end. And afterwards, he wasn't very happy about it. So I don't think we're going to get any of that same type of style or respect for the champion or championship here from Tyrus tonight. It's about anything goes and winning by any means necessary, I feel like, for this big man. Again, Jordan Clearwater, he already has claimed the NWA World Television Championship now for Austin Enterprises. And now, of course, Austin's son, literally, Scion, successfully defend the National Television Championship. All Tyrus has to do is get the main prize, the 10 pounds of gold. Speaking of which, here comes the man who has that on hold. That's the champion, Trevor Murdoch.
The current holder of the 10 pounds of gold, in my opinion, still the most prestigious championship in professional wrestling sports entertainment history.
Well, again, you figure about the legacy of this title, the people that held it, whether or not it was under NWA or TNA, whether it was showcased in NJPW, whether they did the title proud, whether it was a short-spanning champion or a champion that spanned eons, figuratively speaking. We talked about some of the great names, the bigger names, Dusty Rhodes, freaking Ric Flair, Cody Rhodes, Nick Aldis, despite his political indifferences.
Harley Race, Terry Funk.
Terry Funk. I freaking Satoshi Kojima once held this title.
Chris Candido, the franchise Shane Douglas, Sabu.
Keep going.
AJ Styles, Christian Cage, Ron Killings.
What's up?
Scrap Iron, Adam Pearce, Colt Cabana.
Again, Trevor Murdoch is going to have to realize that he's got to do anything possible to come out here with the strap. There are no rules. First pinfall submission wins. Let's go to Kyle Davis with introductions.
I believe the man at ringside, too, Mr. Tim Storm, was a former champion.
He was. And he did everything possible to hold on to that title for a long time.
The Z True Hollywood Story, Long Island Ice Z, Matt Cardona.
And despite him having at least one fan that thinks he should be the winner, the place is booing him out of the building. Looking to become two-time NWA World Heavyweight Champion after relinquishing it due to injury.
I was going to say, technically, he never lost it. So if anybody has a real claim to it, it is him.
And for Tyrus, he may not be the most pretty in the ring, but for what he's done in the NWA for himself, can't argue with the resume.
And being a Louisiana boy, you know, does he have the crowd behind him there?
Representing St. Louis, Missouri. Wearing Sweet Charlotte. The NWA World Heavyweight Champion, Trevor Murdoch. Who would have thought you would ever hear the words Trevor Murdoch, NWA World Heavyweight Champion?
Not me.
I know that.
But then again, you know, like we were talking about during the pre-show, who would have thought you'd hear the name Christian Cage, Chris Candido, you know, Matt Cardona, NWA World Champion. But they all did it. Cody Rhodes.
Yep. And Matt Cardona literally saying, I never lost it. I never lost it. All right. There's no questions. There's only one answer left to remain, and that's who leaves here with the NWA World Heavyweight Championship. 10 pounds of gold held proudly. Again, there's no disqualification in triple threat, so I don't know what the rest are talking about here. But first pinfall submission side of the ring wins, and the bell rings and we're underway. We're either going to have a new champion, retaining champion, or a non-existing losing champion. Trevor Murdoch trying to form an alliance against Tyrus. He wants, wait a minute, he wants 60 seconds with Matt Cardona? I don't know this is wise. Yeah, Matt Cardona wants none of that.
I wouldn't either.
Well, also, though, Tyrus, I mean, self-preservation. I mean, you know, give the man 60 seconds to beat the hell out of each other. Sure, why not? And Cardona, Cardona trying to find some sort of reprieve, some sort of advantage. And G says inside the ring, I don't care who you are. You've been with the NWA. You know Matt Cardona sneaked his way inside here and stole the championship. And nobody was proud and happy of that. And Trevor Murdoch being the most furious about it. And Trevor Murdoch just trying to unleash some pent-up frustration since Knoxville, Tennessee. Nice scoop slam there, and Tyrus now making his way back inside the ring. Oh, God, that's a big elbow drop. And cover. And Trevor, wait a minute. Again, this is about the 10 pounds of gold at the end of the day. You can get all the revenge you want against Matt Cardona, but he says he's always ready. Don't think he won't be ready to take advantage of these two butting heads.
Let's not forget that when Matt Cardona first broke into the WWE, he sat under the learning tree of one Adam Copeland, the ultimate opportunist edge.
Exactly. Edgehead. There's a shoulder block. Tyrus doesn't even budge. Trevor Murdoch once again trying for it, and Tyrus is welcoming it, clearly. Tyrus out to prove a point as much as anybody here because he's never been a NWA World Heavyweight Champion. Felt like it was his time back at the Chase, but again, that moment of consciousness cost him. Doing something that was out of character, per se. And right now, Trevor Murdoch trying to get on the second rope. For the Bulldog! He got the Bulldog! The cover, two, and Cardona gets the foot on the rope. Again, legal. It is legal. And Cardona's going to pay for it, being brought in the hard way by Trevor Murdoch. And, Trevor runs into the ring post. Now Cardona taking advantage of the big man while he's down. Again, he has a point, JJ. Like you said, Cardona never lost the championship. He had to relinquish it, and it was not easy for Billy Corgan to negotiate this man relinquishing that title. Shoots the half, hooks the leg, and not quite. Barely a 1 count, Paul. Barely. And right now, again, Matt Cardona, this is wise. He's keeping Trevor Murdoch to the outside of the ring, making sure he's focusing on one man, even though it's the biggest man in the match, but he's keeping the big man off his feet. And meanwhile, using that tape, trying to choke him out. But again, can Cardona wear down Tyrus enough? Is he the right target? Can he wear down Tyrus enough to pin him or beat him for the title?
That's debatable. We'll find out here as the match progresses, Noah.
He's got that tape still hanging off his hand, maybe trying to still use it as a weapon at some point. And meanwhile, Tyrus is still down to a knee. Back up to his feet finally. Matt Cardona. Oh!
It's a long way down.
That drop suplex. And Trevor Murdoch finally makes his way back to the inside of the ring, keeps Tyrus off his feet with a kick to the head. And Trevor Murdoch putting the boots to Cardona. And meanwhile, what's Cardona Murdoch going to do here? There's Murdoch with the clothesline. Cardona blocks the shot. Uh-oh. Firebuster! And the cover, 2, and Tyrus finds his way to the pinfall and breaks it up. Oh, and again, Murdoch's second ring post to the shoulder. This guy can't catch a break. And again, driven to the outside to the floor. 3 times now. Good grief. Meanwhile, Cardona up in the second. What's he looking for here? Oh, no. That was not wise. Not going to outpower the Manster. Oh, gosh. What a power slam. But he might flatten him. And Tyrus right now. Uh-oh. Oh, splash. 1, 2, no. And Chelsea Green. The wife of Matt Cardona. I knew she was going to come into play eventually. And meanwhile, oh! Dreaded low blow. You don't need a manager's license when you're the wife of a participant. And meanwhile, Cardona looking for the radio silence. The cover. 1, 2, no.
Not enough this time.
Almost stole it. That was very close. Cardona and Chelsea Green thought they had the plan, it seemed. Wait. No. Don't disrespect the 10 pounds of gold by doing this. Don't do that. You saw that sinister smile by Chelsea Green. Don't do it. Don't do it. Trevor Murdoch's going to have none of it. With a roll up. 1, 2. Shores down. Oh.
Nope. Cardona's still too resilient.
And meanwhile, having half. Oh, man. Big slam center of the ring. Up on there. Sit out powerbomb. 1, 2, no.
Tyrus getting to a knee there, still catching his breath before he gets back on both feet.
And Jesus trying to get Tyrus back into this match, it seems. Again, Chelsea Green, though, playing distraction, back up on the apron. Oh, Tyrus, drops Trevor Murdoch. And right now, Matt Cardona is down on the mat. What's he looking for here? And meanwhile, Tyrus sends Cardona for the ride. Whew. And what are we going to do here now? With
Tyrus putting his attention onto Murdoch, the champ.
Oh, man, gosh, that's a lot of weight just to throw around like that. Good grief.
Tyrus is a beast, man.
Yeah, he is. Friggin' freight train on the run in both corners. Big splash to the champ. Big splash to Cardona. And right now, this train has no brakes. What's Tyrus going to do here, though? Oh, he's got a Guzzo, double Guzzo.
Going to get a double choke slam here? No.
A double shot to the mid-set? No way. No way. No way. No way. Good
yes
Lord!
Way, Noah. Both men, Murdoch and Cardona, suplexing Tyrus.
That's 400 pounds practically being suplexed. Jeez. And right now, Matt Cardona and Trevor Murdoch, they both see Tyrus in vulnerable state. The enemy is my friend at this point. He's going to take advantage here. Matt Cardona looking to follow in. Jumping forearm strike. And somehow right now we have a temporary alliance with Trevor Murdoch and Matt Cardona. I did not see that coming in this match.
Well, at the end of the day, Noah, you got to figure Tyrus is 400-something pounds, 6'8", 6'9", something like that. Like he is the proverbial giant in this match, and you've got to take him out.
Yeah, well, that boot to the side of the head might have took Tyrus out, and Trevor Murdoch just may have took Matt Cardona down with a DDT, but he's not going for the cover. What's he thinking here?
He's thinking Cardona is too slick, too resilient. He wants to dish out some more punishment on the man that he feels disgraced.
I don't know how wise this is. With Chelsea Green out there on the outside as well. Oh no. Oh, no. Looking for... Wait a minute. Go, man! DDT on the concrete. Well, that must have felt good for Trevor Murdoch, but how are you going to get the man back in the ring? Again, Trevor Murdoch has been waiting for the longest time to get his hands on Matt Cardona, ever since what happened. And Cardona has to be out at this point, and Tyrus isn't moving either, and Tyrus is still off his feet. I feel like this guy's been a little bit biased here.
Tyrus is back up.
Uh-oh.
And he's got that look of determination in his eyes. Murdoch goozled.
He's got the death grip. He's got the death grip. He's got a hook choke slam. The cover. 1, 2. I don't believe it.
Your new NWA World Heavyweight Champion, Tyrus, the former Funkasaurus Brodus Clay, now holds the 10 pounds of gold.
Well, what a match, but also that means Austin Idol basically owns the NWA at this point. Velvet Sky might have a whole nother nightmare on her hand. Yeah, Matt Cardona didn't win, but Tyrus is now the NWA World Champion. What the world did I just witness? Well, congratulations to Tyrus. Like it or not, folks, Tyrus is your new NWA World Heavyweight Champion after relinquishing the NWA World Television Championship. Big 400-pound man himself just added 10 more pounds to his weight in the form of gold. And here comes Austin Idol Enterprises in full. What a night for them. Oh, Velvet Sky, you're going to have to deal with this so much more. Good luck to you. Going to celebrate, as they only do in New Orleans, with the champagne. Well, I mean, good for Tyrus, you know? Start from the bottom, and now he's holding one of the most prestigious titles in the history of pro wrestling.
And there's another one to add to the list, Noah. Did you ever think that you would say Brodus Clay, Tyrus, NWA World Heavyweight Champion?
No, and it's a whole new era now, the NWA. We'll have to wonder how this plays out into 2023 when NWA Power goes live. Austin Idol Enterprises holding all the gold, it feels like, as NWA Hard Times goes off the air. But boy, things are looking bright and easy for Austin Idol Enterprises in the National Wrestling Alliance. For JJ, I'm the Simon Noah Foster. Thank you for tuning into the simple watch-along reactions and commentation for NWA Hard Times 3. It was something to say the least. We'll be back shortly with Open Mic Night later on in the second half of this Jeff Meacham Multiverse Media presentation. Thank you for tuning in to part 1.
Yeah, like Noah said, we echo those sentiments, man. This was a good show. We're going to take about a 20-minute intermission here right now. Just, a little bit layover so me and Noah can use the bathroom. Like I said, refresh our drinks. Maybe pop a Halls real quick, kind of clear the throats up from all the commentating and whatnot. We've got people in the green room ready to come on for part of open mic night. Give us about 15 minutes or so, and we will be back to discuss some of the topics of the week, including the fallout of Hard Times, the Nick Aldis situation, the Usos, and so much more. Stay tuned.
Now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Three simple circles, a quarter and two dimes, probably the most universal symbol ever created by man or mouse.
What is it about Mickey Mouse?
Mickey Mouse to me is light. There's like a lot of dark in the world, and he's hope.
It's magical to be able to channel all of our hopes and dreams, the innocence that we eventually lose and would like back.
Never lose sight of one thing, that it was all started by a mouse.
The story of Walt and Mickey wasn't just one continual success after success. It was stumble after stumble.
Mickey Mouse started in the roaring 20s, but almost immediately the depression fell.
You have groups saying, we want Mickey to help get us through World War II.
The American dream has suffered, but Mickey is able to bring that back.
Just like America splits in the 60s, Mickey Mouse splits as well. And those coexist in this one character. If you have an issue with authority, Mickey Mouse is your guy.
Mickey has taken the world by storm. This is something otherworldly.
He gets so big that he becomes this reflection of who we are. How is that even possible with this little mouse?
What would a culture from another planet think of seeing Mickey on everything? They might say, take me to your leader, and it would be Mickey.
He had become this divine figure that you didn't mess with.
We began a process to bring Mickey forward.
He's everywhere.
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 It's overwhelming. Like, leave me alone.
Oh, no. Okay, let's do that again.
Mickey is a thing we all share. There aren't many of those around.
Almost 100 years later, after all the things that Mickey has been through, he's still here.
We love a mouse. How crazy is that? That's a little absurd.
You've always been my best friend.
Streaming only on Disney Plus.
Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Yeah, who wants to go first?
Well,
Come on in. It's open mic night with your host.
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, JJ Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am the founder. We'll call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah.
And the He-Man, James Hebert. Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies! There you go! It sells itself! Get in there!
Short his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ, give it time.
Now, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that...
Dumb move. Just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Ring of Honor does not have to be AEW Live. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. We kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He is no longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... No, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Amen!
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. So it's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine. And
that's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
We got it on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. That's just how the thing goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, bloody brilliant.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to another edition of Open Mic Night.
Yeah.
First, James.
You're bloody brilliant. My God, that was incredible. Bravo.
There we go. Look at that.
Oh my God, that was so damn good.
We loving the new intro for Open Mic Night, yeah?
Oh.
I gotta admit, when you first messaged about it, I was like, what, my intro's not good enough for you, James? But then I watched it, and I was like, I was literally in tears, crying, laughing so hard.
That's the definition of a damn good time on an open conversation with professional wrestling fans.
I don't know if you were in the chat room when I was mentioning it to Noah earlier, but Cece's sitting here watching me.
Yes, I was there.
And I'm like, just wait. Let me finish. I'll play it back for you. Just wait.
And you're fucking wheezing. Is what I heard.
Seriously.
What was so like? I know there was the funny moments, but like, was the whole thing like the way I edited that funny?
Yeah, it was. From the moment you freeze famed me for the Renegade J.J. Williams, and I had like a derpy look on my face.
It's the Morgan Freeman impression, isn't it?
Well,
That's what it is.
If you go back and you look at the screenshot, I've got like a derpy face because the way you paused it, like, okay, I'm laughing right there.
Yeah.
And then just like it kept going and going, and the clips you used, mwah, chef's kiss.
Chef's
brilliant,
kiss.
dude.
Yeah.
You know,
Which one, dude? After your
you've got
derpy
Jessie in there
intro,
talking about popping her pussy.
Yeah, you had to
You've
get
got
that in there.
fuck
That
Bill
was
Belichick.
phenomenal. Yeah.
You know, you've got
Jessie approved.
Dentist the Medicine.
God.
Dentist and medicine, of
Dentist
course.
medicine.
Yeah,
You
these
got
are
Mikey
classics.
T talking about touching everyone's trash in the state. I'm
Oh
sorry.
my god, that was hysterical, dude.
Oh,
by
God.
the way, that's going in the highlight reel. A lot of
I'm about to say,
You
you
know what?
realize I look at those clips. You probably like clips from like 4 episodes. I think we've done it with Mike Night now, like for 30 things, because I have a whole playlist on my YouTube channel.
Yeah,
So
dude, bro, you forget I'm signed into your channel. How do you think
I
I'm gonna
know
do all
that.
this?
Really quickly, I know he said he wasn't going to pop in tonight because his sister is on his way home and
Oh,
he has an
God,
annoying
that was
headache.
so damn good.
But Josh did pop into the green room real quick. I assume to give his props on the video also.
You got the last clip, by the way. Fuck Bill Belichick.
Oh my God, man!
All right.
James, you have outdone yourself. My
It
headache
really
is
has.
feeling better. I just took a Tylenol, but I am going to be just making this really brief. That was so beautiful, James. If you want me to record it better, I definitely will.
No, man, that's the beauty of it, man. You can hear it.
Oh, you hear it loud.
There's no
and
way
clear.
you can mistake
Oh,
who
that's
you're
worse,
saying
too.
fuck to. Fuck this guy. You know who it is.
God.
Oh man.
Josh,
Yeah.
since you
That
won't
was-
be here for long, I raise my glass of eggnog to you, sir. Thank you
were-
for joining us.
You were saying, Josh,
Yeah.
go for it.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, James. That entire intro is amazing.
Yeah.
That was just, you got everyone perfectly. It was so.
You nailed everybody's personality beautifully. I mean, you got Noah's.
I'm waiting to hear Jeff
rant.
eventually react to this. Because Jeff is going to.
Jeff needs to see this after
pass
that.
out
after-
laughing.
No, Jeff better wait to watch it until Jeff is in a safe enough location for him to watch it.
I agree.
So he
Recommend
can
that to him
properly
in the
lose
chat,
his
yeah.
fucking
According to the message I saw, he is in an Uber, Lyft, whatever, on his way to downtown LA to meet up with his dad at the former Staples Center, the Crypt, the Crypto.com arena. So
Yeah,
he
fair
will
enough.
be in downtown
That's very
LA.
naked.
He said about 20 to 35 minutes. So once he gets there
Is
to a
that counting
secure
LA
area, he's
traffic?
going to come into the chat with us and he'll be on screen.
That's a good
Yeah.
point.
So I just wanted to pop in real quick, say, James, that is amazing. Well done.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Very, very well done. I appreciate it so much.
That
Yeah,
was
that
so
As
fucking
do
brilliant.
all the football fans in here. of the tournament as well.
And to think it was from a New Englander that put that in.
No,
Although
the best part of it was including Noah's reaction to it.
Noah
Yeah.
just freaking out. We had it wrestling. We had it wrestling.
What?
And
They
you
got
fucked it up. You fucked it up, Josh. You fucked it up.
Bloody brilliant.
Oh, man.
Hey, it's something we can all agree on.
That's true.
Yeah, lately I can agree. Although he is, I guess, trying. And then he hired his son that makes weird faces. So trying is questionable.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get going.
God.
Fuck Bill Belichick, screw the Steelers, and hopefully Jeff's boys beat old man Aaron Rodgers tomorrow.
There you go. Hopefully you'll still hang out in the chat room for a bit,
Sports
Josh. We'll
sign
throw
up
your
of the
comments
night.
up.
From
Yeah.
the Cleveland combatant, Josh Mansfield.
See ya.
Take
See ya,
care,
brother.
Josh. Yeah,
And we'll-
James, again, man. Like I said, you are bloody brilliant. And stay tuned, folks, because this guy, I swear I don't know of how he sleeps. He did some fun stuff for my YouTube channel that you will see debut this week, too.
Bro, I've been going ham on just about everything. If you guys like this open mic night intro, wait until you see what other freaking FTW shows have in store, because like it's you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm been making logos like crazy. JJ and Noah, you probably could see them since we're in a private chat together on the Discord. So
most likely I will. I haven't been on Discord at all today. I've mostly done nothing today but sleeping. After last night finishing Sonic Frontiers, that was a hell of a game. That storyline hit me hard at the end. Damn. And then today, just sleeping in through the night and part of the day, watching New Japan Pro Wrestling and just laying in bed all day before calling NWA. I haven't done dooley squat internet-wise, man. I haven't even done Twitch properly.
Hey, you know what? That's never a bad thing. That's never a bad thing at all.
No, and I'm glad I did it personally, because again, Sonic Frontiers, it killed my brain to the point that I 100%ed the dang game. I'm one trip away from platinuming it.
Yeah, there you go.
Really quickly before we get rolling here, we'll go ahead and plug it again later. But if you want to follow the Cleveland Combatant, Twitter at CatholicJosh122, Instagram at MallowManGram. We'll make sure we plug them again when we do the plugs at the end. But
yeah, I'm joking. By the way, all joking aside, I do actually hope the Cleveland Browns do win something Super Bowl wise at some point in my lifetime. Like, I just want it to happen.
All I gotta say is Ohio represent. I may not watch football, but I'll always support anything from Ohio, especially when it comes to sports, such as supporting Kylan King. Hell of an effort tonight. So, Cleveland, good luck.
There we go. And speaking of Kylan King and the effort tonight, quick thoughts on the Hard Times show. James, I know you didn't watch. I don't know if you heard our commentary to follow.
I heard Mr. Tyrus is the champ.
Yes.
Yep.
So
that's a thing. That is officially a thing. Tyrus is the NWA World Heavyweight Champion, and already Wrestling Covers as one of his best photo gifts to date with 100 reactions, none of which really positive.
Oh no! Oh no! It's going swimmingly.
Oh yes.
Good show except for effing Tyrus. Yikes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Open Mic Night. One of our frequent contributors, Report Card Radio's Mikey T is in the house.
Did you see the intro, Mikey? Did you see the new intro? Oh man, you just missed it. You got to go back to the thing and watch it. I'm live streaming it on my channel, so you'll see it there.
No. He made a brand new opening video for Open Mic Night, and you're part of it.
Oh no, I didn't see it. I saw your no DQ though, one man.
Yeah, pretty good, huh? I've been going down.
Throwback no DQ shit, of course, man.
Hey, so yes, no DQ. Congrats again to Aaron Riff and Jeff Meacham, what they have accomplished. Now no DQ, being 24 years old. Here's on their road to the 25th anniversary. Happy to be a part of the family.
Yeah,
here.
I would toast to that, but I don't have drinks, so.
11 years ago, I would have never imagined that I would be as welcome into the family as I am now. It's amazing how time heals wounds and things change and people grow. So Aaron and Virtue and Mr. Tito, thank you for welcoming into the family. And well, it all started with me being on a panel on Aaron's personal channel that Mr. Tito was on. So we had done a Beatles discussion. Yeah, it was me, Aaron, Tito, and TJS.
Dude, how did Aaron not get a major payout when he had WWFWCW.com? Why didn't they have to pay him like $50,000 or something to buy that shit?
I don't know.
But
you know,
business agreement fell on deaf ears.
Thank you to all those guys and everybody else that's affiliated with No DQ. Obviously, Noah. You know, you've got Cleaver calling Andrew, Big G, Walter.
He's just happy to be here.
Everybody else.
Oh shit, that's one person I did forget. Poor fucking Big G. Damn it.
Well, and you had like videos of Statboy Mike, but you didn't have him saying anything either.
Oh yeah,
it was really hard. Yeah, you need
always
to
cut Statboy off.
Yeah, no, I at least wanted to put Statboy in there. Yeah,
it's like I'm like, all right, I'm waiting for it. Drink.
Yeah.
Every time Statboy gets cut off.
Yeah, the freaking drinking game in itself.
Poor guy, man.
Pass out dead.
That's the problem. It's like every time he speaks, he gets cut. The chaos.
I know how that feels around here. Every time I try to open my mouth, y'all start running on too.
Yeah, you run the show.
And then And then you're quick to be like, Mikey T, you were saying? It's like, hey, what was that? What about what I was trying to say? Damn it!
Oh, it's great.
The host got the show.
I'm trying to make sure everybody talks.
But overall,
leave it to the producer.
Noah, you watched the show with me. What would you say the best match was for the evening? I'm leaning towards the Rebellion versus the Hawks.
It was a good tap out, but honestly, Kobe Carino really impressed me with how he hanged with David Richards. That was definitely
That's
up there for me as well. There was some good quick synergy among the three and the women's triple threat that I thoroughly enjoyed. Each one had their moments. Again, Kylan King, keep fighting. You will have your time. Camille still is 1X. And overall, there was good pace of the show. Each match, they kind of had a bit of similarities to them when it came to press hold, particularly. But I enjoyed for what it was worth. But yeah, I think the tag title match with La Rebellion and Hawks and Aries, especially with how invested the crowd was, their hometown boys trying to get the win, was definitely the biggest takeaway for me. Really enjoyed it. Good show for the overall most part, despite some stuff I'm like, ugh. And
what letter grade would you give it?
That's going to be a big dot. Okay, where we go from here?
What letter grade would you give it? I'm thinking a solid B+.
B+. Yeah, I give it a B+ as well. I mean, I just wonder if Natalia Markova found her way into the light outside that coffin.
Right.
No
No real surprises, Mikey T. The only thing was the open challenge from Odinson, since Nick Aldis was unable to compete. And we'll get to that momentarily. That's the first big story we're coming into.
Right.
But Thrill Billy Silas took the open challenge and defeated Odinson. You know, so that was really the only big surprise because we didn't know who the new opponent was going to be.
Right.
And then there was one additional match that hadn't been previously announced thrown on to the pre-show. So those guys did 16 matches in under 4 hours.
That's crazy.
And under 4 hours.
Yeah.
What?
Because the show went like 3 hours and 55 minutes.
Longest
matches just went like that.
15 minutes or something?
Yeah, they were all about 10 to 15-minute matches. You figure there were a few backstage promos, couple in the ring segments, but all in all, they just kept it flowing. Like,
again, it helps when you don't have pointless 3-minute filler superstar spotlights or gimmicky advertisement commercials.
Well, that makes me more confident about the WIW airing. We do like 10 to 15-minute matches mostly.
Oh,
so there you go. So, of course, the first major story coming out of this week, the NWA drama with Nick Aldis.
Oh, Lord.
Nick Aldis giving his notice that come the beginning of January, he will be a free agent. NWA not appreciating that so much and just going ahead and suspending him. Apparently, Nick had every intention of working tonight and still keeping his arrangements, you know, his obligations, matches he had already been booked for. He figured he'd show up for those. You know, if they wanted to job him out on the way out, so be it. He would accept it. But he just was like, I'm done with the direction of the company. I'm giving you my notice. And Billy Corgan and the governing board of the National Wrestling Alliance was like, okay, we're going to be petty. We're going to suspend you.
Yep.
You know, it makes you wonder what's really going on backstage there, what the developments are. I'm hearing grumblings that in actuality, Mickey was not happy with the way the women's division was being handled, and Nick was standing by his woman.
Mickey James.
So, you know.
Do you mind if I go first on this?
Go for it, James.
All right. So, I think a lot of people are going to be quick to try and judge Billy Corgan. And don't get me wrong, he's not blameless in any of this.
Right.
But I'd love to know where Nick Aldis is taking the freaking high ground. Realistically, the only person that's truly screwed here, if this is all true, is Mickey James. She's getting the raw end of the freaking deal at this point.
Yep.
My thing is, this guy had an opportunity to give the NWA a lot of publicity during the pandemic and afterwards, chose to take none of those opportunities and wanted to keep it home base in NWA, like he was working for MLW under contract or some crap. Like it was ego driven then, and it's still ego driven now. And anybody that's gonna try to tell me otherwise, you know, show me where NWA gained viewers by all this just staying on Fight TV on that, you know, NWA subscription that's barely doing any numbers, right? So that's problem number one with that. So despite all this, Corgan, like, honest to God, not a very smart businessman, decides to put all of his eggs in the Nick Aldis's basket and try to get behind him when this guy literally cost him deals to appear with the NWA title on AEW or Impact or any of these other places where he could have gotten the NWA's name out there again. So much so to the point where Impact didn't even recognize the NWA World's Championship at a point, and they just completely like said that Christian was the Impact champion, even though he was the NWA's champion. Like, that's how pissed everybody was at the NWA, and all this specifically for this. And it was clear as day from anybody that was watching all the products at the time, one of which was myself, right? So he puts all of his eggs in the basket of Nick Aldis. And then, and this is the part I do kind of feel bad for Billy Corgan for, after all of that, and finally dropping it to somebody that Aldis wanted to drop it to, he picks the wrong person to drop it to. Love Trevor Murdoch as a person. I don't have anything against Trevor Murdoch as a person. But he was not the guy under any circumstances to be the one to dethrone Nick Aldis after a reign of terror that long, right? How you want to phrase it, right? The reign of Nick Aldis, right?
Iris might have been better if that's who apparently took it tonight.
Aldis wasn't even there, is my point.
Right.
So Aldis, you know, drops it to Trevor Murdoch, when in reality he should have been dropping it to Matt Cardona, right? From off, it should have been Matt Cardona, especially.
Well, before Matt Cardona was in there, I still say Pope, but that's just me.
Yes, Pope, Aaron Stevens, they had people they could have dropped it to, and they chose not to. No, yes, he was. He was in the main event,
and he lost.
And now Tyrus is the champ.
Okay.
So
okay.
My thing is, you know, you basically screwed everybody. All this. It's not Billy Corgan that's the problem here. It was you the whole time. The reason the NWA Women's Division is doing so poorly was because you did not bring the NWA World Championship outside of the walls of the NWA. You made that choice. Mickey didn't make that choice. Corgan didn't want to make that choice. He just went with it because he lets people step all over him. You made that fucking choice ultimately, dude. So what? I'm supposed to feel sorry for you now because, you know, you basically say, oh, I'm going to have my release. It completely just announcing it out in the open. And then what? Expect freaking a guy who's been having your back through all of it, good, bad, or indifferent since day one, not freaking go and retaliate? Of course Corgan's going to retaliate. He's been having your freaking back this entire time. And then you're just going to be like, I'm just going to announce it because you're treating, you know, my wife is saying that the women's division isn't being booked correctly, which again, don't get me wrong. She's right, but it's not just the women's division. It's a company-wide issue. It is. It's the finances are not there. The booking is atrocious. It's been atrocious. We've talked about it before. You know, and even if you don't think it's atrocious, it could be a lot better than it is. I remember the heyday of when they came back on YouTube, and their first Hard Time show was James Storm and Nick Aldis, and that event was awesome, right? Old school, but with a new school vibe. Everybody was over. They had the future right there, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of these people, now granted, I'm sure the pandemic didn't help.
No.
But the reason I say all this is screwed up is because he could have gotten a lot of those people that left the NWA to come back if he'd have just taken the NWA title to AEW or something. Because then, who knows what we could have been having. Ricky Starks could have came back. You know, Eddie Kingston could still be there, as well as in AEW. You know, we could have gotten people like Camille coming in to AEW, except for a one-off and one appearance on Dynamite where she stared down Layla Hirsch. It's like,
that was awesome.
And it was great, right? But you can't
yes.
expect that to happen if you don't play ball. Aldis didn't want to play ball. Then he wants to be, you know, he's not even looking at himself in the mirror. He's not even realize a lot of this is his doing. And then he wants to go and blame freaking Billy Corgan solely. And don't get me wrong, right? Corgan is not blameless because he should have known better and he should have taken the belt off him immediately the minute he said he didn't want to go. You know, that's the problem here. That's the problem we're facing.
Right.
It's just he didn't want to play ball, and now this is where we're at. So
it's a sound take, James. Sound take. Noah, you got anything you want to add to this?
Well, again, I say communication is key. Collaboration is a way that all can benefit versus competition. Isolation can only lead to further desperation. That's really what this comes down to. And unfortunately, it just felt like the ideology between Nick Aldis and Billy Corgan, they didn't line up. Nick Aldis has his own vision. Billy Corgan has his own vision. In my opinion, I think Billy Corgan did have a more open vision, which is why we had at least a one-off with Camille involved on AEW television presenting the Burke. Now, what's happened since that Empower show, who's to say who got shafted? But at the end of the day, this all comes down to communications and politicking and egos. Three things that could literally destroy a wrestling company. We've seen it time and time again. It honestly was the story of WCW, why they were a sinking ship besides their corporate structure and business practices. I just hope at the end of the day, with the NWA apparently going live with their power shows, at least for the first one, I don't know if it will continue, next year in 2023, they have more of a stability and they have a better overall like rationality when it comes to showcasing and booking their entire NWA product top to bottom. I definitely do feel like there is work for the women because, again, Camille, she is unknown. She is underrated. She kind of has been pigeonholed, but she has been a phenomenal champion. And there's a lot of great talent and potential across the entire NWA women's division, I feel like. In the rest of the divisions, there is still some food for thought, but there's definitely potential for growth and better showcasing there. So hopefully with Nick Aldis not being there to politic and scrutinize Billy Corgan for all of his proposed ideas, maybe that will mean better things. But whoever this board is or whatever chair, like blah, 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 that Billy Corgan works with, maybe he needs to look at it and revise some things there too. NWA needs to grow if it's going to have any real longevity for the future. They've been okay for the short haul, but how much longer can that continue? Tyrus now is champion. How will that be perceived?
It's fair take, Mikey.
Well, you know, he was perceived before as a monster. You know what I mean? Before he came in as, you know, the dancing guy.
Yeah, I remember that booking.
I kind of like where Billy Corgan is going with this. I mean, I was very critical on Trevor Murdoch winning the NWA championship as well, especially after what James said. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, after what James said. After what James said, but also because of how long Nick Aldis was the champion. I mean, this guy, I will say this, Trevor Murdoch would have kicked Magnus's ass.
Yep.
No doubt.
Fair.
No doubt.
Now, I had to go through Magnus, you guys. And I was actually, when Magnus actually got to the point where they realized the UK was a major base for TNA, they were like, damn, we get a lot of money in the UK. Let's throw. And it was finally Magnus's chance to get the TNA championship. Am I remembering this incorrectly, Noah?
No, you're not. You're not.
Right. Magnus got the TNA championship, and it was one of the worst. It was one of the worst things that TNA ever put me through. I would literally go as far to say it was worse than the whole Hogan Bischoff era. Magnus taking the TNA championship was the downfall of that company. And I want to say, Noah, who did he take the title from? It was not AJ Styles, was it? Who did he take?
I think it was Jeff Hardy.
It was Jeff Hardy?
It was Jeff Hardy might have had a rematch in freaking Dixieland, but yeah, I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, it was Jeff. It was Jeff. He won it from Jeff. Which by the way,
in a Dixieland match that involved them leaving out of a steel cage, going up the entranceway, and climbing a ladder to the title that Rockstar Spud and Dixie Carter cost Jeff Hardy in.
That is nuts.
Which, by the way, regardless of how you feel about Austin Aries, never should have beaten Austin Aries. Jeff Hardy never should have.
JJ.
Time out real quick, ladies and gentlemen, joining Open Mic Night, the man whose name is across the marquee. Jeff motherfucking
Hey! I don't want to Los Angeles anymore.
I don't want to Los Angeles.
Fuck me. Oh my God. Okay. So I texted JJ or the group. I was off the freeway. I was off the freeway 2 more times. Okay. Now I'm here. Okay. All right. So how much did I miss? And where are we at?
You missed the intro, man. Damn, I'm sad.
We basically covered. I covered very briefly what's been going on as far as Aldis and the NWA. Noah, James, and Mikey T have given their speeches about it, their thoughts. Mikey was going on about how he feels that Magnus is part of what killed TNA.
Okay.
And then we brought you in. Mikey, go ahead and finish your thought process there, since I did interrupt you to bring Jeff in, and then we'll go to Jeff.
So yeah, when Magnus had the TNA championship, it was really I really had to stop watching. I was like, I can't give this shit any more of an opportunity in my life. And then when Nick Aldis actually came into play and he won the NWA championship, I was kind of like, first, I'll be real with you guys. I was kind of like, who the hell is Nick Aldis? This guy's getting a lot of buzz. I mean, and then I found out he was Magnus. And I'm like, it's going to be really hard for me to, as Noah says, suspend disbelief. This guy had one of the worst wrestling names ever. TNA gave people the worst wrestling names. What was Rikishi's name there? What was his name there? It was
Junior Fatu, which is his name.
Yeah. Is it really?
Yes. Yeah.
It's just Junior Fatu. I thought it was Eddie Fatu. Or am I thinking?
No. Eddie was Umaga. Rikishi is Salafa Fatu. They just call him Junior because Salafa sounds like falafel, and it's funny.
Gotcha.
So basically, I got a lot of respect for Nick Aldis when he had the NWA championship run, and I was really stunned that Trevor Murdoch took that title. But if you guys remember, there was some pay-per-view in the WWE where Trevor Murdoch was actually placed in a main event. It may have been something, or it may have been Survivor Series, but it may have been something else. Trevor Murdoch was actually positioned in some sort of a main event story. So I accept it to a certain degree. Now, how James said it should have played out, Cardona taking the title from Aldis and then losing it to Tyrus. Yeah. Tyrus taking the title. Maybe they're hoping that they bring him in for the Royal Rumble this year.
Right.
But honestly, they could have done that with Matt Cardona coming in with the NWA championship. It could have been either or. But to wrap this up, I really don't know what Nick Aldis is thinking leaving Power and leaving the NWA. He could stick around to put the mid-card over. I'm not really sure what their mid-card title is. I know it's not the North American title that they had staged in the WWE.
They have about like 3 or 4 mid-card titles. So.
Okay.
I would say it's either the World Television one, because defending that 7 times allows you to go after the World Championship, or the National Championship.
But yeah, I mean, why not give him the opportunity You know what I mean? He should put over some of the other talent on the, the shows. But also I like the idea of him going to AEW with that NWA title. But I think the issue is, though, that the owner what's the owner's name again? I just said it a second ago from the
Billy Corgan.
Billy Corgan and Smashing Pumpkins.
I think Billy Corgan has a vision with somebody else carrying the NWA championship and going to all the other brands like AEW with it. And one more thought as to why that won't work. Tony Khan is riding ROH right now. That's why Impact titles are gone. He's focusing on ROH right now. That's my piece on that. Maybe he'll sign Nick Aldis. I hope not, man. He said Jeff Jarrett is over there now.
I know, right?
Why?
Crazy.
Hey, listen. Okay, so
Hey, Mikey, did you know Jeff Jarrett was a horseman? Because I do. Anyway.
Jarrett was not a horseman,
yes,
Jeff.
he was. Oh, no, we got another one? We got another non-believer?
He was a fake horseman. Ric Flair was injured.
Listen.
He stole Mongo's wife.
Yes, he did. But listen, in the interest of fairness, Mikey, I think with all this and his booking and Impact, that wasn't on all this. That was on Impact. That wasn't on all this. In fairness, and don't get me wrong. I have made very well known that I don't like how he handled business in the NWA towards the pandemic and onward from that. But I'm not gonna freaking blame him for his Impact run. It's just not his fault. I mean, he was given a raw deal. If we're gonna have that same energy for Punk, we might as well have that same energy for all this.
That's
fair enough. Meacham, we appreciate the fact that you're finally able to join us here on an episode of Open Mic Night, late as it may be. I know you and I both, man, have been big supporters of the NWA going back to the championship wrestling from Hollywood and beyond. We've both got our own 10 pounds of gold. Made sure mine was in the shot here for the commentary the whole time. Again, thank you for it. What are your thoughts on this whole situation?
All right. So it's time for the professor to spout some truths in his lecture tonight. So sit back, kids. Enjoy the ride. All right.
CM Punk says, let him know when he's lying.
For real. All right. So first of all, Mikey, I'm going to set you straight on a few.
I knew it. I knew it was coming.
Okay. Now, James is 100% correct. His Nick's booking in Impact Wrestling, TNA, whatever the company was called that particular microsecond of the day.
Global Force.
Again, stop me if I'm lying.
Global Force.
It was very half-hazard. You have to remember something. Magnus got the title at the time that AJ and Dixie had fallen out of love with one another, and they were having a little lovers quarrel over his contract. So it was like
AJ. He did beat AJ. No.
Breathe, Michael. Breathe. It's okay. I got you. It's okay.
I'm trying to remember if I remembered that correctly.
It does. It's okay. It's okay. Now, he did, if I remember right, AJ defeated, I want to say it was either Bully or some sort of Aces and Eights thing, because AJ was the Sting to Aces and Eights NWO.
It was Bully Ray. Aces and Eights. Bully Ray.
It was Bully. Okay. So, when AJ won that championship the last time, it was okay, but you're not under contract, so you're not the champion. So we're gonna have a tournament thing or that whatever Dixieland match, whatever. That's when Nick beat Jeff Hardy or Magnus. So, but when AJ came back in the storyline to claim the throne that he had never really been beaten for in the ring, that was that stupid ass ladder match that unified the titles. So, again, not Nick's fault. Very much AJ and Dixie having a little lovers tiff and Nick caught in the middle of that shit. What are you going to do there? Number one. As far as Nick in the NWA, Nick in the NWA is what carried the NWA brand the last 5 years. Much like the NWA brand floundered like a fish out of polluted water following the Pierce Cabana series that was not allowed to reach the conclusion as the NWA Championship Series. It was just, this is their last match, and the NWA under Bruce Tharp. I'm going to throw Tharp under the bus because he is a piece of garbage. I'm waiting 5 years to do this, so I'm so tickled I get to do this finally. I'm waiting 10 years. I apologize, 10 years. Mismanaged, obnoxious twat waffle of a person. He's terrible. Same basic thing. The brand floundered. They kind of picked up the pieces. Billy Corgan bought it out of, damn near non-existence. But I gave Sam Roberts a chance this morning before I left for Disneyland, and I don't regret that for the first time in a very long time. Because he and Nick had a very frank hour-and-a-half conversation about all this morning. I saw it this morning. I don't know when the show went up, but I saw it this morning. Nick made a great point about Billy, and I will never disparage Billy Corgan and the Smashing Pumpkins. Dude is talented as hell, right? The NWA is a hobby. The NWA is a thing to do on the side when he's not making music. Yes, he was involved with Paul in ECW toward the end.
Wait, he makes music?
Huh?
He makes music?
Billy Corgan's the lead singer of the Smashing Pumpkins.
I thought Aldous made music.
No.
He joined.
Billy.
Right.
So, Billy was involved with Paul toward the end of ECW. That's kind of been talked about over the years. Billy was deep enough in Anthem and Impact Wrestling that he had to take him to court over it. So there is that. The bottom line is Billy Corgan is very much more like Tony Khan than any other wrestling owner of the last 15, 20 years. He's a fan first, and he likes what he likes. At the time, he liked Nick Aldis beating Tim Storm because Billy inherited Tim Storm from the Tharp era because Tim Storm was crowned during the last year of that run in management. And Nick, to his credit, and there's a lot of, the pandemic, JJ and I talked about this at length off air. The pandemic completely killed the NWA's resurgence because Power was on YouTube. People were watching. People were going to the tapings every month or wherever it was, every couple of weeks. And it was a hot commodity, so much so that when I launched my brand 3 years ago, I made it a point to say, okay, we're going to cover the WWE, we're going to cover AEW, but we are damn sure covering the rebirth of the NWA because it was that important to me. That belt sitting next to JJ's right shoulder has been very important to me for well over half of my fandom in wrestling. It's a shitty situation. It really is. It's very much a pissing contest. As far as James and what you said about Nick, or I forget who it was, so forgive me.
It was me.
As far as Nick putting the young talent over or staying behind or whatever.
Oh no, that was Mikey. Was Mikey.
Okay, fair. That was not his decision. It's been thrown out there by Billy that Nick was politicking, that Nick was this, that Nick was that. What you do read about Billy, not disparaging Mickey, but flat out saying that Mickie James isn't what he envisions a women's wrestling division coach to be, is true. And that shows Billy's ego and ignorance coming through in spades.
Yep.
All five of us in this room can tell you right now, if you can't get a Trish Stratus, or you can't get a Madison Rayne, or you can't get somebody at that level, that length of time, how do you not say Mickie James is that person, that perfect person to do that?
Is Madison Rayne really better than her?
I'm not trying to say
no, nobody's better than anybody. He's just making comparisons.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the same way that Impact has Gail Kim.
Right.
Yeah, I would put Mickie James, really at the top, like you're saying, Jeff, for real.
Yeah. Gail is with Impact, and Gail at Impact have been like peas and carrots, as Forrest Gump would say. They've been identified together for well over 15 years now, rightfully so, because WWE did Gail dirty more than once. Yeah. Right, Brian? Right, Dallas? Anyway.
Oh boy.
And then you've got Madison over with AEW.
Madison's a player coach at AEW, which she's doing,
Yeah, okay.
In ring work, but she's a hell of a coach. I have people that
blue.
The hell of a
Soraya is too.
Yeah, and Soraya being there,
and Serena Deeb. All three of them are coaches, I think.
Soraya will be a good player coach there too. Mickie,
she doesn't go back to WWE.
With the NWA and Empower be a thing. The fact that Empower was not booked this year was not by, oops, we forgot to book it. Let me put it that way.
Nope.
Kind of was what it was. So that was the start of it with Nick and Billy kind of getting into logheads. Pardon me. I charged the phone in the car, and we're already down at 20% doing this damn stream, so bear with me. Okay. Got the few, Rod, Jay. Thank you. Anyway, so Nick being gone from the NWA is not a one thing because he had a ego fit or this or that. It was a number of things. I truthfully feel, and this is me, a guy that's actually blocked by Nick Aldis for reasons I don't know, put it that way. I honestly don't know what I did or did not do or say or did not say to earn that level of discomfort from the National Treasure. But I feel that the NWA brand, with or without Tyrus, I happen to like Tyrus. I think Tyrus is a good guy. I think George is a good guy. I think Tyrus is a great character.
And he's amazing.
But at the same time, this stank on the brand, and that word was brought up a lot in Nick's interview with Sam Roberts whatever it was last week. You know, there's a stink on the brand now. You know, and the original thing with Nick, as far as him being, you know, politicked out of the title match, you know, whatever it was when Cardona dropped it, that was part of the work. That was a part of the story. And Nick telling the world that he was giving his notice was not supposed to go out to the general public. It was for his subscribers on, I think it's Instagram, I think is what he did. And
Instagram,
depending on who you believe, either Nick is technologically derp, which he's admitted to, or a subscriber decided to be an asshole, which is common. So went out there to the public, and rather than try to talk it out like grown folk, Billy was an even bigger, you know, child about it and just suspended it. So you've got two grown men being little children about this, and now we have a complete stank on the oldest living body of wrestling in this country, damn near the world, and it's sad.
I'd like to add to your point as well. Like, how long ago did Aldis block you? Because it might have been something that I said, and he may have.
No. This is long before you and I ever really became hardcore collaborators.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Yeah,
No,
I don't know.
I
blocked you, and you defended him about being Magnus?
Oh, okay. So as far as Magnus thing, okay. So Brutus Magnus was one of his many names on the British independent scene. Okay. That was not Dixie or whoever was in charge of creative for that particular 5 minutes of the TV taping. That was just here. This is my name. Oh, yeah, King scored. I hear the goal horn outside, Jay. That's how loud that fucker is.
Nice.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's at least 3-1 because it was 1-0 when I got here. Lost train of thought because my boys are winning. Oh, Aldis. Okay, yeah. Brutus Magnus was kind of like, okay, well, Brutus Magnus sounds really stupid, so let's only make it sound half stupid.
Oh, that was such a shot, Jeff. Shots fired.
Yeah.
It's not shots fired. Nick himself has said he hated the damn name. He was basically given the Brutus Magnus name in the Indies because he was on the British version of American Gladiators, and Magnus Brutus is a gladiator name. That's really what it came down to.
Good grief.
I'll never get that time back.
Fair enough. Anybody else have any last thoughts they want to add to the Magnus situation before we move on?
Stop acting like children.
Right? Yeah. Seriously, it's more about boys being boys and not, you know, like
not being men.
Yeah. Grow the fuck up.
Where's he gonna end up? Where do you guys think he's gonna go?
Okay. As far as where he's gonna go, do not be surprised if both Mr. and Mrs. Albus are in
WWE.
You know, in January.
Where did you say?
Royal Rumble.
Royal Rumble.
Yeah, he'll be in WWE. Hey, the good news is if
Yeah, Nick has said he only didn't go to WWE when he could have 5 years ago because the NWA would have completely crumbled like a freaking 25-year-old condom without him at the helm. He didn't say that. I use that reference, but basically is what he said.
Yeah, either that. Well, that and also him and Bruce Pritchard did not get along really well.
No. He and Bruce were not, and Bruce is still involved with WWE, but I have noticed
such a limited capacity.
Well, but I have podcasts and everything. No. He's still very much involved in creative, as a matter of fact. But Bruce without Vince is a much calmer, more gentle Bruce Pritchard.
That says something right there.
Vince is a stressor. Like, we've all heard stories about Vince and the way he stresses out his people at his side, man. Him not being at TV and in the office is a lot calmer.
Making everybody be near their phones, from what Eric Bischoff was saying on 83 Weeks. That's just a crazy way that they were working.
It's one of those. We've all heard the stories about Vince. You know, when your boss is a cyborg, you're expected to be a cyborg. When you can't sneeze around your boss, you have to, find a way to not be, anything but perfect, practically perfect, fucking Mary Poppins at the office. You can't live like that.
No.
Love too.
Anyway.
With Vince gone, I think more than just the New Day and Jimmy Uso are hidden on Riddle's bone.
Damn. I'll tell you what. If you listen to Bruce and Conrad's podcasts, Bruce is definitely into the side hustles on that front, as is JR, believe it or not. So there you go.
All right, so moving on. You guys brought this person's name up when you were talking about the women's coaches.
Yes.
This week on social media, Saraya posted the letter from her spine doctor.
Yes.
From Marina Del Rey, California, to whom it may concern, patient is cleared to wrestle with no restrictions.
Well, at least it wasn't just the doctor she visited the first time.
Which, of course, leads us to Saraya versus Dr. Britt Baker, DMD.
Don't forget it. Let's fucking go. I cannot wait for this match.
They pulled the trigger.
They did. And the promo on Wednesday, man, that was some intense shit. There were some moments when Saraya looked like she was going to cry. There were some moments where Britt looked like she was about to break down.
Oh, yeah.
I've heard rumbles that Saraya came off more heel in her promo. I don't know if that's entirely true.
Yeah.
I just think it was the passion in her voice.
Yep.
Passion. You hit the nail on the head. Dustin Rhodes would have said it himself. Passion. Unscripted, raw, realistic, unfiltered, organic, purely driven passion. Period.
But the question to go around the table is, how secure do you feel in this California doctor's diagnosis? And how worried are we that Saraya could damage herself in the first match back? Because as was brought up on Open Mic Night, which I was on the panel for, so I'll sit out a good chunk of this conversation, but a lot of the female wrestlers in AEW are sloppy. So there is a huge dark cloud looming over this match. Could Saraya get re-injured and, end up being in worse shape than she was with the WWE? Jeff, I saw your hand go up. I'll throw to you first, then we'll just go clockwise around. We'll go to James, Mikey, and round up with Noah.
On behalf of a family who went to that particular doctor.
Hold on. Your microphone's bugging out.
Wah, wah.
There we go.
Okay. On behalf of the family who has seen that doctor for spinal reasons, Saraya's good to go. On that. Now, as far as the other ladies in AEW, very good reason why Britt's starting. Because Britt's been one of the few unsloppy ones. Britt.
Yeah, that's true.
Britt, everything Britt said in her promo was very true. She has carried this division on her back like she's been carrying a freaking load up a hill. Yes, there's been Tony. Yes, there's been Thunder Rosa, when she's not being called a cowardly, piece of shit by people who can't, seem to not break kayfabe and be bitches on the air. Sorry, I didn't say that out loud. Oh wait, maybe I did. I don't. I think as long as Saraya is comfortable, I think as long as Saraya's doctor is comfortable, as much as we lampoon Tony, as long as the boss of the company and whoever Saraya's opponent or program she's working with are comfortable with Saraya, then the fans just need to hope that that's enough. And they need to, again, I talk about this every time I manage to pop in for more than 5 minutes for the Mouse Mafia. No Mouse Mafia today, baby. I'm with AEG. Y'all can kiss my ass down there.
Damn.
I think that we need to just be happy for Saraya and enjoy the match. The only reason I enjoy it is because I'll be at Elton John concert, and that's if that goes down. So I'm looking forward to it. Well, either watching it back, whoever calls it, I'm looking forward to being part of it. I get to be a part of it, the whole show. This match in particular, I'm looking forward to quite a bit. I've gotten to interact with both of them a lot over the years. I think that, Saraya has been a shitty place. And her being a shitty place got me my 5 minutes of fame on entertainment television. And that's not exactly a thing to boast about, but it is what it is. And Britt, 100% right. She carried this division when it, had trouble being even lifted off the ground, let alone being carried. So this is about that T word that James hates so much. This is about tribalism.
I got a hot take for this one.
This is about somebody coming into Britt's house and trying to make it her own. And I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. James, go ahead, your take.
Everything that Jeff said was definitely on point because I've made my feelings known about Britt Baker, but the one thing you can't take away is that she's definitely one of the safest workers in the industry, probably a little bit too safe in a lot of cases because
that's fair.
She rehearses her matches, which we've discussed on this program.
Yes.
So
yes.
So it's it's definitely the best choice for her first match back. I'm not even mad that they went with Britt because who else were they really going to that they could trust?
Right.
The only one that I could really see is Nyla, and honestly, there's more money in her challenging for Jade.
Oh yeah,
that's a big house fight and I'm looking forward to it. And that's just how it is.
Yeah, and honestly, think about 3 years ago when this company started. Did any of us think we would say that phrase, a Nyla Rose Jade Cargo match would be money? I didn't.
No.
I love it though because
brilliant.
Wonderful.
They kind of botched the feud a little bit, but they had to rush it because Chris Statlander's out.
Yeah, that's fair as well.
This is an audible called, and it's a brilliant audible so far.
Yeah,
good point, Noah.
Since we're going to you next, before you get to the Saraya Britt thing, Chris getting hurt, Nyla and Jade have been made. It's one of those, making chicken salad out of chicken shit situations, and it's a pretty damn tasty plate so far. So I'm
all right. So this can go along with my hot take.
Real quick before you go on in your hot take, I also want to add to Nyla Rose. I always think Nyla Rose is one of the most underrated workers in the industry, and I think a lot more people need to appreciate what she can do. I don't think people realize it's to me not in the same vein, but how a lot of people loved Regal and now, but didn't really know what they had back then. I feel like that's Nyla Rose now currently. You know what I mean? So I hope people start appreciating her more as she grows as a performer. I think she's one of the safest workers as well. If you want to talk about, people that can wrestle really safe and also
power bombing people off of the top rope through tables.
Right, but she does it safely.
Exactly, like Bubba Ray used to do back in the day. Like,
exactly. She's one of the safest workers, but also looks like a brick shit house in kayfabe. So, yeah, fair enough, right there.
All right, Mikey T, we're eagerly awaiting your hot take. What have you got to say,
guys? I gotta just put this out there. The reason Nyla and Jade Cargill feels forced and it feels out of place and it feels like, why are they doing this, is because of the storyline. AEW has only existed for 3 years. Why in the blue hell are they doing a storyline that involves someone stealing somebody's title like that? It's too soon. It is too soon. I was a WWE fan, WWF fan for many years before I ever had to be subjected to some bullshit storyline of getting a title stolen. You know what I mean? There's a thing about having a championship belt. Jeff's going to be like, well, it actually happened in 1993. But there's a thing about having a title belt. You know what I mean? Where it's like, come on, really? We're going to run to that storyline. And I just want to say it's a very WWE move of Tony Khan. Just like the topic that we're speaking on right now. Saraya versus Britt Baker. Oh, and just so conveniently, you guys, Britt Baker dropped the title and she didn't regain it. Just like the WWE. The WWE always does shit like that. I think Tony Khan is just pulling another page out of the WWE's book with this whole storyline. It's like, okay, so now we've got the whole storyline where there's a match where the one person is facing somebody else, and it's bigger than their WWE championship picture. How many times did CM Punk complain about this throughout the whole year that it happened? Yep. And now just flip it. Now it's not men's wrestlers. Now they've done it with women's wrestlers, and they're totally shitting on Toni Storm, and they would be doing it to Thunder Rosa too, because Thunder Rosa wouldn't get the match either. You know what I'm saying? Even though Tony Khan had to go and get her and pluck her from Power and steal that show's relevancy.
Yeah, that's
from what they were creating. Why the Jeff Meacham Network wanted to cover it. They were becoming a power force. They had Ricky Starks, for crying out loud, and Jeff was going to interview him. And now, because of the fact that AEW has him, he can't do shit. Oh, that's garbage. So, yeah, they're kind of pulling a couple pages from the WWE's book. And I think, as a fan, I don't really like it. That's why I'm not feeling the Jade feud with Nyla, which should have been more anticipated. This is a good challenger for her. You know what I mean? Much like Wardlow now being faced with Powerhouse Hobbs and Samoa Joe. I've been subjected to Wardlow facing every jobber that they can find. Now they've actually got a good match for him, but they've ruined the storyline with Nyla. And with with Saraya and Britt, I kind of feel like they've put them in a cliche, like they're treating her like The Rock right now. You know what I mean? Which is great. You know what I mean? Because it's going to elevate their women's division. It's going to be like, there is something a little bit more important than the world title of the women's division, because we can go and get a superstar and do it just like in the men's division. It's going to all be about how Paige holds up in the ring, though. Will it be a CM Punk type of thing? James, 1 second. Like Tony Khan has been bringing back all these stars. I want to see how it works out for him, and I'm very hyped to come back and talk about it on open mic night, though. James?
Once I definitely want to refute what Mikey said, but let's everybody get their turn. Go ahead.
I just wanted to point out that I think there's a couple things that I want to point out with the Saraya bit and fighting Britt. a storyline that's more important than the World Championship. I agree. However, I think the reasons why are a lot different in Tony's case than they are in Thunder's case. I'm convinced Tony Khan just straight up doesn't like the chick.
What do you mean?
I'm convinced at this point, the way he was treating her, and the fact that he just took Britt's side all day long. So that's a whole different story. And at the very least, if he doesn't hate her, she definitely favors Britt over Thunder. That's clear as day. Which we've already discussed. The second thing is Tony's reason. You clearly saw before Thunder's injury that they were going to turn Tony heel. That was the end game, and she kind of got robbed of that, and now we have to wait a little bit, I guess, in Tony's mind, even though he could have called an audible and still had a turn heel anyway. I don't know why they didn't. But bottom line is they're keeping her face and keeping that seat warm for her to turn heel probably by latest until winter is coming. Then whether it's if they could get Thunder Rosa back, because there's a whole thing going on with that, I guess, going on there. But if they can get her for one more appearance, then she turns heel on her there. Or she turns heel on somebody else if Thunder doesn't do it. And then Tony will be a heel champion going forward. Which personally, if you've seen her stardom work, a heel Tony Storm is way better than a babyface Tony Storm. I've seen it firsthand.
That makes sense for Revolution. You know what I mean? Because then Saraya would probably face Tony Storm at Revolution.
Yeah, exactly. So, it could be against Saraya. It could be against Thunder Rosa. It could be against whoever the hell they want to put there, as long as she turns heel and goes on heel run. That's what should be happening. But the problem is she was supposed to go heel, and then it got robbed because Thunder Rosa legitimately got hurt. So, can't really do much about that one.
Might have saved it.
The only thing I want to add in here before we throw it over to Noah is I want to comment on Mikey's statement about how this match could elevate the women's division and the women's title. And I think that goes back to the initial outset of this topic. As long as Saraya doesn't re-injure herself, it can seriously elevate the division and the title.
Yes.
But if she goes out there and
drop kick and then she's done.
Flukes happen all the time.
Yeah.
And you think about a lot of the generic moves, like you said, you could botch a drop kick. A DDT could fall down wrong.
Back suplex.
Pile driver. Yeah. Just a generic suplex.
Yep.
Bam, on the spine, she's done.
Yep.
And we all know that AEW talent is known for taking insanely stupid spots, unnecessary spots.
Yeah.
And with Paige having not wrestled for 5 years longer, she's going to want to go out there and just lay it all on the line. As if she's never missed a day. Just like when Punk came back. That's not a smart move for her. She needs to go through and she needs to basically do what, and Jeff will get this reference. Saraya needs to go in there and basically do what the PWG faithful used to accuse the TNA fly-ins of, and that's just sleepwalking through the matches. These first couple of matches, she needs to basically go out there and just kind of sleepwalk her way through them so that she doesn't risk severe injury.
Yes.
I would hope they'd walk through it a few times, JJ, so they could be a little bit more fierce.
You don't want to walk through it too many times, though, because then you injure yourself in rehearsal.
Oh, believe me, with the way Britt Baker, it was rehearsed. All right.
Noah, go ahead and bring us home on this topic.
Hold on. Jeff had retorts.
I was saying, look, everybody got their Brian Cage in about this topic. I want to talk about what Mikey said about the TBS title. So go ahead.
Yes, review is coming. Not too
Noah, go for it, bro.
I mean, the way I see it is this. You talk about Sarray, talk about Dawnbreaker DMD. Let me see if I can break down the hierarchy of subtopics you all have brought down in this wild topic-based journey. So first off, injuries. Yes, the AEW Women's Division has been one of the most prone divisions in all of wrestling injury. But again, what is the main factor? Inexperience. With the amount of young athletes involved in the AEW Women's Division, you gotta consider how experienced they are, not only in ring but on screen television. That's a whole double threat, double whammy to deal with in itself that tests you beyond physical. And the fact that, again, the younger talent more so is interverse the veterans. That's why you still have Serena Deeb. That's why you still have Toni Storm. That's why you still have finally coming back the Bunny Alley, who's been involved 16 years. That's why these people are able to bounce back the way they can. These other ones aren't used to that. So let's just put that out there right now. Injury is always an expectation. It is always a threat, a risk, and a challenge. No matter how much you know, no matter how far you go, no matter how young you are, no matter how old you become. That is professional wrestling. So working with Dawnbreaker DMD, if she is the one that constantly rehearses her matches and wants to take the safe route, then I think that's wise. And kudos to Saraya taking on this feud, making it feel real and passionate based on her longevity in this business and the challenges that she faced too. Her and Saraya are going to set up a showcase for us, and it won't be a one-off. Now, what it leads to is a whole nother thing, but based on what I've heard from Saraya with Toss Renee Paquette and other stuff, she's going to take it easy, maybe one match at a time for a monthly period, and then go from there. She grows back into her comfort zone in this industry. She's got triple fusion. She's got a complete cushion. It's completely comfortable, and I can support the retort that Jeff was saying about that doctor's note. It is legit. So she is back. Yay. So going back to the main topic here, I'm thoroughly engaged in Dawnbreaker DMD versus Saraya. I don't think necessarily it takes away from Toni Storm versus Jamie Hayter, except for the fact Tony Khan still can't fucking drop the word interim, and I've already ranted on that more than enough times each week, so I'm not going to do that here. But the bottom line is this. Toni Storm should be healed. James and I are probably the only ones here that know more about Stardom than any of you guys combined. So I definitely have recognized and relate to one of the all-time greats from Stardom's history, Toni Storm. She would be so much damn better as an aggressive heel. You have no freaking idea. But
you have no idea what is in store.
Yeah, go check out Stardom.
You guys said the same thing about Candice LeRae, though.
Yeah, well, Candice LeRae is another proving point, and there's work on that too, as you just dropped Jeff off the air. That being said, I'm sure Jeff will have a retort on that as well. But that being said, going back to this, the way the Toni Storm AEW Women's World Championship picture goes, one of two ways right now. It's a butterfly effect. You see how Lala Merrimack comes back, and you finally have Toni Storm eclipse that, and that's the heel turn, and she stays as champion. And you suddenly maybe build the idea, okay, Dawnbreaker DMD can't overcome Saraya. Jamie Hayter, she's got a chance to title. Dawnbreaker DMD, that she cost her friend again. Jamie Hayter's been getting that baby face reaction. The fans, the people support her. People are going to hate. Haters going to hate. But we appreciate Jamie Hayter for what she is and what she's capable of. We want to see her succeed and become an AEW Women's World Champion. She's more than capable of it. Now, whether or not that happens in a feud that's more based on we used to be friends, now we're the most bitter of enemies. You seem to latch on to Dawnbreaker DMD. Can't do fans of your own. I'm going to remind you who I am. And then you had Dawnbreaker DMD that reminds us she is the face. She is the pillar of the division. She was not necessarily given the spot, as Saraya says, in Britt's mind. But she's going to prove why she's here and why you superstars come into my house and can't hold up. So there are two different total stories here that are definitely helping raise the women's division. Now, as far as the TBS championship, that's a whole different animal of sports entertainment showcasing. In all the other matches that Jade Cargill's had, it's been open challenge. It's been received by, I have the attitude that I can beat you because you're not that bitch. I'm that bitch. And in this case, Nyla Rose is, I'm already the champion. I've already surpassed you in what I can do. The Twitter fans believe in me too. I can represent this division better on television. WWE is not the first company to do this either. Wrestling goes longer than the WWE, WWF, WWF. It's just that what we know because of how long we've been involved and existed in this life and known this industry. So honestly, this doesn't surprise me. I like this different take on the TBS championship because right now, Jade, yeah, she's the champion, but she's pissed off right now. She's rattled. She's not focused. All she wants is her belt back. She doesn't give a damn about beating Nyla Rose at this point. She just wants her belt back. It's subtle and it's different. It tests Jade a different way. challenging her from a character standpoint. We already know how much she's grown in the ring and is still growing to this day for Bryan Danielson. So you got 3 different aspects of storytelling and talent development in the women's division right now. A first in AEW's history in a long damn time. Each one involving
Noah.
One involving personal rivalry, but also a story of redemption. As Paige now turns the page on her previous run, now comes as Saraya and starts a whole new chapter. At the end of the day, though, across the entire Boys Women's division, one thing matters, and that is safety. But you can't necessarily prepare for that 100%. Risks do happen. I just hope none of them happen at Full Gear.
There you go. And James, I just have to throw in there, when you do your snips for our New Year's Eve show, you've got to make sure you use one of Noah's rants about the interim titles.
Not that damn it's wrong word. She's been champion over 60 fucking days.
But that better not be a word by the time we get to New Year's.
Yeah, I know, right?
Jeff, we are ready and awaiting your retort, and then we will move on from there if nobody else has anything they want to say.
To give Jeff a little bit more fuel for this refute, how dare you, Noah, put Nyla Rose and Jade Cargill amongst Saraya versus Britt and Jamie Hayter versus Tony Storm?
It's a different story.
How dare you? That is not deserve to be there.
It's different women's division.
No, hell no, man.
You gotta look at all things all different ways. I don't want 3 damn matches the same thing. That's what WWE does on a weekly basis.
Use this too, James.
Yeah, okay, got
it. All right, Jeff, go ahead.
Yep. All right.
So JJ, you have access to a computer quicker than I do tonight. Make sure Noah gets a bonus for tonight, because that's why I hired Noah, because he can tell the story and weave the story almost as well as you can, story man. He said exactly what the fuck I was going to say. Like, for real.
There you go.
Like seriously, Jade Cargill has been Goldberged for 40-something matches. Like, that shit's getting boring as fuck.
For you, I'm enjoying that shit still. I love me some Jade. I support that bitch.
No, I love that you support that bitch. I just can't stand there freaking making it a streak. It's like, no, I don't want her to be Goldberg. I don't like Billy Boy. Now, how do you change the dynamic? Oh, well, I won't. You don't have to beat me, but I'm gonna steal your belt. So you do have to beat me to get your belt back. Instant. Just enough of a wrinkle in the laundry where you gotta go, fuck, now I gotta use a fabric softener, son of a bitch. It's really that simple. It's really that simple. And yes, all 3 of these women's matches now for the AEW World title, Tony, for the AEW TBS title, and for the pride of the AEW women's roster backbone versus this superstar coming in to try to make it her house. 3 women's matches in one night. If I can't be there, I swear, all that's good and pure. If I can get a break in Elton John's set, because I've never seen him live, so I don't know what the hell he's going to throw at us at Dodger Stadium next week, I will try to be there for at least Saraya and Britt, because damn it, I've been waiting for Saraya to get cleared longer than probably anybody. And I'm happy for her. And I'm happy that Britt gets the showcase without having to be the champion. Because people will feel how they feel about Britt, and I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole with people, about that, because we're going to have differences of opinion. But Britt and this story with Saraya proves that for all the shit we all give Britt Baker, she is still enough of a name to not need to be the champion and still be in a headline major feud at one of AEW's major shows.
There you go.
One of the things I wanted to add as well, just for memes, I just realized that everything that we said about Vince, I feel like Tony's the opposite of, because I think he doesn't like small people. I think he likes small people more than big people. He doesn't let the big people hold the big belts. He lets the small people hold the big belts, and then the secondary titles he gives to the big boys and girls. What the hell's going on here, Tony?
Yes.
What are you doing?
Yes. So,
and then
JJ, for timing context, I believe we're in second intermission, maybe start of third period. So I've got maybe a good 20 to 30 minutes left if the battery continues to hold up.
Okay. Well, piggybacking off the heels of the announcement of Saraya versus Britt Baker, I thought we would go back to what we looked at last week in the rumored Full Gear card and see how it's developing. And a lot of this is looking like it's actually legit. We've got Moxley and MJF. We've got Tony and Jamie. We've got Swerve and Our Glory versus the Acclaimed.
Yep.
Saraya and Britt.
Yep.
Wardlow versus Hobbs is still a question mark.
And that might be a triple threat now with Samoa Joe having his eyes on the prize.
I'm
Good
fine
Lord.
with.
The Elite,
I'm fine with.
The Elite versus the Death Triangle is still a question mark.
Yes.
Ethan Page and Bandito is a no-go.
No.
It's a no. Why is that a no-go?
Because they're fighting in the semifinals. They're not going to fight in the finals. They're
going
to
to be on
side of the
Dynamite.
bracket.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. I was about to say because Bandino got the victory over Roosh, but they're not.
Big win, by the way. What
Jade-
a rampage. That was awesome.
Jade and Nyla Rose is accurate. Steen and Darby, Lethal and Jarrett is accurate. Jungle Boy Lucha is accurate inside the confines of a steel cage.
That's going to be something.
And then the 6-man, as we know, is now for the ROH title and is a fatal 4-way match with Jericho, the Ocho versus Sammy versus Claudio versus Brian. So there's still 2 question mark matches.
Yep.
JJ, if I may, wasn't question mark on tonight's show?
Yes, question mark 1 versus question mark 2.
I got you. Okay.
Wait,
But
so
there's 2
so is there a reason
questionable
there's
matches.
There's no 6-man tag. Why?
Because it's a fatal 4-way for the ROH title.
But I would not count Daniel Garcia and Wheeler Yuta getting involved in this dance.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
But there's 2 questionable matches. One that can't physically happen because they're facing in the semis.
Right.
Okay.
So overall, out of the 11 matches that have been announced, to only have 2 really that cannot happen, that were drastically changed, and 2 that are still questionable.
Yeah.
That's not bad. A 7 out of 11 take with still 2 more possibilities, a 9 out of 11.
Oh, thank Kevin.
You know what, JJ? Again, the second tournament in a row that a match that should be in the finals is prior to the finals, because we had the Elite versus
United Empire.
The United Empire in an opening, another round. It's like, man, Tony,
Really?
you booked this shit yourself. You're a fan. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I mean,
I think Tony is doing it to try to boost the Dynamite and the Rampage ratings, as opposed to saving it for people to shell their money out on, because people may not want to pay the $50 for the show, but they'll tune into Dynamite and pop that rating for it.
So he's hot-shotting matches that could really be good on pay-per-view on basically free TV, yet he criticizes Eric Bischoff. Interesting. Carry on.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Oh,
Jeff.
they're both petty as they're both petty. What do you mean? Like they both do the same thing all the time.
Okay.
They're both bad.
No, trust me. They're both equally dickheads about each other. I am not going to give Bischoff one bit of fucking excuse or one bit of leeway. I'm not.
They're not. Let's be honest. Who is not a petty insert owner of wrestling promotion here type persona in the industry?
Yo, I think Tony Khan is
The
that
answer is
petty.
all of them.
I think Tony Khan is that petty that because of this little back and forth he has going on with Eric Bischoff, he would sign another one of Conrad's co-hosts, Jeff Jarrett, just to stick it to him and make him be like, "Oh, look what I'm doing! I'm putting your other co-host."
Well, no,
on
and again, we're
every
going,
week.
we're going off topic of the. Hang on.
But I think that's why Jeff
On the
Jarrett's
sidewalk,
on this
not on the sidewalk. He just went by. Anyway, welcome to LA, kids. Anyway, I honestly think that Tony and probably to an extent Conrad was involved. You got to remember, what was Jarrett and Lethal's last tag team appearance? In a match that was
last match.
And a protege / almost family, tag team match. Sting and Darby are very much a Flair Andrade dynamic.
That's fair. That
he
is
just wants to run it. He wants to run it.
And you know what? If Jarrett's still able to go enough where he can have a tag match off and on with somebody, fuck. Hey, he's a horseman. He's a legend. Let him fight.
Is that really drawing anything to the show? Like how when they bring John Cena back?
No. It's one of those. Jarrett's not the draw. And
it's Sting and Darby.
It's Sting.
It's Sting and Darby, but it's also the, hey, wait a minute. Sting and Jarrett had their thing in TNA, and yeah, it got resolved because Sting won the 10 pounds of gold, but both these guys are still able enough to kick around where, Sting got cleared to wrestle again. Jarrett, Jarrett's in the gym every day. He's almost as big as Jim Radis McMahon.
Crazy.
So, let the guys, what, seriously, if people like Hogan and Flair were in that shape where they could go often enough and not have to be the focal point, I'd be okay with it. Sting, doesn't need to be the guy all the time. He's helping Darby out. He's helping the brand out, much like he did in the early TNA days. He's popping in here and there. Jarrett's just having fun. Jarrett don't give a fuck no more. So
I've maintained the stance for a minute that Jarrett needs to not even worry about any of the singles divisions. Just run tags, be part of the Lethal stable.
Right.
Maybe him and Lethal can make a run with the tag straps. And just kind of be there to help elevate some talent, because taking the tag straps off of somebody like Jeff Jarrett will help boost a team like the Acclaimed,
or
Our Glory,
or vice versa to that as well. If they go and contend them and they beat them, could still elevate them.
Jarrett, for all that we gave Hunter and Jeff Jarrett both for their reign of terrors in the early 2000s. Both of those guys have proven, without question,
100%,
that they can be tremendous boosters of up-and-coming talent and can cultivate those kids to no end. I'm all for Jeff Jarrett being involved. Now, as far as the card that was laid out, I don't know who wrote that prediction sheet down, but they should go to Vegas and just hit a table and walk away with the freaking pile in their hand and go to the cashier and go, "Thank you, come again, appreciate you." Because shit, that was damn near spot on. And
right.
And not.
While we're on the topic of Full Gear, make sure you tune in. I'm sure it's going to be Tuesdays to NoDQ.com. They usually have their prediction panels there. I'm sure at some point this week, Noah Foster is going to have a simple and predict-in for Full Gear.
I will indeed. Before it's been a
which I would love to be a part of that, since I may not be able to be part of the actual watch-along, since I don't have the $50 to shell out for it.
That's fair.
So, but I would love to be a part of your simple and predicting panel. So
hold on.
Whenever you do that,
no, you're fine. You're fine. It's one of those. I will likely not if I'm not home to. I agree, Nathan. If I'm not home to help produce or call Full Gear because I'm at Dodger Stadium, if more than one other person besides Noah is not using Noah's account, JJ. There you go. Now, as far as the shows for this week, because No DQ will be going live at 7:00 Eastern with their predictions, we'll probably have Stepboy back at 5:30 Eastern, but I'll be home to do that show, so you're good to go there. So yeah, it's gonna be a busy afternoon. We've got Stepboy Sports Bar at 5:30 Eastern, No DQ predictions for Full Gear at 7. NXT, excuse me, I'm wrong day. I got exhausted but festive. And then we'll be on with Talk Wrestling if I can actually put coherency together, which on Tuesday might be a thing.
All right.
But yeah,
and we'll get more into that when we get to the plugs at the end of the show. But just figured, since we were talking Full Gear, get that little shameless plug out there for.
I only did that also in case I'm not going to be there, because I'm like, the battery's plugged in, but it's still draining. That's how dead this phone is.
It's also because you're streaming. Streaming drains battery.
That's fair. Yeah, I like, seriously, if ever there was a reason for me to regret not being there, even though I'm going to go probably see Elton effing John, this show Saturday is going to make me go, damn!
The last 2 years, my favorite of the year has been AEW Full Gear. Let's see if they can make it 3 in a row. I am super fucking excited for this show.
Full Gear was fun as hell to hear. It was so fun.
And real quick, to Mikey, right? I do want to put this out there. I think you got to give Jeff Jarrett one credit, all right? If nothing else, finally Jay Lethal's on a fucking pay-per-view card since he's debuted for the show. That's leaps and bounds better than where he's been.
JJ, you're gonna have to throw this card up and let me go over my thoughts on this card.
Oh boy!
All right, just try to run through it quickly because we've been on this topic for a minute, and I would like to try to move on. So go for it.
So we got in our first match. We have a match that actually involves a guy who is
remember, it's a fatal four-way.
He's facing his partner in this match. Why do I want to see? I want to see Chris Jericho versus Claudio and Daniel Bryan, not and Sammy Guevara. I don't want that meaningless storyline. What do we got after that? What's our next match? We got Jungle Boy versus Luchasaurus in a confining steel cage. Oh, that means they can't do shit inside of a steel cage. There's going to be no tables.
Wait, you forget, my friend. They can. Remember Britt Baker, Thunder Rosa? They had it basically sold it. Couldn't do that.
Oh, yeah, they tried to sell it. I was thinking about that. But anyways, I don't really have much bad to say about Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus. Let them finish it out. Sting and Darby Allin versus Jay Lethal, as you say, on his pay-per-view. Jay Lethal and Jeff Jarrett. I'm being subjected to Jeff Jarrett on pay-per-view again. I watched this guy put over Razor Ramon and the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels, and now I got to watch him do it all over again. I've already watched him put over people. What do we got next, JJ? Okay, so we got the Elite and the Death Triangle. That's going to be a dope match. We finally got Wardlow with a good opponent, Saraya and Britt, okay? And we get this match, Swerve in Our Glory versus the Acclaimed, a match that we're getting for the third time.
They are 1-1. It's the rubber. They're 1-1.
Here's the rubber.
Why didn't they just finish off the feud with the Ass Boys?
Hey Jeff, if you're still watching, I want to see if you can see the intro. Go check out the intro if you can check it out.
And the last one I'm going to talk about because the main event is cool.
It's in the chat.
Jamie Hayter and Tony Storm. If they do not put that title on Jamie Hayter, Tony Khan is burning AEW homegrown talent.
Wait, hold on. Wait. What if they're building for her to get the belt?
There's no other build.
I got it. There is more.
Look what he missed with the Acclaim. He missed it with the Acclaim, James. And then he comes back 2 weeks later and does it. Do not miss it. You got
hold on. There is a way they can book themselves out of this if they want to hold it off for longer.
Whoa. I don't want to be waiting 3 months for Jamie Hayter.
Hang on. If Tony turns heel on her by joining Britt Baker, I think that could be good.
That's a hot take, and that is definitely a twist and turn right there.
Could happen.
No,
we're waiting for the heel turn. Maybe he doesn't do it with Thunder Rosa return. I'm not gonna lie, Mikey. I'm torn on this match, brother. I'm like you. Again, I met Jamie Hayter. All right. Oh wait, don't time represent. So I'll have thoughts more on predictions, but again, we'll have to wait and see.
That's just my takes on this.
I appreciate that.
I really don't like this card, to be honest with you. Tony Khan has really put together a shoddy card here when you've got him redubbing the Ric Flair's last match opponents, like because they performed in front of 3,000 people. What is it? Double? What is it? All in a what pay-per-view are we at? You got a
full gear.
The one with all the gears on it.
Here we go with the background.
The one with all the gears on it.
Can we please get a new design?
It's full gear.
Full gear. It's industrial. They're building something.
He's gonna hate. He's gonna hate Simply Predicting's intro.
On a full gear.
He is not gonna like Simply Predicting's
I love
intro,
what you did with that, James.
Yeah. He's gonna hate it though.
What's with all the gears? I'm not spending $50. I'm gonna go fix the gear in my car for $50. Jesus. It's a ridiculous title name or a pay-per-view name.
All right.
Speaking of ridiculous, it's going to be like Fully Loaded in a few years. It'll be a show on television.
Hey, maybe that's where it came from.
Yeah.
Speaking of ridiculous,
fully gear.
Great segue there.
Loaded.
We mentioned NXT a little bit earlier, and then Mikey T with his ridiculous comment. So, as y'all know, Legado del Fantasma recently was called up to the main roster from NXT.
Yep.
This week, not Santos Escobar, but one of the other members. I can't remember their names except for Santos. They don't matter really.
It's Joaquin Wild and Raul Mendoza.
Very good.
But one of them came out on screen on SmackDown, and apparently WWE on Fox saw it, and I called it to CC, and they called him out on it.
Oh, God.
Pee-wee Herman. It's Pee-wee. It's Pee-wee Wild. Pee-wee Wild. He's coming to town.
Oh Lord.
I saw that this morning and I was like, what the actual hell? I'm tapping Cece, my girlfriend. I'm like, why is he dressed like Pee-wee Herman? And she's playing her game. She stops, she looks up, she was like, holy crap, he is. And then I go on social media so I can get the images for our real topic here. And I saw that WWE on Fox actually tweeted about it. You know, we can't unsee it. And I'm like, thank you. It wasn't just me that made the connection.
Bro.
Oh my God. Like Halloween was 2 weeks ago.
Pee-wee Herman was part of everybody's childhood.
Remember?
Yeah, Pee-wee Herman was part of everybody's childhood. He also made a cameo appearance at one point at WrestleMania. So, I mean, you know.
He was the Raw guest host at one point also.
Yes, he was.
He made a cameo in the Weird Al movie as well.
Yes. But the main topic coming out of SmackDown.
So real quick about that subtopic you just brought up, you gotta look up what Buff Bagwell looks like now. Dude looks like fucking Mr. Rogers.
I've seen it.
It's crazy.
What are you talking about, man? He doesn't look like still when Jeff interviewed him.
Bro, he looks like legit. It's like he was Mr. Rogers incarnated. Bro, it's crazy. Buff Bagwell looks like Rogers, bro. Like he got the gray hair. He got like a suit. They got like a dress shirt. I don't even think it was for Halloween. I think that's how he dresses now, and he dresses just like straight up Mr. Rogers.
Are you sure that wasn't for Halloween?
No. This was like way before that.
Well, it's good that he can get his shit together, man. Because
I agree, but it's just.
Hopefully he gets his shit together because I'm
waiting for the day where we get, hi there, neighbor. Welcome to Mr. Bagwell's neighborhood.
Next part of the Firefly Funhouse.
Yeah.
But anyway.
All you're missing at this point is someone dressed up as Steve from Blue's Clues. My childhood coming back to life in 2022. Lord help me.
But anyways.
Started on Joe.
Oh, fuck Joe.
But anyways, the real news coming out of SmackDown.
What is it?
Ooh,
they did it. They did it.
Technically, they haven't hit it yet. Today is 482. Tomorrow will be 483. Theoretically speaking, and although we know it probably won't happen, but theoretically speaking, they could still lose it at a house show tomorrow. On the day they tie. Should they make it to Raw with the belts, they will be the longest reigning WWE Tag Team Champions in modern history.
Why does the longest reigning WWE, why does it look like it's part of a fucking sitcom? What the hell is this?
Yeah, it looks like a movie poster.
It looks like a movie poster.
Which is perfect for me who does
Welcome to
reviews.
Longest Reigning with Jimmy and Jay, the Usos, starring as your WWE Tag Team Champions. Let's go.
That's a
coming
good idea.
to a theater near you. This season's greatest comedy to come.
Yeah.
While you're making that movie parody, have you seen the YouTube clip where they did the Blackpool Combat Club to Full House?
Yes, I did. That was so damn brilliant.
If you haven't seen that, James, check it out. But
Blackpool
are the Usos now Are the Usos now the GOATs when it comes to tag team wrestling?
All right, let's talk. Let's think about this here.
Mikey, you haven't started a topic yet. Go for it, bro.
Shit, you're gonna put me on the spot.
Damn right, bro.
You spoke words first, bro.
Okay, so because when we talk about the GOATs, you know what I mean. We're talking about we're going back to the era of the Dudleys, the Hardys, Edge and Christian. You got some others in there, you know what I mean? You got some others in there that came in like the New Age Outlaws, but technically they weren't, I don't know if they were as good in the ring. I mean, they really kept me interested when it came to the storyline.
It was carried more.
You know what I mean? They kept me really interested, you know what I mean? From that Royal Rumble to WrestleMania build. Then when they joined DX, they really put a major emphasis on the tag team division. So I really make that a part of it. You got to think back to the Legion of Doom. You got they're going all the way back to Demolition. And then we had a put together team like the New Day come in and take it. But now we almost look at the New Day as what Kofi and all of them were really meant to do. Kofi and Xavier and Big E. So we really look at them as a team. So they're taking it from them. And I believe that the Usos are better than the New Day. So rightfully so, they're taking the crown. Now, are they the best team? I mean, I would have to say they have surpassed the Head Shrinkers and stuff like that, and much better than all those mid-90s tag teams like the Headbangers and the Smoking Guns. And are they better than the Rockers, though? Yes. I would have to think that the Usos would probably kick the Rockers' ass.
Let me put it to you this way, Mikey T. If you were doing a Mount Rushmore of tag teams, would the Usos be one of the four?
Yeah, it would have to be the Usos, the Legion of Doom. You know what I mean? The Usos, the Legion of Doom.
New Age Outlaws.
And Edge and Christian. Would it be Edge and Christian?
Yeah, maybe Edge and Christian, and then Dudley's probably.
Besides what they did in WWE, Dudley's has to be up there. They're 23-time tag champs across the world.
Edge and Christian might not be up there. You know what I mean? They might not be up there. Do people really know them as Edge and Christian or as ENC? I always like them as ENC, but yeah.
My favorite was Team Eck.
What about Wreck when they added Rhino too?
Rhino.
Team Eck. Yeah.
Remember those three transcended the freaking TLC match for the tag team straps.
Then I like the Road Brothers. I really love the Road Brothers. Did the Usos ever beat the Rhodes Brothers? Because the Usos were wearing their face paint back then and going.
Yeah, the Haku.
Yeah,
the Haku.
They was doing that shit. And they was really facing the Los Matadors, the guys, whoever the Los
Matadors.
They were facing guys
with El Perito.
Primo and Epico at the I think
El Dorito
WrestleMania.
Yeah,
they've come up with their new characters. A lot of the tag teams that we speak of couldn't really carry it in the ring. They would never let them open up the show with microphones. And I'm not talking about the New Day. I'm not talking about the New Day.
Right.
The Usos do it with a different matter of respect that's going to carry over to them being faces. I'm gonna have to put them right there at the top, man. I think they would beat the New Age Outlaws. They might have even beat the New Age Outlaws when they came back, but the New Age Outlaws coming back all those times lessened my real respect for them. You know what I mean? To a certain degree, when they came back and had that tag team title run, I really lost a lot of.
Where they beat the Rhodes Brothers, yeah, nobody liked that one.
They beat the Rhodes Brothers. I was on political base. Oh, good.
Yeah, that was really horrible.
Damn it.
Are they better than the Hardy Boys? You really got to look at it and determine what the Hardy Boys really were in the WWE. JJ would be able to speak on that a little bit better than me.
That's a different context.
It's a much different context because it's not like the Hardy Boys was that wild dude we saw in TNA and then Jeff Hardy and Matt Hardy talking a whole bunch. You know what I mean? At the beginning of their career, they were getting their asses kicked by Kane, and they were jobbing and they were wearing slick italic pants and shit like that. And then they joined up with Gangrel, and then they really weren't talking much at all. And then they broke away from Gangrel. They linked up with Terry, who did the talking for him, I believe, in the TNT, the Terry Invitational. And then they had all the TLC matches. And then everybody sort of just looked at each other and shook each other's hands. But a lot of it wasn't really based on them talking. And, you know, that's what I really define on who is the best, how well the Usos have talked and done it in the ring.
Talk the talk and walk the walk. Fair point.
Yep.
So, Noah, what are your thoughts on this? Are the Usos the GOATs? Would you put them on your Mount Rushmore?
So here's the thing. When I think about tag team wrestling, I do look at it at two aspects. In WWE particularly, though, you not only need to do it in the ring, you have to back it up on the mic. So in the WWE ecosystem of tag team wrestling history, yes, at this point, because of the amount of reigns they've had and also what they've done in this reign alone, I have to put the Usos up there as one of the greatest tag teams of all time in WWE, if not the greatest right now, because they have both sets of the straps. New Day might be a second, but the fact they did use the Freebirds rule and they won those titles 9 times over with Big E. Again, Big E, get well soon. I think about other tag teams in WWE, though, that had their own runs. When Sheamus and Cesaro came together and they were at the bar, they've had great runs as champs multiple times over until they got botched the hell out of freaking WrestleMania.
They ended it for no reason.
Better off forgotten. You think about the entertaining connection of RK Bro that came together, how you had this dynamic of the goofy guy and the serious take no nonsense guy. They had a great reign and they only held the titles twice. I think about
X-Pac and Kane.
Yeah. I think about Eminem. You think about, you know, what Melina did with Joy Mercury and Johnny Nitro. They also had a series of runs as well. There's been some unique pairings, but as far as duos that just worked on a whole different level of synergy and cohesion, it doesn't get stronger than family. So the Usos had to be up there for me as far as WWE. But again, I look at all things wrestling. I'm subjective. I still feel like FTR has a bigger number over them with what they've done this year alone, having 3 sets of tag straps, 1 more eluding them. So as far as WWE, yes, Usos right now are the all-time greats for me. But as far as the industry, this year, I'm giving it to FTR because the top guys have truly been that. The top.
Sorry, I forgot about him, Noah.
No, you're good, man, because at the end of the day, I figured that this question was on 2 aspects. WWE ecosystem and the entire industry's ecosystem.
Man.
The entire industry, I give it FTR. WWE alone is the Usos.
I would, it could really go either or for me because I feel like the Usos would be where FTR is if they were on the other side as well.
Potentially.
They're both teams are so good. Man, I wish we could get a match between them now one day. Damn.
One day, James. One day.
One day. I don't think they've ever fought, have they?
They haven't.
That's
they
crazy.
Haven't?
No,
FTR has never faced the Usos. There's no tag team action. They were stuck in a stupid feud regarding shower ointments.
We forgot the Bucks too. JJ, I don't know if you're a big Bucks guy, but we forgot the Bucks as well.
The Bucks is also there too, but right now the Bucks, they've been MMA, so I kind of wasn't thinking about them. But yes, they are.
I mean, they're not really MIA. They're MIA now, but trios more nowadays. But even then, like I would say,
still though,
it's crazy because like we're talking about the teams that legitimately rejuvenized tag team wrestling. Like all 3 teams did. You know what I mean? In their own way. They're to solidify their status. I think Usos is definitely up there.
Yeah. As far as Mount Rushmore, I mean, again, you pointed out
it's so hard.
The Dudleys, I mean, Christian and Ed, what they did with TLC to put a different showcase and presentation on the tag team straps. And again, look at All Things Wrestling. Briscoes are 12-time Ring of Honor champions. The Moorish Machine Guns, they are 3-time champions, but they've been involved in Impact for the last 20 years. So, again, it's a very subjective question. But as far as the ring goes, yeah, the Usos are the top ones for me.
As far as I love, out of all the teams, the best mic talkers to me, which I love the Young Bucks, don't get me wrong, but for me, FTR and Usos got them schooled on the mic. One of the best.
Fight like an 8-year-old girl.
They're all pretty good. Edge and Christian are the best.
The Usos. I remember that segment with the Usos, which I'm planning, by the way, on doing a Don DeMarco on, is the that fucking bar break, the battle, the rap battle between the New Day and the Usos. Is
Okay, I
such
do
an
remember
underrated
that,
thing.
especially when he said, "Don't go hard, just don't go rated R," like your boy Xavier Woods.
Dude, they both of them went in on each other, man.
That was funny.
Out of all of the stuff that was bad in 2017, Usos and New Day were the saving grace of 2017, man. They were so good together.
They
natural
did like 4
chemistry.
matches alone against each other.
Definitely something to check out, JJ, because I know you probably, I don't know if you've ever watched that, but check out the New Day versus Usos rap battle. It's so good. Excuse me. Well,
no, you're fine.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to me, I think it's hard to argue that at this point in time, the Usos are the GOATs. You know, are they? They definitely have what it takes in the modern era. How would they stack up against some of the teams from old in their prime?
You were prime.
Man, that's well, because you've got to think about the times that those teams were on top.
Yeah.
And would the Usos be able to hang today against somebody like Arn and Tully?
You know,
would they be able to
the
hang
Hart
against?
Foundation.
Yeah, the British Bulldogs.
And Owen Wilson. Owen Hart and Davey. Owen Hart and Davey Boy Smith, man.
Would the Usos be able to hang with Demolition?
James, cut that shit out.
No, man, I gotta leave. That's a highlight. Owen Wilson.
Owen Wilson. Owen Hart.
Yes, Owen Hart. I knew what he was talking about, but that was funny.
Yeah. Would the Usos be able to hang with Demolition?
Ooh.
You know, would they be able to hang with the Road Warriors, the Legion of Doom?
No.
Would the Usos be able to hang with the Dudleys?
Yeah,
well, as long as they weren't playing for a table.
You think so?
Yeah, I think they.
I bet they could.
They beat him. it's a proven fact. They beat him. So,
but not during their prime.
Again,
no.
prime.
Wait, have the Dudleys ever been out of their prime? Like, let's be real with ourselves here. No, bro, they've been doing the same moves for like the last 15 years.
And
the Dudleys during their last run in WWE weren't the same Dudleys that they were in ECW or when they first made the jump to the WWF.
Let me tell you something. That was poor booking.
Or even Team 3D in TNA.
Yeah, about to say. And again, Dudleys, they are known world over. So, I mean, it's hard to argue with their accolades. So, I mean, yeah. Again, it's one of those questions that's extremely subjective. And according to Cage Match, there were some basic Raw matches. The Usos did face the Revival. They went less than 10 minutes. So clearly, tag team wrestling wasn't the matter.
No, that also wasn't Triple H's WWE, where the freaking match against the New Day got 2 commercial breaks.
Mm-hmm.
Like that match went almost 30 minutes on SmackDown.
30 minutes?
Yeah, 2 commercial breaks. You figure.
I gotta find this thing in full on YouTube. I only found the YouTube highlight.
It was an insane match. It was damn good.
Again, folks, I
keep Wade Barrett
via YouTube clips. I don't have Fox.
And Wade Barrett, to his credit, putting over the rivalry, talking about, good champions are made off of good rivalries. And you think of the Von Erichs and the Freebirds.
Yeah.
You think about the Hart Foundation and the Bulldogs. Think about the Hardys, Edge and Christian, and the Dudleys.
My dad is not a Dudleys fan. My dad in my comment section says the Dudleys have been out of their prime since they were 12.
Damn.
Ouch.
And he's comparing the New Day and the Usos rivalry to these great rivalries of the past. And it's like, I haven't been around for a whole lot of their rivalries because I've only gotten back to it in this past year. But and granted, Wade's a company man. He's going to show for the company. But if he's putting them up there with those great rivalries and even going as far as to bring the Von Erichs and the Freebirds into things, man,
Yeah, I'm not all too familiar with those guys, though. Like, to be honest with you, I know I've watched a few documentaries, but I'm not really all too familiar with their title runs and stuff like that. But can we put a little bit of respect on X-Pac and Kane?
No. You know why? You know why? Because the humanization of Kane began with that fucking tag team.
Suck it.
Damn. That's a hot take, but he's not wrong. I almost forgot about NXT
The minute
Tag Team
X-Pac
Championships
forced
as well.
Kane to stop talking with his gimmick box,
Right.
was
You
the
don't need
beginning
it,
of
man.
the end for Kane. You figure a couple years from that, he's losing his mind.
But he fought Jericho over a cup of coffee, bro.
That was ridiculous.
That's great storytelling.
No, that's not. Next, you're going to tell me that Katie Vick was Citizen Kane.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Yes, he was.
Spill a cup of coffee on me, James.
No.
See if I don't want to kick your ass in the middle of the squared circle.
Exactly. It's good storytelling. We're gonna build it up now. I spilled coffee on my tea. We're gonna fight in the octagon. Now we're gonna make some pay-per-view buys.
Set us up on that wrestling league, James.
Yeah,
Oh,
fucking Women's Youth Wrestling.
Ever spill coffee? Sorry.
Tony Khan says, hold up, we're getting a little bit carried away here.
I think he's on cocaine, but this is me.
It would have been a good feud, James.
Tony Khan needs
But I mean,
what he needs to do.
When I was younger, because I wasn't young when I started watching wrestling, I was already like 22 years old. When I was younger and I was watching it as it happened, I was all about the Kane and X-Pac team. You know, if you'd have asked me 10, 15 years ago to put some respect on that, I'd have been co-signing with you, Mikey T. But the more I've done my homework, you can literally pinpoint the humanization of Kane and the death of the monster to X-Pac making him say suck it without the voice box gimmick.
How long did it even last?
Everything else
Not
went
long.
downhill from Kane after that.
That man, his team with Van Dam was fun, and I think it was more Katie Vick. I don't know about that. His 2001 run with the hardcore title, I think it was cool.
Honorable mention, by the way, for a brand that's dead. R.I.P. The Red and Black. Gallus boys were on top for over 400 days as tag champs.
I thought they were green. What?
Who, Noah?
The NXT UK talent, Mikey, Joe Coffey, Mark Coffey, and Wolfgang. I think they're in JJ's NXT. Not my NXT! But I digress.
There it is. There's the graphic. We got it.
It's definitely not Noah's NXT because, as we all know, Noah Foster is all elite.
I love my friend for doing that. I love my friend for doing that so much. That's such a damn good graphic.
At the end of the day, gentlemen, that is it for the topics that I have. Is there anything wrestling related this week that you guys want to bring up real quick? If not, then we'll just start running through the plugs.
Do you think Kazarian will beat Josh Alexander this Friday for the Impact World Championship?
Man, like I was telling you on the pre-show, I'm afraid that if he doesn't, he's going to hang up his boots and retire. And if he does, I'm going to be a mess. I'm going to be crying my eyes out for my buddy.
Isn't he the X Division champion?
He's cashing in option C. He's turning the X Division title in
We're back
for his shot at the strap, man. You know, the Impact
24
Wrestling,
years this guy's been going, and he's never won the big one.
Yeah, Impact Wrestling put a great video out on Instagram on their social media sites. The hype video, if you will, for this match. Talking to Scott D'Amore, talking to his wife, Tracy.
Former knockout.
All these people just giving their thoughts, talking to Gail Kim about Frankie and his dreams and the fact that he has never been to that mountain in all these years, pioneer the X Division. He had a shot against AJ Styles for the NWA title. He had a shot against Kurt Angle for the Impact World title. Came up short against both of them.
Had a shot against John Moss for the AEW World Championship one time on Dynamite. Came up short.
And just couldn't get the big one. And you figure the man's a 24-year vet.
45 years of age.
I was going to say he's in his 40s. He's about my age. You know, he's a year younger than me. I've seen this dude wrestle since 2004.
Still a hell of a workhorse, man. This guy goes.
You know, I've sat in the front rows of the Jewish community centers and watched him right in the ring in front of me. You know, just that close, doing the flux capacitor and the wave of the future and everything. Going to Ultimate Pro Wrestling when he was X Division champion and asking him where the belt was, why he didn't have it out there for pictures. Him excusing himself, going into the back, bringing the strap out of his duffel bag for pictures and shit for me, putting it on my shoulder, you know, for the picture that I have with Frankie.
It's one of those things where, again, this industry, you love it so much, but is there a point where it doesn't fully satisfy you, give you everything you hope to get out of it, that you just, you know, you call it quits because your mentality at the end of the day, you feel like you might be on the verge of a collapse. How much more can Kazarian go without obtaining that key goal, becoming a world champion? Seriously, this might be his last chance.
Exactly. I think this is it for him if he doesn't do it. And so that's why I say, like, I'm going to be just like Jeff was when RVD beat John Cena at One Night Stand 2. I'm going to be just like he was when Daniel Bryan defeated Orton and Batista to become WWE champion at WrestleMania. You know, this is one of my guys. I have put 18 years into Frankie Kazarian.
I'm saying he's the most.
So if he does it, man, I'm going to be a blubbering idiot.
Again, underrated.
Noah has talked me into paying the $5 on YouTube to actually see the show because I didn't realize it was that cheap on YouTube.
And it's literally this Friday. Impact Plus represents Overdrive, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Impact Wrestling's YouTube channel.
I want Kaz to win now. I do. Josh,
he's got.
I've got nothing against Josh Alexander, but I want to see my boy take this match.
Josh Alexander's so good, but
you know, and they've got other bomb matches on the card too. You've got Black Taurus versus Trey Miguel for the vacant Impact X Division Championship.
Let's forget Goats. Leader represent. Come on, Trey.
You've got Heath and Rhino defending the Impact Tag titles against the major players, Brian Myers and Matt Cardona.
That's lit.
Yep,
You've got
Heath
the
and
Death
Rhino.
Dolls, Jessica, Taya Valkyrie, and or Rosemary versus Savannah Evans and Tasha
they
Steele.
finally have a tag team name.
For the Knockouts Tag Team Championship.
You've got Bully Ray versus
Well, one's
Moose.
a doll, one represents death. That's
Rosemary, she is either or. She's not of this realm. She'll tell you that.
Rosemary's also smoking. So
You've got Bully Ray versus Moose in a tables match.
Lord, someone's gonna eat wood.
And then you've got Mickey James versus Taylor Wilde in a career-threatening match. If Mickey James loses, her career is over.
Correct. Last
So
rodeo.
you've got a good stacked card. You've got 4 title matches. You've got a table match, and you got a career-threatening match. And it may
this is
not
all
just
available.
be Mickey's career that is on the line, because like I said, if Frankie doesn't get it done, he may just say that his time is over and hang it up too.
He didn't give like, if I lose, he says I have to win. So again, it's literally do or die at this point for the Full Metal Rebel.
I'm surprised we're not
that title to AEW and face Jericho maybe versus the ROH champion. And that could be the next thing that Tony does to make the ROH title look good. What's Kazarian's history with ROH? Was he a champion over there as well?
I don't believe he was. He might have been a tag champ with Christopher
but
Daniels.
I don't fully remember.
I'm confused. I'm confused why we're not covering this event. When is this?
It's
This
Friday
Friday.
night this week during SmackDown.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah, SmackDown, Rampage, and this. Yeah, he's a 3-time tag champion, twice with Daniels, once with Sky. And he is a 6-man tag team champion
Ring of Honor.
with Daniels and Sky.
SCU.
And he won the Ring of Honor Rumble in 2017.
But again, never the world championship.
No.
Never.
And
the only place where I
you wanna
know
do a
that
watch
he
party
was the champion is Pro Wrestling Guerrilla, but at the time that he was the PWG champion, it wasn't a world title yet. It wasn't until Joey Ryan won the belt and took it and defended it overseas in Germany that it became a world championship. And that was after the Frankie Kazarian era.
Good Lord Almighty. Crazy. Again, this week is fully loaded with professional wrestling, especially Friday night when you consider there's 3 shows.
I was about to say, no. Do you want to do Impact as a watch party?
Sure, why not?
I'm down because that sounds like a fucking banging card.
I mean, I'll run the booth from here. You guys can call it.
I can also I could fucking do it. I'm cool with that.
Anytime I could call professional wrestling, damn it. You know I'm all in. Let's fucking go.
All right, you guys heard it here.
That main event.
Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media will proudly present Impact Overdrive on Friday, 5 o'clock Pacific, 8 o'clock Eastern. We'll go live for the pre-show starting at, do you want to do 4 or 4:30, 7:30? You guys make the call.
Probably 7 will be best to talk about because knowing Impact Wrestling like I do, these Impact Plus specials will probably have at least one match heading into a countdown.
Absolutely.
There you go. So we'll go live at 4 Pacific, 7 Eastern on the Jeff Meacham Multiverse of Media. What's up, Mikey T? I see his hand, James. Don't be so eager to call on Mikey.
I'm just pointing.
And step over me when I try to talk just to get Mikey's shit in. I got you.
Hey, I'm just pointing. I'm a part pointer. You know, I'm like the golden retriever.
Mikey.
I'm looking over there as James is pointing. I'm like looking at where he's pointing. I'm like, where's he pointing?
Oh, yeah.
He's pointing at your death row posters.
No, I'm like, he's pointing. Cool. He's like the person in Paranormal Activity. He's like,
oh, man.
I see dead people.
Yeah, exactly. But no, guys, we're not getting out of here without talking about NXT.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
What do you want to bring up, Mikey, about not Noah's NXT? Damn it! But we digress by the shirt.
You know, JJ and myself are pretty much the only NXT supporters in the No DQ family and shit like that. But I just want to speak on Deadline a little bit. You know, it looks like they're having Braun Breaker go up against Von Wagner. And they're also building up towards the main match of, it looks like the main event of Deadline is more than likely going to be Braun Breaker versus Apollo Crews. I think a bigger match would have been to do Braun Breaker versus Austin Theory had Austin Theory cashed in and then had the rematch at Deadline. But I think they're building towards Apollo Crews, Braun Breaker. Is that a fitting main event for Deadline? I mean, these guys, they're going to put on an athletic competition, though, James, but it's kind of got like December to Dismember written all over it.
That's a dark note. That's a dark note.
I don't know if it's going to be that bad, but, you know.
As long as they don't have an extreme elimination chamber, we're good.
Hey, listen, I thought that could have been cool. They just fucked it up. All right.
I guess NXT could do it. Yeah, Braun Breaker, Von Wagner, Apollo Crews, Cameron Grimes, Carmelo Hayes, and Joe Gacy.
I guess the better match would be they need to pull the trigger on Carmelo Hayes versus Braun Breaker. Especially,
he should be challenging for the World Championship at this point. If he's not going after the North American title, he should be challenging for the freaking World title, man.
Well, we still have about a month to build it, so it definitely could be coming around the bend.
That's WrestleMania, I think.
And they build it out that far.
Who is? So I have an idea, by the way, about this. That's just kind of like creative idea about what the solution for the whole Deadline versus Final Battle thing. So
are they the same night?
Yeah, apparently. Yeah.
Problem here.
How long can we actually do Final Battle or on Jeff Meacham Network, or is that not able to happen because of just
I believe it's happening.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so we are doing it. All right.
I believe
I think
so.
we're doing
Yeah.
both
I
'cause
mean,
I don't think they're both on at the same time. I don't think they
no.
are.
Yeah, but one might overlap each other. That's like the
Yeah, they
the
may
worry.
overlap by about an hour, but I don't think they're going to be running simultaneous the entire
Pre-show
time.
wise, though, right, JJ? Pre-show
No.
overlap. No, because the pre-show for NXT starts at 6, maybe.
Yeah, that's actually a good point right there. If the Ring of Honor pre-show overlaps the last the hour of a deadline, then we're pretty much safe.
That's fair. Yeah. Okay. I was just double
Let
checking.
me see.
I was gonna say if they were gonna overlap and fight each other, then I could have done.
Look, I'm
one, and
crazy.
then
I called
you guys
4
could
shows
have
on
done
WrestleMania
deadline.
weekend, 3 of them on Friday night at the same time. Don't think I won't handle both of these.
Oddly, I want to see both of these shows. Yeah, I mean, but they're kind of giving away their main event. They're giving away their main event at Full Gear with that.
We do an open mic night right after that.
Spoiler alert.
So, Final Battle starts at 1 Pacific, 4 Eastern.
Okay.
Which means that NXT Deadline will probably start at 4 Pacific, 7 Eastern, or 5 Pacific, 8 Eastern.
Which means the normal time for these NXT shows is usually 8 o'clock. So we should be okay because
Yeah.
the Ring of Honor previews don't go for 4 hours.
Yeah, and we got Jesus
3.
Christ. That means what? Freaking 3. We have 3 shows in that one simulcast then.
Yeah.
If you include open mic. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Final Battle.
Oh boy.
Into Deadline.
And that's a Saturday.
Into open mic night.
Well, I'm going to be tied up a little.
Well,
tied
thankfully,
up, so nothing live. I don't think.
Thankfully, the way we have our team spread out, it'll either be Noah and you, James, or Noah and Jeff doing Final Battle. It'll be Noah and myself doing Deadline, and then all of us will convene for open mic nights. So either you or Jeff will get a rest while Noah and I do Deadline.
Yeah,
Noah's going to be the man with no rest.
Yeah, Noah.
He's going to need to keep a pack of Halls or something on his desk there.
Get some cough
Stuck
drop,
on
bro.
some lozenges in between the 2 shows.
Yeah.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. You guys got to know about it. I'll be fine. And
Inject
yeah,
himself
JJ,
with an IV of Mountain Dew.
You say that.
Propel too.
You
guys
say
just
that.
cover 16 matches.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
I did AEW All Out in Clash of the Castle.
Freaking Noah. He says it in such a way where it sounds like that meme where the house is burning around him. He's like, "It's fine. Everything's fine."
Yeah, think about it. This is probably only going to be 13 to 14 matches max. Probably 5 to 6 on Deadline, 8 to 9 on Final Battle, unless Tony Khan goes crazy with it.
He might.
I was going to say, this is Tony Khan. We have 9 official. Well, yeah, we have 9 official for Full Gear.
I've seen the
with
Ask
2 more
Boys-
potentials for Full Gear. So
And then
you
you have the
figure if he
0
does
hour, which you have
ROH in the
3
same vein, you're looking at probably close to 10 matches for
You
ROH.
know a hook match is happening on the 0 hour. It's happening.
Yeah, but let's not forget, JJ. There's the 0 hour that has 3 to 4 matches. Remember, at All Out, there was 4 matches on that.
True.
I think Lee Moriarty is going to take that title from Hook. Well, I mean, I think they want to push him. I don't know what the title really does for Lee
Tiger's
Moriarty.
out.
Take.
I just want a good wrestling match between those guys. So
I think
I
we're
don't
going to
know
get
if Hook can give us a good wrestling match, man. What happened to
Yeah,
that?
he's not
Bro,
his
are
dad.
you kidding me?
He
Are
hasn't
you
been
not his dad.
tested.
Bro,
fully, is
I have
what
been-
I think he's alluding to, James. And
What
he's got a
happened to
point.
the Tony Nese feud that never seemed to happen?
Bro, his
people forgot that.
his fundamentals are better than anybody else on the roster.
Oh, yeah,
right
he's got
now.
the fundamentals down pat.
He
There's no
just
denying
hasn't
that.
been able to show what he could really do. Yeah, Lee Moriarty
Right.
would be his best match. To
And
date.
JJ, also, in case you don't want to do a YouTube for that show, the Overdrive special is available on Fight, same price, $10. It starts
We'll
November
see, man.
18th, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Again, main event: Josh Alexander defends the World Championship against Frankie Kazarian.
Well, if it's 5 on YouTube and 10 on Fight, then I'll pay the 5 on YouTube.
Yeah, I think it's 5 on YouTube. You have to double check. Go to Impact Wrestling's YouTube channel. Go to membership and check the rates.
Sounds good. Well, if there's nothing else to discuss, then let's go ahead and start doing our plugs. Get out of here. Try to get out of here before 11 o'clock.
Fair enough.
Mikey T, go for it, bro.
I want everybody to check out my YouTube page, Report Card Radio. Go subscribe right now. We're just on the way to 100,000 YouTube subscribers. That's my goal in the next, however long it takes. You know what I'm saying? Have you guys checked out the new Chucky series? Anybody been checking out the new Chucky series whatsoever?
I haven't watched this season yet because I've been so busy doing other stuff, but I did watch the first season.
Oh, you're going to have a good binge then, because they're about 6 episodes in. Man.
Yeah, I figure I'll probably wait till the season's over and then just go back and run it back.
Yeah, so much that you'll see in that. From Glenn, from Seed of Chucky makes an appearance and shit like that. Very interesting stuff, man. I appreciate y'all for letting me tap in. James, my guy. Hopefully we can get some of that work in. James.
Yeah, for sure.
James has some thoughts of me doing a Rob Van Dam. Was I not supposed to? James, I don't want to.
You could say the Rob Van Dam may or may not be showing up. Question mark in our show.
Yeah,
subject card subject to change.
You know what I'm saying? I do, but Noah, man, I always appreciate you, man. I think you got a future in AEW Dark, and then you know what I mean. I could see you and the Big Show working together. I could see.
I'd love to work with Ian Riccaboni or Excalibur. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Noah, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Excalibur is on the A show, my friend. You're gonna have to work your way up.
He and Taz got Dark down. I wouldn't mind doing Elevation.
I'm gonna have to talk to an agent or something for you. I am Mikey the movie star. I'm gonna have to get Noah that AEW call. And JJ, bro, I checked out your review this week of The Net. I know you've been getting a lot of critical acclaim on this doing the Net review, but I was listening to it. I really still couldn't figure out what was Sandra Bullock's role in this film, man. I hear everything about what's going on with the guy. He gets the fake message on his computer. All these people, they go up in a plane or some shit like that. Where did Sandra Bullock play into this film?
She was the main character. Her identity was stolen over the internet. And it's crazy to think about. This was 1995 and her identity is being stolen.
Jeez.
So one of the things I'm talking about.
What was she freaking out about?
That's what I'm saying is that's what I was talking about on the episode is could you imagine how much worse off her character would have been if that had happened today? It's like, holy hell, with everything that goes on social media and hacking and credit card fraud and everything,
Cryptocurrency, held hostage. There's like 4 levels now to a freaking ransomware attack that you have to try and go through to survive.
So what did that have to do with people like offing themselves and shit? Like at the beginning of the movie, I remember you were talking about
because the hackers had gotten to him and falsified his HIV test.
So what did that have to do with Sandra Bullock?
You have to pay attention to the whole movie, Mikey.
I think they'll fuck him. That's why.
What, James?
But I do appreciate
that's what they framed it as, that he was fucking Sandra Bullock.
But I do appreciate the fact that you've been tuning in, giving my shows some viewership hours.
We're all clueless.
Yeah, I still got to check out the Haddonfield, what was it called? The Haddonfield Project?
The Haddonfield Nightmare.
The Haddonfield Nightmare, but I read something that they're talking about making a sequel, and this is
The Last Nightmare, something like that.
Yeah, and this is where it's like interesting because that John Tate character, he's actually the Josh Hartnett character from H2O, and a lot of people wonder like where did he go from there? So if you don't actually want to watch the movie, you can go to JJ's channel and check that out, which I still got to do, JJ, but it's kind of like screwed up because now I'm kind of figuring that John Tate is going to live through to this sequel that they're budgeting to get together right now. But also in my mind, I'm thinking they might do the Laurie Strode thing from Halloween Resurrection and just kill him off at the beginning.
We'll see what they do.
It's worth checking out. I'm going to check out your review. You know, that's
Thank
what
you.
I'm going to do because you're going to tell me everything. Watching one of JJ's reviews is actually just like watching the no DQ review of Raw or SmackDown. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you ever just need to know what the hell the movie's about, you can just run over to JJ's channel as long as he covered it. But he's got like
He got comments asking people to cover certain movies.
He's got like 600-700 reviews, JJ, or am I mistaken? Are you up to like 400 episodes, 500?
Yeah.
Episodes?
I'm officially up to 463 went up today for Black Adam.
Wow.
Yeah, the Black Adam one. I'm thinking about checking that out this week. You know what I mean? I let a couple weeks go by, you know, because I figured the only reason I let some weeks go by is because I figured it would actually still be in theaters for 4 or 5 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm probably going to have to cancel this coming week's new release Saturday because of how everything got kind of jostled for me. You know, last week it was supposed to be Black Adam.
JJ, you're not going to do the new holiday Lindsay Lohan?
Oh, no. That's December. That's December, bro. That's booked, but that's December.
Okay.
But no, last week it was supposed to be Black Adam, but I wasn't able to get to the theaters in time to see it. So I did the Weird Al movie, which was supposed to be the third Saturday in November. So this week ended up being Black Adam, which means that the one that was supposed to be this week, which is Till, the story of Emmett Till, was going to get pushed to next week, but now Till is leaving theaters.
Yeah.
So I may or may not be able to find a theater near me that has it, so I may have to try to come up with something else to fill that gap before I get to Black Panther, Wakanda Forever to wrap up the month. But that Christmas Lindsay Lohan movie, man, since you're so interested in it, that is on deck for December because every movie in December, whether it's during the week or a new release Saturday, is going to be a Christmas movie. God damn it. Except for New Year's Eve, I'm reviewing on New Year's Eve.
No wonder it's November. No wonder my girl wasn't so hyped about that. I totally let that slip. I was a month early on that one. My bad about that, you guys.
Nah, it's good. It's good, bro. I just appreciate, I said it a couple times, I appreciate the love and the fact that you check out my shows. I'm still trying to get those viewership hours up. I'm currently sitting at 2,928 out of the 4,000 required to get monetized.
Oh, then you're right. You're about to be there, man.
I'm hoping that I'll hit that 4,000 mark before the end of the year, but it takes the support from the fans watching it. Even if you guys don't watch the shows, just open up a YouTube tab, click on one of my playlists for Renegades reviews. I have all 463 videos in there. Just start it at the first one and just let it run. Go about your day, go to work, go to school, let it run. It's going to tick off those hours for me. Once you get to the end of the playlist, run it back. Start the Dads on Wrestling one. There's like 100-something episodes from me and Jeff back in the day. Damn. The old Renegade Wrestling show. There's 99 episodes from back in the day, back in 2011, 2012. Just let those run off. Help me boost up those visibility so I can get to 4,000 by the end of the year, guys. I am so close.
He's going to get there.
James, I see you've shared your screen here. We'll go ahead and pop that up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You guys can check out my YouTube channel, youtube.com/user/jhebertside95. That's JHEBERTSIDE95. Your main hub for everything for the Winds Productions and more.
I highly recommend that video right there. If you can highlight it real quick with the CM Punk graphic. Yeah. That is 3 hours of this man talking about current professional wrestling and why it has driven him away from watching the modern product. Devote your time, your time, sit through the 3 hours and listen to this man speak passionately about what has taken the passion for professional wrestling away from him.
Mm-hmm. And yes, a lot of it had to do with the All Out Media Scrum. Check that out. That's the last live stream other than Open Mic Night, which is currently airing right now, just by itself. So there you go. Check that out. And check out all the stuff. Talk Wrestling debuted on my channel for the very first time at the beginning of this month. So go check that out from the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media.
And that'll be on his channel anytime Jeff is able to actually get home and do a talk wrestling.
Yep,
with
and
his
then
schedule.
And then there's AEW Grand Slam, Dynamite, and Rampage live reactions from a month ago you can check out, as well as other stuff as far as FTW productions are concerned. I actually got all the playlists ready to go. I got my videos right here. The live streams are all over the place, but they're there. I got my music in there as well, like my theme edits you can check out. All my popular videos are pretty much that, so go check that out if you haven't already. And shows that you can expect on FTW Productions: the Gold Rush, the WYW Gold Rush Tournament, SMBZ voice acting, the Watch Party, the Button Mashers, which is a Let's Play series, Indie Force Podcast, Wrestling Rundown, and the ATW View. Respect to Noah there. We also got secondary FTW shows, Open Mic Night, which is going to be rebranded to the Royal Lion Lounge. Stay tuned on that one. Wrestling with Idiocy, Jay Hebert's Side of Things, AEW Spark, and soon to be debuting WWE Aftershock as a spinoff of that. Stay tuned for that.
Nice.
Content and review, Retro Wrestling Review Series, Simple Takes, Watch Along, and the Fantasy Booking Series. Along that as well, you can check out my playlist for Open Mic Night. All right here. Everything is where it needs to be. And you can subscribe to everybody a part of For the Win Productions, from Women's Youth Wrestling to Casey Gallagher to Owen Finch to Mistress Audio to Noah Foster to our newest member, Firelord Kuzan, and to Owen's second channel, Owen the Talkinator Studios, and our behind-the-scenes FTW channel, as well as our friends of FTW Productions, from Jeff Meacham to Wade Needham to JJ Williams and everybody in between. Go subscribe to those people in the channel modules. So there you go.
Nice. Now we got my show, which seems like it's always never ending. I will try to go through this as quickly as possible. As I mentioned, Black Adam went up earlier today, so make sure you check that out. Tomorrow will be another episode of the War Zone, the weekly acquisition report, where I show off the latest additions to my ever-growing movie library. This week it'll be Blu-rays that I got from Goodwill for $1.99. So make sure you check those out. There's some good titles there. This month is Sandra Bullock on Renegade's Reviews coming up this coming week. We've got Hope Floats, Practical Magic, and 28 Days in store for everybody. I want to remind everyone to go back to both my channel and the Jeff Meacham Network. Check out Jeff and I as we discuss ECW's top 10 matches in November to remember history. Of course, Statboy Sports Bar featuring Dory Lou on Tuesdays. The time is generally 4 o'clock, but sometimes it fluctuates a little bit depending on if No DQ has a special stream, as is the case this week with their predictions, or if I end up producing. Jeff usually puts out a post early in the day, though, letting everyone know exactly what time it'll be at that day. But make sure you tune in on Tuesdays. Make sure you tune in to our friends at No DQ and Aaron Rift, the boss man, for his Raw, Dynamite, and SmackDown recaps, as well as the No DQ review. If you go back and check out this past week's episode, you'll see I was on it, as well as Big Baller G, Walter Cruz, and of course your host and co-host, Virtue and Aaron Rift. Next week, Full Gear.
Let's bring it go. Let's bring it go.
Going to be covered here Saturday. Of course, we're going to have Overdrive now. You heard the official announcement earlier. There's no graphic made because it was just decided on the fly, but tune in for that. 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 Eastern, across the Multiverse of Media for Impact Overdrive.
I see a sad face gear.
Then we've got top 10 charity singles coming up on Monday the 21st. Going to be discussing things like Do They Know It's Christmas? We Are the World, What's Going On, stuff like that. That was designed with raising monies for noble causes, charitable causes. We're going to have a very special edition of Renegade's Reviews coming up on Tuesday the 22nd, as Jeff Meacham is going to take over the show to review Mickey, the Story of a Mouse. You've seen the trailers going into Hard Times and Open Mic Night today. little bit of what's in store there. The Santa Clauses kicks off on Thanksgiving Day. Going to be reviewing that Disney Plus original show. Scott Calvin is back. Speaking of Santa, make sure you book Santa Meach as early as possible with his Disney schedule. You want to make sure you can get a virtual or in-home appearance.
Oh, I'm going to have to do that.
His range has actually opened up a little bit now that he is working down in Disney. If there are people in the OC area that want to book Santa Meach, get your requests in and he'll work it in around his schedule. Make sure you check out the Cleveland combatant, Josh Mansfield. He popped in very beginning of the show to give James his props on his opening video.
That's so good.
You can find him on Twitter at CatholicJosh122 and on Instagram at MellowManGram. And then, of course, we've got the Survivor Series in a couple of weeks. War Games!
War Games!
War Games!
We've got NXT Deadline and Ring of Honor Final Battle on the same day. Heaven help us. As James pointed out, that is 3 shows in the course of that afternoon, evening. Final Battle, followed by Deadline, followed by Open Mic Night. We are going to be tired.
Bring it on.
I'll bring the energy.
We have the Eve of Christmas Eve special edition of Open Mic Night, where we're going to be discussing our Christmas traditions. No wrestling talk that evening, but we will have the Wheel of Carols.
Oh, God.
For a $5 super chat, spin the wheel. Those are some of the songs that are on there. All of those songs are in the public domain, so we don't have to worry about copyright dings. You know, I'm going to steal Noah's phrase, even though he is covering his face in shame because he doesn't want to do it. Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
I know James is hyped for this. I'm hyped for this. I know Josh is hyped for this as a Christmas fan. Jeff doesn't care for singing, but he loves Christmas, so he's down. The only one we've got to deal with is Noah. Look at that face. Look at that face. And then, of course,
great.
New Year's Eve, probably the longest open mic night in history.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to begin at 8 Pacific, 11 Eastern. We will definitely be on the air when New Year strikes on the East Coast. We are going to try our damnedest to ride through until New Year strikes on the West Coast. It is going to be a long broadcast. Before I turn it over to Noah, let me just remind everybody, because that time is almost here, enjoy it while you can, because she is defrosting.
Oh, no.
Some stores have already started playing Christmas music, so you may be hearing her already, but I've
Local radio station is already doing it
thus far, but enjoy this time while you can, because she is defrosting.
Oh, trust me, she's out, dude. I've already heard it at least twice.
And let me leave you with, and I had picked this song, this Christmas song, because Jeff was going to be here, because of one of the lines there that always makes me think of Disney, even though I know it wasn't originally written about Disney. But it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Everywhere you go, there's a tree in the Grand Hotel, one in the park as well, the sturdy kind that doesn't mind the snow. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas, and soon the bells will start. And the thing that will make them ring is the carol that you sing right within your heart. And unfortunately, we're going to have to hear Noah sing on the Christmas Eve edition, much to his chagrin, but he is a team sport, so for a $5 super chat, we will spin the wheel and sing whatever song it pops up on.
Oh, you're damn right you will, Noah.
But yeah, it's the line, there's a tree in the Grand Hotel, one in the park as well, because Disney out here has the Disney California Grand Hotel. And then, of course, you go over to the main park and there's a tree right there on Main Street. So I hear that song. I always think of Disney.
I'll be super chatting that night.
Listen.
All right, there we go. We got a commitment from Mikey T. See, and I've already figured too, once we start to eliminate a couple of songs on the list, what I thought we would do, since me and James kind of got a kick out of it last week, we'll put like James's interpretive song.
Yeah.
That way he can like pick a song and then do like his Morgan Freeman to it. That way we don't get copyright.
I was about to say,
or me doing like my William Shatner bit.
Oh yeah, freaking. Or I'll just do one real quick for James Friedman. Right. There's not a lot I want for Christmas, but what I would like very much is if Mariah Carey would stop being played on the goddamn mall radios. Can we pick somebody different for once, for the love of God?
Should Morgan Freeman with a rant like that, the whole internet would break.
Right.
Right.
But something along those lines. That way we can still do a pop song that maybe is not in the public domain, but we won't get deemed because it's Morgan Freeman speaking it. It's William Shatner dialogue to it, you know. Maybe I'll pick one of my Muppet songs and I'll do my best the Frog.
One has to be Christopher Walken.
Hey, if you can do Christopher Walken.
I like this Christmas Carol, but it's missing more cowbell.
Blue Oyster Cult. There you go. I like that idea. I can't imagine Gilbert Godfrey ever doing anything like this, but oh Lord.
Are you sure about that, Noah Foster? Because I'm pretty
sure about this, James. All right, but we're not.
Are you pretty sure? Because I think I'm very festive now that I'm up in the heavens. God rest my soul. Wait, I'm here. What the hell? How did I make it here?
So yeah, that's what we have in store the coming weeks.
What the hell am I about to deal with?
That's what's going to
Noah,
be on the Christmas episode.
What the hell you're going to deal with, Noah? And this is where I know that you'll be a team player and you'll suck it up. What is it that you always tell me when I tell you I'm nervous about calling an event? Loosen up and have some fun. And I know that's exactly what you will do because that's what that episode is intended for. For us to let the walls down for our fans and show them a different side of us four, if you count Mansfield and Meacham, 6 wrestling geeks.
What time is this show, JJ? I forgot.
Normal time. It'll be on a Friday instead of a Saturday, but it'll be normal time, 8 Pacific, 11 Eastern.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so right after Rampage, so I don't miss the holidays. I will get my wrestling. Good deal.
I'll miss SmackDown, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, damn it. For the good of the team.
All right. Fair enough.
Mr. All Elite Noah Foster, take us home, good sir, as you always do.
I love that graphic. I love doing this every time more than the last. If people want to know more about me, know this. For I am just a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it! But I digress. Find me on Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube, and Foster 1916 for all things wrestling. Shout out, of course, to my entire AEW family on Twitter. Of course, James Hubert's a part of that. Shout out to Eric Brown, Anthony, Megan Chiba, Cindy. The list goes on and on. I would say the whole family, but this list probably be longer than the Chris Jericho list of arm bars. It's gonna be a busy week for me and my simple brand, as James politely renamed. I will be doing a video pretty much each night, not necessarily on my channel. It starts with all elite recap reviews for both AEW Diamond and AEW Rampage. Of course, will be a part of the No DQ predictions panel for Full Gear. There will be also Galaxy predictions panels for both AEW Full Gear and Impact Wrestling Overdrive, which I will say now is the final event of this year's Impact Predictions League. So good luck to everybody, whether you've been in it or not. Because next month, they're doing a throwback show. So this is the last current one for the year. Also, stay tuned. Of course, I will be back here.
League.
Yeah, I run leagues for Impact, AEW, Ring of Honor, and WWE.
Damn, I gotta get in tune.
Like I said, follow me on Fox19. That's where I always put the forums, or probably mess me. But also, I also will be involved in another wrestling trivia challenge on Chris Cass's Twitch channel, some point in the upcoming week as well. And besides that, of course, be back here, bringing you all the player-by coverage, live commentary, reactions galore, of course, for AEW Full Gear in full, and the Open Mic Night to follow too. But as always, I'd like to conclude, there are no winners, no losers, no betters. They're just fans with opinions for this passion we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too, and treasure your families. And just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It's as simple as that.
Couldn't say it any better myself, Noah. As I always say, that's why I let you bring it home, man. You always do it so eloquently. Want to thank everybody that is still with us. There's 3 viewers in the room right now, but we've had up to 15 tonight at a time throughout the course of all the stuff we've been doing, Noah. So thank you to everybody that's been tuning in over the course of the evening. We're at almost 8 hours in this broadcast, so good on them if there's still 3 hanging in there. You know, I know it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast, 11 o'clock out here on the West Coast. So got to appreciate those hardcores that are still riding with us.
Right. Exactly.
Absolutely. Respect.
We will see everybody for Overdrive on Friday, as I said, 4 Pacific, 7 Eastern. For the Simple Man, Noah Foster. For the Heeb Man, James Hebert. For Mr. Report Card Radio, Mikey T. For Jeff Meacham, the man whose name is on the marquee, and for Josh Mansfield, the Cleveland combatant who popped in here earlier, I am the Renegade JJ Williams. Thank you for tuning in for Open Mic Night, and we will see you guys next time.
We will see you next time for Open Mic of the Night.
Good Lord.